A family member of Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is being deported. Good. Her name is Bruna Ferreira, and she is the mother of Caroline's brother's 11-year-old son, but Caroline claims she hasn't spoken to her in years. Yeah, and according to the prediction market Kalshi, Caroline has one of the lowest odds in the administration of leaving, so she is a favorite of Trump's, and by all means, this feels targeted. Caroline is literally the godmother of Bruna and Michael's son. If anything, this shows no one's above the law, but let's get into the details. Sure, so Bruna came to the United States in 1998 at age 6 to join her parents after being raised by her grandmother in Brazil. Oh yeah, she came on a tourist visa, which she obviously overstayed, which is illegal. Bro, she was 6, which is why she was able to get a work permit in 2012 under DACA, and after growing up in the U.S., she started 2 businesses, a cleaning service, and a Brazilian bikini shop. You said that a little too happy, but DACA just offers temporary protection, and she never became a permanent legal resident, which is why she is now subject to deportation. And that's just cruel, but then you hear about the details about how Bruna and Caroline's brother Michael fell in love at a nightclub, got engaged, and had a baby together, and then they broke up, and since then it's been a rocky relationship where Bruna claims Michael in the past threatened to get her deported, and now his sister certainly has the power to influence that. Bruna's being treated just as anyone else would be, and she's not exactly the model mom. In 2022, Bruna's mom picked up her son without Bruna knowing and returned him to Michael because Bruna left the kid with a strange man in a rundown house with rotten food in the fridge and trash piled up. Okay, there's 2 sides to every story. Bruna claims she left her son with a babysitter at a house she was a caretaker of while she was doing another job interview. She never faced charges for that or anything. Meanwhile, Michael Leavitt is the one who has 2 underage alcohol possession charges, a disorderly conduct charge, and a DUI at 19. Okay, I mean, those were all when he was young. Bruna is the one who, 1, is here illegally, and 2, has a previous arrest for battery. Bro, she never faced charges for that and had the case dismissed. She was 16, and it was over an $8 dispute outside of Dunkin' Donuts. But since this whole debacle started when Bruna was arrested on November 12th on the way to pick up her son from school, the White House has been trying to downplay her relationship with Caroline and paint Bruna as a bad mother with all these nonsense one-sided stories. It's just cruel. They've just been sharing their perspective, and look, Bruna is still in custody under normal removal proceedings. She is being treated like any other person here illegally would be treated. You get your process, but you don't get to make a foolery of our immigration laws. Well, now we have another 11-year-old boy who is an American citizen who is without his mother, who is about to be sent to a country she hasn't been to since she was 6. Oh, are you arguing that we should start making exceptions whenever someone has a sad story? That's not how the law works. I'm sorry, bud. I mean, I just think we're living in such a merciless time where even a Leavitt, now his mother.
So America just quietly dropped a new global doctrine. It basically says, we're not the world's police anymore. Jeez, finally. We're the boss of our own hemisphere and everyone else can deal with theirs. On December 5th, the White House released Trump's new national security strategy. Inside the document is something they're already calling the Trump corollary to the old Monroe Doctrine. Translation, the United States is already declaring dominance over the Western Hemisphere. North America, Central America, South America, and the Caribbean. He's basically saying that this is our neighborhood, our rules. At the same time, it signals something huge. America is stepping back from trying to manage every crisis on the planet. Here's the core of it. America first, but not just the slogan, as the actual blueprint. The strategy says that the US is done acting like a global babysitter, and instead wants to be a regional superpower at home with select pressure overseas. It talks about sovereignty, borders, migration, cartels, critical minerals, energy, not spreading democracy or building global institutions. And in Europe, the document literally talks about civilization erasure, mass migration, and cultural collapse. It basically tells Europe, you're on your own. In the Americas, this doctrine means cracking down on cartels and narco-terror groups, pushing back hard on China's influence in Latin America, and trying to stabilize countries down south so mass migration doesn't end up on US borders. In Europe, leaders are freaking out. French and EU leaders are calling it brutal and a declaration of political war, because it blows up the old idea that America will always bail out Europe first. And on Russia and China, this doctrine quietly accepts a world of spheres of influence, meaning that it acknowledges that there are only 3 global powers, the US, Russia, and China. The goal is to avoid a giant global war by not trying to run everything anymore. So here's the question, is this smart realism where we're admitting that we can't police the entire planet, or is it dangerous because it gives Russia, China, and Iran more room to operate in their own backyards? Does America get stronger when it focuses on its own hemisphere, or weaker if it stops acting like the glue that holds the old world order together?
All right, and we are live. Yo, this is S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into Trump's roundtable discussion, and then we're going to get into a media analysis because we got a lot to go over today because a lot's been going on. Because it seems like this whole hemispherical power is coming to reality. We just took a Venezuelan oil rig. So as Trump is taking questions, he's also taking Venezuelan oil. Let's get right into it, guys, and let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video.
Committed more than one murder. we're getting rid of them. In some cases, we don't even want to get them out. We put them in jail because we're afraid they're going to come back into our country. We're not going to let them back in. So we've taken a very tough stand. And you see where we've been, like Washington, D.C. now, people walk down the streets. They go into restaurants at night. It's beautiful. It's like this beautiful thing to see because until I got here, this was a very, very bad place. We had a terrible thing happen 2 weeks ago with terrorism with regard to two National Guards people that are so phenomenal. One is no longer with us. And one, amazingly, we weren't looking with great hope on that, that Andrew. And today he got out of bed, actually, got stood up, didn't say anything. It's a little early. But the chances of Andrew, other than his mother, who said, nope, he's going to be okay. His mother was the most positive person. And could be that she'll be right. It's pretty amazing. Made progress. It was both of them were so badly hurt. We never thought that one could survive. So it looks like Andrew's doing pretty well.
Mr. President, the winner of the Nobel Prize dedicated the prize to you, the Nobel Peace Prize, and she left Venezuela, a great risk to make it to the ceremony. There is a risk she could be arrested. Actually, what would happen if she's arrested? What message do you send, or would you send to Nicolas Maduro?
Well, arrested by who? The Nobel Prize Committee? That's probably the ones that would arrest. Now, I don't know anything about it. She was very gracious. She said I should have gotten the Nobel Prize, and I don't, I'm doing this to save.
Now, the Nobel Prize winner, it seems like she went into hiding. Yes, the Nobel Prize winner has went into hiding. The lady that was speaking out against the Maduro regime cannot be found. She's supposed to pull up to accept the Nobel Peace Prize, and she was nowhere to be found. Was not able to make it. Bruh. So what does that tell you? Well, due to the recent pressure on Venezuela, it seems like she's doing what's best for her safety, going into hiding. I'm sure the Maduro regime is looking for her as they're going into hiding themselves.
Lives, I'm not doing it for any other reason. But no, I don't like if she would be arrested. No, I wouldn't be happy with that.
Mr. President, Senate Republicans currently have a healthcare proposal that would take away, let those ACA subsidies expire, and then put about $1,000 in people's HSAs. Do you think that is enough money, and how do you ensure that people who will see those tax subsidies expire won't see their healthcare costs skyrocket?
Well, the Unaffordable Care Act, which is Obamacare, they call it now the unaffordable because it's unaffordable. It used to be called the affordable, but it was never affordable. It was always bad. It was basically designed for the benefit of insurance companies. And what we're doing is we want all of the billions to insurance companies to go directly to the people, and they can buy their own health care. And people love it. I don't know if the Democrats are going to approve it because they want the insurance companies to make money. It was a scam. Obamacare was a scam. But we're going to see. I mean,
now the problem is that the healthcare companies have, made a whole lot of money off these healthcare subsidies, and they're still raising premiums. Like even with the Obamacare healthcare subsidies, premiums will still go up by 30%. And trust me, I'm pretty sure Dems would actually just try to blame that on Trump. But without them, they're going to triple and double. So it's best that we do just go ahead and enact them just in case we don't have a better idea. But with Trump's idea, I'm not even sure if even that's a really good idea because it only seems like people are only going to be, or a select group of people are only going to have access to this funding, which is going to be like, what, $1,000 per participant, pretty much.
The Republicans, I can tell you, want the money to go to the people. And we're winning that battle. The Democrats are having a hard time with it because they're in the pocket of the insurance companies. Yes, please.
Yes, you spoke to some European leaders today, I think, sir, about Ukraine.
I did.
Could you tell us about that? And is there a new revised peace plan that Ukraine has presented?
The leaders of France, we spoke to, Germany, and UK, all very good leaders, very good friends of mine. And we discussed Ukraine in pretty strong words. And we'll see what happens. I mean, we're waiting to hear answers before we progress. We're not spending any money in Ukraine. We're selling basically missiles and everything else to NATO, and NATO is paying us, and then they distribute it to who they want. I guess they're mostly distributing to Ukraine, but we're not spending money. But we're spending a lot of time. and a lot of effort, because last month 27,000 soldiers were killed. Both, think of it, 27,000. That's if you take a football game and take half the stadium, that's 27,000. So 27,000 soldiers were killed. Russian and Ukrainian soldiers were killed. And I want to see that stop. We'll find out. Look.
And well, in Trump's latest interview, he actually admitted that Russia was winning the war. Well, actually not was, but is winning the war. That yes, it's finally been exposed, and not really even exposed, but if you weren't being propagandized by pro-Ukrainian propaganda, then you would actually see that Russia has been winning this whole time. Yes, Russia has been winning the war. They've been winning the war, and sadly, now that Trump even has to come out and say that, yeah, well, Russia has the advantage. Russia's the bigger country, they got a bigger arsenal, bigger army. Like, what you think was going to happen? Now, I know Trump was trying to play along with the narrative, maybe like even he got to come to reality of like, yeah, they're going to lose. And if we keep this going, they're going to lose more.
A lot of things happening right now. A lot of people say it's closer than it's ever been. It's a war that would have never started. If I were president, would have never started. It's a war that should never have started. But we'll have it figured out, I think, within a pretty short
When you say very strong terms, sir, could you explain that?
Well, I think we had some little disputes about people, and we're going to see how it turns out. And we said before we go to a meeting, we want to know some things. You know, they would like us to go to a meeting over the weekend in Europe, and we'll make a determination depending on what they come back with. We don't want to be wasting time.
Well, I already got the news on what Europe has came back with. Europe has came back with a proposal that doesn't give up any Ukrainian land. Now, obviously, this is going to be dead on arrival with Putin, and the war is going to continue, and Ukraine's just going to lose more land until they have no chance of beating Russia. So in the United States, we've already accepted that Ukraine has lost this. But the European nations are kind of like, I don't know, they're still a bit delusional. And they're going to cause more Ukrainian life to be lost, more Ukrainian land to be taken. Sadly, this is the reality. And let's not forget, too, double tap that screen like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation. But double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
Sometimes you have to let people fight it out, and sometimes you don't. But the problem with letting people fight it out is you're losing thousands of people a week. It's ridiculous. The whole thing is ridiculous.
Mr. President, 2 questions. One, the oil tanker. Who owns that oil tanker?
You'll get that information later.
China.
Okay.
Oh, no, I got you. China owns the oil tanker. No, China has a smooth little setup over there in Venezuela. And they're the ones who mostly benefit off Venezuelan oil because China has deep ties. And Trump is going for hemispherical power. So he's going to push off all Chinese influence, all Chinese companies off of, well, the Western Hemisphere, AKA really South America. And you know what? We might just actually let, China have Taiwan. It might turn into that type of world.
And have you spoken to Maduro since your last conversation?
No.
Or has it only been one conversation?
No.
And when you say that the European leaders want to have a meeting over the weekend, are you talking about with Zelensky or with them?
With Zelensky and us.
And you said in an interview yesterday that you think it's time for Zelensky to start accepting things. What things are you talking about?
I think he has to be realistic, and I do wonder about, how long is it going to be till they have an election? It's democracy. It's a long time. They haven't had an election in a long time. It's losing a lot of people, and it's possible that the people, if you look at the polls, I will say 82%. There was a poll came out. 82% of the people are demanding a settlement be made. Ukrainian people. They want to see a settlement be made. I understand that they're losing thousands and thousands of people a week. They want to see it ended.
Mm-hmm.
And I do say, at what point, when
And the problem is that, well, Ukraine's ran out of reserve men. They're actually pulling citizens off the street to fight this war. And I mean, that's been like reported all over. And now the sad reality is that Russia, they're just now tapping into their reserves. They still got an extra 900,000 men to go. And the thing is, their main army hasn't even ran out yet.
Have an election in Ukraine. That's not casting dispersions on anybody, but they do have a massive corruption situation going on there. And they do say, when are they, people are asking this question, when do they have an election? Are they going to have an election? Or are they going to just keep it going like this? So I think it's time to get that war settled. And I think it's a war that can be settled. But it takes two to tango.
Mr. President, it's not about the new owners of Warner Brothers Discovery to make changes at CNN, big changes, and have you spoken to Jared about it? What are you doing with him, or are you just sort of wall him off a little bit?
So what do you want to know?
What changes do you want to see at CNN under new
Well,
ownership?
I'm not involved in that. I will be probably involved, maybe involved in the decision. It depends. You have some good companies bidding on it. I think the people that have run CNN for the last long period of time are a disgrace. I think it's imperative that CNN be sold, because you certainly wouldn't want to put people, just leave those people with some money, good money, and CNN, so that, you know, they can spend even more money spreading poison, because it's lies. It's a disgrace. So I wouldn't want to see the same company end up with CNN, the same company with money, because right now they don't have too much money, but they have value, I guess, based on the bids. So you've got value. But I think CNN should be sold, because I think the people that are running CNN right now are either corrupt or incompetent.
And that'll be a factor in the decision making, because, you know, we've got some.
Well, in my mind, but I can be talked out of it.
I'll be honest with you. Let's just be real. CNN takes opposition to Trump every single time. Them, MSNBC, those two guys, bro, or MS Now, actually, they're now MS Now. But yeah, those two guys right there, bro, opposition to Trump every single time. Even if and sometimes, no, it's valid. Sometimes it's valid. And then there's other times it's completely unreasonable. And it's just like, all right, you're just criticizing for the sake of criticism with no real solution. And then even what they're criticizing on is like they're making weak points on. They're just like nitpicking. But then there are other times that she actually got some real good critiques. So I'm not just going to throw the entire CNN cast under the bus.
That by some very talented people that we have, antitrust people. But I just think that the people that have run CNN into the ground, by the way, nobody watches, very few people watch. I don't think they should be entrusted with running CNN any longer. So I think any deal should be guaranteed and certain that CNN is part of it, or sold separately. But I don't think the people that are running that company right now and running CNN, which is a very dishonest group of people, I don't think that should be allowed to continue. I think CNN should be sold along with everything else.
Mr. President.
You spoke about affordability earlier in your remarks and yesterday in Pennsylvania. How much more can we expect to see you on the road kind of delivering that message? And are you worried at all about
the affordability tour that gained a lot of heat? He took a lot of heat because, he went on a racist rant. He was talking about Ilhan Omar marrying her brother and all this wild stuff. And, to speak on Ilhan Omar, now, I went ahead and concluded my investigation into if she married her brother or not, which the conclusion is still no. But her second, well, let's be real. It was her first husband, Ahmed Nursad, that was a Somalian of British descent. So he came from UK, from different parents. So AKA not her brother. Now, this is where the real scandal is, because in 2019, she married somebody else. She married another Somali guy. And during this little time from 2019 into their divorce, she was actually messing with her third husband. Yes, Ilhan Omar is on her third marriage, and she married two Somalians and now at a white guy. And that the white guy that she was, cheating on the Somalian guy with. That's the problem. Here's the thing. They have all this shit to talk about white people, but you were literally cheating on your Somalian husband with the white man. So trust me, the gossip isn't really, or the drama isn't really on her marrying her brother. It's the fact that she's on her third marriage. And the way she got into her third marriage was through cheating on her second husband with her third husband. So there you go, guys. She didn't marry her brother, but she is a cheater.
Press winning a couple more things in Miami, Georgia?
I don't worry about it. It's like statistically, it's amazing when you win the presidency, even if you win by a landslide like we did, and even if you do a good job. And some people say we've done the best opening 10 months in history, in the history of the presidency. I think we have. Who's done?
And the reason why I brought that out is because that was what the Dems were getting mad about. His criticisms about Ilhan Omar and Somalia. That's what you guys were so hurt about. And I understand. I get it. I don't like the fact that he's throwing the entire Somalian community under the bus. But hey, I'll just give y'all the background to that.
Better. We ended 8 wars. We have the strongest economy. We have $18 trillion coming in, which is more than any country had times, I think, 5 or 6. 18 trillion is a lot even in your standard, right?
Yes, sir.
Even for that guy, 18 trillion is big numbers. But we have $18 trillion coming in. Pretty amazing, right? I think Qualcomm would be very impressed if they had even a little piece of that. So we've done a great job. But for whatever reason, and nobody's been able to give me an answer. When you win the presidency,
Really?
you seem to lose the.
Well, shoot, if I'm lying, Reggie, are you willing to come up here and tell me what I'm lying about? Because the calling lines are open tonight. So I was like, shout out to the supporters from last night because they opened it up for guys like you so I can grill them. So you can feel free to come up here and get grilled.
Midterms, even
What
if
I'm
you
lying about.
win the presidency by a lot and you do a great job as
Because
well.
it's actually crazy because I'm actually defending Ilhan Omar as a conservative pretty much. So it's actually funny how you think I'm lying. Like, think about it. I could just go with the rest of MAGA is saying and say that she married her cousin. But I'm actually giving y'all the truth. And no, she didn't marry her cousin. She didn't marry her brother. But she did. She is on her 3rd marriage. And she most likely was cheating on her second husband with the 3rd one. So I'm just like, hey, that it is what it is.
You know, some presidents have done good and they've lost. I think it's like 2 times in the last many, many years. It's been won. I don't know why. It doesn't make sense. Usually I can figure things out, but I don't know why, but that seems to be. But other than that, we should win because we're doing great. The economy is roaring. I think the economy is only going to go, better with all this money pouring in. We have factories being built, and forget about AI. We have AI more than anybody. We're leading AI by a lot, but we have many car companies coming in from Canada, from Mexico. They're closing. They're coming in from Mexico. They're coming in from Canada, from Japan, from Europe, all over Europe, Germany, all over Europe. We're doing great. But for whatever reason, it doesn't matter how well they're doing, good and bad. The bad, you understand.
Now, here's the thing. No, Trump is actually right. These guys are breaking ground. AstraZeneca, when it comes to the Taiwanese chip manufacturing companies. I mean, even when it comes to things like semiconductors, those are being brought back to America. And then even battery making. We are now starting to make batteries now. That's also being brought, well, make batteries in higher numbers now. But that's also being brought back to America in higher numbers. So he's getting it done. The problem is, though, that it's not, well, they've only broken ground. The jobs have not been produced yet. They're still building these facilities or add on to these facilities.
Yeah, but even when a president is doing well, they seem to not do well in the midterms. So we're going to try and change it. There should be no reason for it. If anybody at the table can figure out, Bruce, a nice psychological reason, but so I want to win, and winning the midterms is important. People want us to win the midterms, and I think we have great spirit. We should win the midterms, yeah.
Under Joe Biden's administration, during COVID specifically, Biden removed the safety standards on abortion drugs. Now I'm hearing from a lot of pro-lifers that they're very anxious because yesterday Bloomberg reported that your FDA is slow walking a review of the abortion drugs that Secretary Kennedy promised.
Yeah, I
How
don't
soon
know.
do you want to see that?
I'll find out. I'll ask them.
Do you want to see it?
I don't think they're slow walking anything, but I'll find out. Yeah.
Mr. President,
Any update on the clashes between Thailand and Cambodia, sir?
Yeah, I think I'll have to make a phone call. I was going to say that the Thailand and Cambodia, one of the 8 that I settled, they've been fighting for a long time. They've been fighting for a very long time, many, many, many decades. But I got along great with both. I found they were 2 great leaders, 2 great people, and I settled it once. I think I can do it pretty quickly. I think we're scheduling a phone call tomorrow
Mr. President,
with Thailand.
on the Fed chair.
With Thailand, if just to answer, Steve, with Thailand and Cambodia, I think I can get them to stop fighting. Who else can do that? Think of it. Settled 8 wars. Every once in a while, one will flame up again, and I have to put out that little flame. I have to put it out, but we're going to put it out again. So I think
I would say he settled about five conflicts, and he was involved in 3. That's what he means by 8. Like he had involvement in 3, but he did settle at least about 5 of those.
think I'm scheduled to speak to them tomorrow and see if I can.
Just-
It was unfortunate what happened. I mean, I know exactly what happened. It got it started a little bit, but we'll see if we can put it down.
We're interested in the seizure of this tanker. What happens to the oil on that ship?
Well, we keep it, I guess.
Where does it go? What port does it go to?
Well, you have to follow the tanker. You know, you're a good newsman. Just follow the tanker.
Do you know where it was going? Was it going
Follow it.
Oh yeah, and the call-in link, I mean the StreamYard link has been posted. You can go to my main page, go ahead and click there right up there. You can go ahead and also subscribe as well, but you can go to the post tab and hit that StreamYard link. And I'll be happy to host you on here for a little bit. Why not?
Get a helicopter and follow the tanker.
Is it true it's going to?
But we're
Cuba?
gonna, I assume we're gonna keep the
Mr. President, on Fed Chair, Kevin Haskett said you were going to announce your decision within the next 2 weeks. Is that correct?
maybe.
Are you doing your interviews with finalists today?
Well, I'm meeting with Kevin Warsh today, so I'm meeting with him. And I sort of have a very good idea what I'm looking for. Again, I'm looking for somebody that will be honest with interest rates. So I just want honesty. Our rate should be much lower. Our rate should be the lowest rates in the world. Because all these countries that you see, you know, with low rates, many of them are low because of us, because they suck so much money out of us. But that's not happening anymore. We should have the lowest rates in the world. And without us, none of them really exist as an economy. I mean, I can show you these really prime, really wonderful countries. They've had nothing but success. It's because they took so much out of the United States. I mean, it's one of those little problems. I want to see that when we do well, we're rewarded for doing well, not the way it's been for the last pretty long period of time.
Are you asking for finalists to pledge to lower rates? Are you asking these finalists to pledge to lower rates if they
No,
become the chair?
No, I'll be asking questions and I'll be able to figure it out.
Mr. President, we have three countries sending drugs to the US, Mexico.
No, you know what's so funny about this though? Like, you know, the economy actually is booming. You know that, right? We've had a 3 to 4% growth in GDP during the past quarters. The stock market is actually doing pretty well. But here's the problem, though. Because the economy is doing well, that doesn't mean that affordability is where it needs to be. You got to remember, we're still dealing with the affordability crisis from under the Biden administration. Now, shout out to Trump. He's been able to bring down inflation to about 3%, but we wanted that too. Now, core inflation went down from 3.1% to 3%, and that's not too much of an improvement, but it does help stabilize prices as Trump tries to work on, well, raising wages. That's the only way we're going to outpace inflation.
And you talked to the president of Mexico, you already talked to Nicolas Maduro. Have you considered talking to the president of Colombia, who you called?
Making money.
No, I haven't really thought too much about him. He's been fairly hostile to the United States. And I haven't given him a lot of thought. He's going to have himself some big problems if he doesn't wise up. Colombia is producing a lot of drugs. They have cocaine factories that they make cocaine, as you know, and they sell it right into the United States. So he better wise up, or he'll be next. He'll be next too. And I hope he's listening. He's going to be next. Yes,
Mr. President.
because we don't like people when they kill people, and they sell drugs. They kill them in the United States, and Colombia is a major manufacturer of drugs, meaning cocaine in particular, as you know.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Multiple House Republicans in recent weeks, days, have been critical of Speaker Mike Johnson. I wanted to ask you if you're still confident in the Speaker to keep his conference together ahead of the midterms, and how often are you speaking about him?
I think Mike Johnson is great. You know, he's had
And I'd like y'all to take a look at this, because a lot of people, like I said, think that the economy is affordability, and this lets you know that that's just not true. Like, we look at the S&P 5. Now, if we're talking about what, a 1 year difference, well, the S&P 5 is actually up about what, 13%. Now, let's go ahead and go over to our guys at the NASDAQ. They're up as well. They're in the green. Even if you go over a 1 year difference, it's up 18%. So when Trump says the economy is doing pretty well, according to all the major indexes and more, and other companies, yeah, well, they're still making money like they're not. Like it or not, they still making money. So, yeah, the economy is doing well. GDP is up, but affordability is still a problem. Like, can we be honest about that?
majority of 2, 3, 4, then back to 2. We actually had 1. So we were one heart attack away from disaster. So everybody prayed for everybody's health. I think Mike Johnson's been a fantastic speaker. I mean, a very hard job because, when you have a small majority, and we got the biggest bill in the history of our country approved, the Great Big Beautiful Bill. I call it the Great Big Beautiful Bill. There are different names for it, but to me, it's a Great Big Beautiful Bill because it gives the biggest tax cuts in history, the biggest regulation cuts in history. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. I think Mike Johnson's been a great speaker. I think few people could have done that job.
Do you want to see another big package move through Capitol Hill the next year, or?
Well, we don't need it because we got everything. This was supposed to be 17 bills. And I think it was my idea, but, with the concurrence of people that have done this a long time. And I said, why don't we make it one bill? Because it's very hard to get things approved by the Democrats. And it worked out because there was something good for everybody. If we would have done 17 bills, we wouldn't have gotten a third of them approved. There was something great for everybody in the one, the Great Big Beautiful Bill.
If I can
Brian?
follow up, yes, good to see you, Mr. President.
Hi.
I can follow up on the event last night in Pennsylvania, huge crowd turned
Yeah,
out there.
big crowd.
It seemed like Rally Trump was in prime condition last week. You enjoyed it. Can you just give me your thoughts on that? Then I do have a question on the gold card.
Last night was amazing in Pennsylvania. We had a tremendous crowd. It was like freezing. And the people on the sidewalk trying to get in or the streets. It was an amazing evening, actually. And I think people really enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. You could tell that.
I can tell that you enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it.
So yeah, Trump, like I said, is supposed to be going on an affordability tour, and right now he's pretty much just showing the BS of the affordability crisis. And let's be real, we do have an affordability problem, but the way the Dems are just trying to pass it off on Trump as if they didn't cause it while they were in power for the last 4 years is absolutely crazy. And the fact that they're trying to blame Trump for the 10 months in when we've actually seen improvement when it came to affordability, way more improvement than we've been seeing with Biden, absolutely hilarious. But the problem is, though, that Trump do have to focus on affordability policies. Who got us here in the first place? Because the way the Dems are trying to pass it off on the Republicans as if they do not run the most expensive state and cities is pretty hilarious to me. I'm not going to lie. Talking about affordability, but y'all run the most unaffordable places. Crazy.
Well, it's easy to enjoy
That's
when
a
you do
banger
a good
right
job. And, when you can talk about things in a very positive way, it's hard not to say it. We have potentially the greatest economic boom in the history of the world. It's being built right now. And when it opens, there will be nothing ever in history like what's happening in our country. And, Washington, D.C. is safe, and Memphis is now. Look at Memphis. Crime is down 60% in Memphis. We just got there 3 weeks ago. And we're going to have New Orleans. New Orleans was we just sent a group of people there, and crime is down 28% in about 3 days. No, we do a good job, and these are similar.
Why not?
They're very tough people if they have to be. They're very good. They're great patriots, but they are the toughest, and they don't take any nonsense. And every place we go, we knock down crime. Too bad.
Oh yeah, you, Mr. N3MO. Yeah, bro, you're kind of retarded. I'm gonna be honest with you. I showed three major indexes, and then I also told you actually there is proof that GDP then went up 3 to 4% over the last couple quarters. So I didn't just show you the S&P 500. If you actually was paying attention, I showed you two other major indexes and gave you the facts that inflation has actually went down. Core inflation went down, but the inflation we're dealing with right now, which is at 3%, is still there. Now tell me, how did I lie to you? Please tell me how what you're saying makes sense, because you weren't paying attention. Man, that's the problem with some of you Dems. Y'all don't pay attention.
That we're not invited more into.
It's not been too good in school, huh?
We could save Chicago very quickly. But even that, we're doing it on a minimal basis until, at some point we'll just go in and do what we have to do if the governor doesn't wise up. They got a bad governor, they have a bad mayor.
And this is an even more retarded argument because, like I said, my friend, do you understand how dumb you sound, Reggie? Think about it like this. The fact that prices went up 20% across the board under Biden Bro, the fact that the inflation was reaching down to that 3.2% don't mean shit, because that 20% increase under Biden we're still dealing with today. Like, you guys have too much TDS to make real arguments.
I would say they're both incompetent, but it's hard to believe that people don't want to stop crime. We could stop the crime in Chicago in about 2 weeks. Go ahead.
My question is on the gold card. I apologize if I missed the answer to this. Is there a limit to how many gold cards these companies can buy?
Howard?
So the program is part of the already approved visas. So we're just going to have great people.
Literally. And man, shout out to my man Jet for starting us off. He says TDS making the mental patients rewrite history now. Literally. They're over here trying to rewrite history as if we don't have the numbers right in front of us. It's like and here the thing is, I'm not even kissing Trump's ass or any tax that prices went up 20% across the board because of Biden, because of his crazy spending. And let's be real, like him and Trump combined together added 20% to the money supply. I'm be real with you, Biden did not have to add on top of that. It was a bad strategy. His own advisor said it was a bad idea. And I'm gonna be real, the bills like the Inflation Reduction Act and all that and the SAVE Act, it did good things. But sadly, it caused crazy inflation and prices to skyrocket. Like, that's just the reality of what it is.
Come into this country, the average green card holder earned less than the average American. So they were more likely to be on the dole and be on our assistance programs than average Americans. And the idea is from President Trump, he wants to raise it, bring in the best people into America. So same visas, but now just full of the best people.
Basically, it's a green card, but much better, much more powerful, a much stronger path. And a path is a big deal. Have to be great people, but much stronger path. And it also that helps companies, because not only for companies, but if IBM gets somebody number one in his class at the ones, and you're dying to get the person, but you can't guarantee the person stays in the country, because oftentimes they'll say, I'm sorry, sir, you got to get out of here. You have 24 hours, right? And you say, where's my employee? Now IBM can buy a card, and that employee can be.
Now, somebody said was, complaining about Florida. And I would say, I can see that. But why not go to New York? Because you discover that New York, yes, right here. Let me go ahead and make it bigger for you. New York is 16.5% more expensive than Florida. So, I mean, congratulations. You'll be paying 3.8% less in restaurants in New York. You pay 4.3% less in housing, but you pay about 22.9% more in New York when it comes to transportation, 8.7% more when it comes to groceries, 60% more when it comes to childcare. Yeah. You're in Florida, right? You're in Florida right now. So if you go to New York, right, with the liberals, with your kind, guess what? You'll be paying 60% more in childcare and children, because that's going to hurt. Entertainment, sports. Hopefully you're not a person who likes to go out to sporting events, because it's going to cost you 29% more. Clothing. I mean, you're just going to pay a little bit more. I mean, clothing. I mean, come on now. New York is like the hub for clothing. So that just makes sense. But yeah, like I said, the people who complain in those red states, in our red states, all right, cool, go to a blue state and pay about 30% more across the board. Please do so. They come running right back.
There for essentially a very long period of time.
Mr. President,
It's so needed for the companies. It's needed for others, but really it's basically a much better form of a green card. And you can't get green cards. They are impossible to get. This is much better than a green card. Yeah.
Yes, so did you tell Bruce Clayton not to run for governor, or that she should think about not running for governor?
I haven't spoken to, first of all, he's a friend, she's a friend. These are two great people running. In a way, I hate to see them running against each other. I hope they're not going to be damaging each other. But Elisa's fantastic, and Bruce is, they're two fantastic people. And I always hate it when two very good friends of mine are running, and I hope there's not a lot of damage done. Sometimes it works the other way. The victor ends up being much stronger because of it. A lot of times that happens in politics.
You think it's in a couple of months to actually see
Well, I think in New York, we have a convention toward the end of February, and I think you'll know pretty much at the end of February what's going to happen. And I'll probably have to, do what I want to do. But I hope that he's running now, as you know, and she's running. We have two very talented people. Either one should win against the Democrats.
Mr. President, legacy story lately focuses on one of your cabinet members predicting that you're going to fire this one or you're going to get rid of that one. Of all your cabinet members, who would you perceive as the most under attack?
Well, I think my cabinet's fantastic. I read these same stories that I'm unhappy with this one or that one, and I'm not. I think the cabinet's done a great job.
Really, Trump? Really, though? Come on, bro. You got to at least have some type of criticism towards Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, because those are the worst performers you got right now. Everybody else, all right, cool. Scott Besson's probably your best player right now, but everybody else, not so much. Really, Pam Bondi and Kash Patel.
I read a story that I was unhappy with Pete because he was attacking. I said, that's not exactly right. I would say very much the opposite. Pete Hegseth has been phenomenal. I read a story recently. I'm unhappy with Christie. I'm so happy with it. And we have a closed border. We have a border that's the best border in the history of our country. Why would I be unhappy? She's fantastic, actually. No, we have a fantastic cabinet, really fantastic cabinet. I mean, Lutnick, I'll have to think about. No, can't have everything. Can't have everything. Well, Howard's done really well and really well. We have just a fantastic cabinet. I'll tell you who's doing a great job is Linda McMahon. We're bringing education back to the states where it belongs. Education is going, we can't do any worse than we're doing right now. And let the state to some of our states that are run so well, so good. I would say 40 of them. And then you'll have trouble with 5 and you'll have bigger trouble with another 5. But you have 35 or 40 states that will run education as good as Norway or Denmark, Sweden. We have some, the heads of the list are Denmark, Norway, Sweden, a few others. I think if you go to Iowa and you go to Indiana and you go to, I can name a lot of states.
Now, I'll just say this, man. Let's just be real about the education system. Like, only a few people have access to real education, actually real good education. If you're going to like public school or anything like that, you're actually behind, honestly. Like if you're going to a private school, Jewish, Catholic, Christian, don't matter. You're actually a little bit farther ahead, especially if you're paying to be in that school. So most people can afford to pay their children to go to pay for their children's schooling, and they take the free route, which is public schooling. That's most children. So most children is not getting a proper education, which means that we need to fix public schooling, which, I mean, giving more funding to them, that could work. That could work, taking some of that money that we was giving to the DOE for administrative costs and, spread that out amongst the states. Let's see where that goes.
Be almost the equivalent or maybe better. But you can't run a school system in Iowa from one. Yeah.
So the Gaza plan, when do you expect to announce members of the Board of Peace, the leadership of that?
Well, we'll do it early next year. And the Board of Peace are it'll be one of the most legendary boards ever. Everybody wants to be on it. It's mostly going to be, I guess, we weren't thinking about it that way, but they want to all do it. Basically, it'll be the heads of the most important countries.
Mr. President.
They all want to be on. It wasn't really planned. We thought we were going to get very distinguished people that do that kind of thing for a living. But really, it looks like it's turning out to be they want to be on the heads, the kings and the presidents, prime ministers. They all want to be on the Board of Peace.
Mr. President, as a follow-up to last night's rally, can you clarify, you have called the affordability crisis as a Democratic hoax, but you also want to make America affordable again?
No, the word that they use is a hoax, and because they're the ones that caused the problem. I'm talking about when you're trying to say it a different way. Now, it's pretty simple, though, if you listen. It's a hoax where they created the problem. They're the ones that gave the high prices. So when they use the word affordability, they shouldn't be using that word because they're the ones that created this problem.
Literally.
They created the highest inflation in history, and they created the highest prices in history. And now we have to get those things down. But when they go, they look
Yeah,
at it.
it's literally complaining about a problem that they caused. Like, well, prices are up. And I'm just like, yeah, because of you guys. Skyrocketing while you guys were in office because it was bad. I mean, of course, it was bad for optics, political stock, and all that good stuff. I get it. But are you really going to sit here and gaslight the American people like the price increasing over 20% happened, what, under Trump during these past 10 months? Is that really what you're trying to sell to the American people? Because, you know, and I would advise you to Google it. You could Google this. You could run it through ChatGPT, Perplexity. I mean, F it, man. Just go wherever, your favorite search engine, your favorite AI, and you can literally look this up. You'll get the same results as on this chart, right? So look at price increase over the 4 years. Now we're comparing our guy Trump versus Biden. Let me go ahead and make this bigger for the guys on the horizontal. And we're talking about Biden's last term. Now, if you look at this across the board, overall consumer price index increased to over 20%. Housing over 20%. The only thing my man did good on was healthcare. So, all right, then, cool. So, where do you think this price increase went? Where do you think it went, guys? It's still here today. And that is what the Democratic base fails to understand. And they're trying to blame this 20% increase on Trump, which is insane, because it completely neglects this data right here that shows that, no, this happened under you guys, not Trump. But all right, though, they'll still believe the lie because, you know, TDS and all that good stuff. But honestly, they should really look into this.
They say affordability. They never discuss it. They just say the election's about affordability. Well, it may very well be. I think it's also about still the border. You have to remember the job. You know, the sad thing is, for 7 months, we've had no people come through our border. Nobody can even believe it. 0 people. And the people that do that are largely Democrats, which we've had no people come in other than coming in legally.
And guys, for those of you guys want to say the data is biased, well, here's the thing. Why didn't the same price increase happen under Trump? Think about that, because it shows you both. Price increase happened under Trump, but it wasn't as dramatic. Remember, Trump was dealing with COVID midway through 2020, I believe, when it came. No, 2019, all the way out, and he was president to 2021. The price increase was not that crazy. The price increase actually happened dramatically under Biden. So if you guys want to sit here and play delusional and give yourselves all the excuses, I'm sorry, they don't stand to the data.
But if you take a look, and nobody wants to talk about that. In fact, last night I said, let me talk about the border. My own people told me, sir, nobody cares about the border anymore. You've fixed the problem. I said, do I get a little credit for fixing a disaster where millions of people a month would flow into our country, and, you know, from prisons and from gangs and from drug dealers and mental institutions? They say, sir, you fixed the border. Nobody cares. I say, but I care. It's sad when you fix something and then you can't even use it. You can't talk about it. My own people don't want to talk about it anymore. But the Democrats created the worst crisis of inflation that this country's ever had. And with that came the highest prices that we've ever had. And I'm fixing it.
Mr. President, has Secretary Hegseth told you why he hasn't released the video of the second strike?
I mean, like I said, it's crazy how Dems can sit here and complain about pricing or prices and affordability when they're the ones who created this affordability crisis, having prices go up 20% across the board, along with our money supply.
No, he hasn't told me. I thought that issue was dead. You're surprised you bring it up. You must be CNN.
Lawmakers are still
Are you
talking about
CNN?
it on the Hill.
Are you CNN?
I am with CNN.
Oh, gee, I'm-
Talking about it on the Hill.
Well, I'll tell you, I don't know about lawmakers. Which lawmakers you talking about?
Mostly Democrats are
Talking
talking
about
about trying to release
I
it.
mean, the people that you work for, the Democrats. You know you work for the Democrats, don't you? You're basically an arm of the Democrat Party. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, damn. But all right, now let's get on to his gaggle on Air Force One. Let's see what he got to say on here.
Hi. These guys, they look like, they're saying, what's happening here?
Mr. President, what's your reaction to Jasmine Crockett jumping in the Senate primary in Texas?
Well, she's a low IQ person. I can't imagine she wins. Maybe she'll get the Democrat nomination, but I think it's a gift to Republicans. She's a terrible representative. I watched her for the last 2 years. I can't even believe she's a politician, actually. Hi, Brian.
Will you be holding a final round of interviews for Fed chair this week? They're reporting you'll be meeting with Fed Governor Kevin Marsh, former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh.
We're going to be looking at a couple of different people, but I have a pretty good idea who I want. You're going to have to take it easy with that thing. You know, it's a government thing, but I like to take care of it.
Will there be meetings this week? Interviews this week?
Hello. Somebody's in there. Come on out.
Mr. President, Senators Cassidy and Crapo have introduced a bill to create health savings accounts to replace Obamacare subsidies. Do you support that bill?
Well, I like the concept. I don't want to give the insurance companies any money. They've been ripping off the public for years. Obamacare is a scam to make the insurance companies rich, and they have made, I mean, you look, $1,400 to $1,700 increase, 100% increase over the last number of years. There's really few things that have gone up like insurance companies. They're getting numbers and money like nobody's ever seen before. Billions and billions of dollars.
Hey, yo, shout out to my man, Daniel Castro. He's like, you have won the most valuable black man named S.E.T award for $2. I mean, hey, F it, I'll take it. Shoot, I'll take any praise I can get. I'm a positive guy. What can I say? But all right, man, let's keep it going. Shout out to my man, Daniel Castro. And guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the. We got a lot more to get into.
Is paid directly to insurance companies. We're not going to do that anymore. I believe Obamacare was set up to take care of insurance companies, not to take care of the American public.
Republicans to vote for that bill tomorrow.
I love the idea of money going directly to the people, not to the insurance companies, going directly to the people. It could be in the health savings account. It could be a number of different ways. And the people go out and buy their own insurance, which can be really much better. Health insurance, health care.
Mr. President, I was with you in Vegas when you had no tax on tips, helped the hospitality industry. Would you ever gambling winnings, considering that might be another stage to save American tax?
I haven't been asked that question in a long time. No tax on gambling winnings. I don't know. We have no tax on tips. We have no tax on Social Security, or we have no tax on overtime.
The boy said no tax on gambling winnings. Like, dog, I mean, what are you doing? Like, now, let's not promote gambling. Jesus. Let's keep the taxes on gambling. I mean, that's one thing we should tax, maybe to keep people away from being gambling addicts, which a lot of people are turning into. But, guys, let's get into the media analysis. And let's start off on the right side of media as we make our way over to the left. All right, let's start off with our man Hannity.
The Democratic Party has completely lost their grip on reality. Let's start with prices and inflation. Take a look at your screen.
Yep.
Oh, look at that right there. You see the red on your screen?
I mean, bro, I've been trying to tell that to these guys for the past, 55 minutes, that, you know, the price increase mainly happened under Biden. The highest inflation rate was under Biden. Like, actually, Trump gifted Biden basically a lower than 2%, definitely lower than 3% inflation rate, and he took it to the moon. You remember that, right?
Right there, that is inflation. The inflation rate under Donald
Trump. Here's the worst part about it. I mean, in 2021, when inflation was peaking about that 6%, he had a chance. He had a chance not to spend more money. But what did he do? Spend over $1 trillion.
The blue is the inflation rate. Well, you can see what Donald Trump inherited, despite the very obvious fact that costs went through the roof under the last administration. Democrats, they are trying desperately to blame Trump for the affordability crisis. House Speaker Mike Johnson calling out this nonsense, these outright lies. Take a look.
They broke the economy, and now they want to lecture to the American people about affordability. They opened our borders, and now they want to lecture to the American people about immigration border enforcement. They broke the American healthcare system.
Now, that is the worst part about it, too. Is like, hold on. You guys had an open border, 10 million encounters, estimate about 4 to 7 million illegals entering the United States, and you're literally crying about how we're solving the problem? The main people who caused it are crying about how it's being cleaned up. Sit down, please.
They caused premiums to skyrocket. And now they have the audacity to tell Republicans that the only way to save it is to throw hundreds of billions of dollars to health insurance companies, which would merely fuel a system that is rife with fraud, waste, and abuse. You can be an arsonist and a firefighter at the same time.
Hilarious.
That's the message for the Democrats.
Now, you don't need to take Speaker Johnson's word for it. Here is CNBC. Take a listen.
The affordability issue is from the 22% increase in prices and inflation under Biden. There's just full stop right there. That's the affordability issue. And you ought to be able to explain that.
Right. That's right. And look, I think that with the economic team, President Trump and the economic team led by Scott Bessent, you have people who very much understand this. And it was they were thrown, what I would say, the worst economy for the average American in my adult lifetime, in terms of like you said, the incredible increase in prices at the household.
Now, take what you just heard from CNBC, Speaker Johnson, and compare that to the economic nonsense being spewed by the Democratic governor, Kentucky, Andy Beshear. This guy likes to portray himself as a moderate Democrat, which he is not. Take a look.
Does the former administration deserve at least some of the criticism?
Well, the former administration was attempting to build the economy of tomorrow, investing in really important industries like EVs, in chips, in areas for our national security that we've got to.
Now, I agree with the chips, but the way they were doing EVs by trying to phase out gas cars and that which increased the prices on was not the best move, especially with the CAF standard. That's why Trump had to lower it, because they were pretty much increasing the price of cars through that alone. So what they were doing with EVs, I don't agree with. What they were trying to do with the CHIPS Act, actually, I do agree with. So I'll give Biden that. I agree with the implementation of it, because what was he doing? Basically doing a Chinese strategy of just giving these guys billions of dollars to set up shop here in America. And they gave us one facility, I guess, but it didn't work better than Trump, because Trump has got 3 different companies to bring their chip manufacturing here to America. So I would say this: Trump did it without giving them money. He just said, I'll put a tariff, 100% tariff on you guys, and then came over. Biden didn't want to put a tariff on them, but he said, I'll give you about a good $60 billion. And they walked their ass over here. Well, at least Intel did.
Rest of the world.
Were they successful at that, Governor?
Have said that the Biden administration was building the economy of tomorrow, focused on EVs, chips, and other areas that we catch up in for our own national security. But our families were saying we need the economy of right now.
I mean, remind me who paid $787 million for lying to their viewers. Yeah, I believe that was Fox for what was it? I think it was like a slander case or something like that, which does happen. I mean, hey, do you want to remind me who recently paid $15 million to the president for saying that he was liable for grape? You want to remind me who had to pay that? You want to remind me who had to bend over backwards for the president for a overly edited video? You want to remind me who did that? Because I can remind you, ABC and 60 Minutes. So, I mean, you can bring up one and I could bring up two, my friend.
All right, Andy Beshear has no idea what he's talking about. It was an unmitigated disaster. He's making lazy excuses for the dumpster fire that was Joe Biden's economy. At the same time, the Trump administration now is actually making progress cleaning up Joe's mess, stabilized across the board. Wow, have you been filling up your gas tank lately? Gas prices are at a 4-year low. That is the lifeblood of the world's economy. Rent nationwide going down. Interest rate and today going down.
Yep, the Fed has cut interest rates for the 3rd time. So, hey, that's more good news.
Taxes are going down. The
Depending
largest tax cut in history. No tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security. Trillions of dollars committed to American manufacturing.
Oh, my bad. Let's not forget the BBC as well, who edited the January 6th video to make it seem like Trump said, go out there and fight, when he actually said to go out there and peacefully protest and have your voices heard. Oh, man, can we not forget about that as well? I mean, man. But no, shout out to my man. What's your name, my friend? I'm sorry. You said Dunn P. No, I'm not even going to call you Dunn. I don't know, but you got a cool beard, my friend, so I'll give you that.
restructuring that has never happened in history, and the president is only getting started. Meanwhile, Democrats are getting totally exposed. They voted, let's see, against working men and women by voting against HIPs, voting for the largest tax increase in history. They voted, to keep taxing Social Security on the elderly, retired with the Inflation Reduction Act. They accelerated inflation to ungodly numbers because of their Green New Deal insanity and those regulations. They drove up motor vehicle costs, restrictions on energy. Well, that drove up the price of every gallon of every gasoline you bought the last 4 years. And then, of course, they left the border wide open and dumped millions of unvetted illegals into this country. Also, in the housing market, driving up rent prices. It is clear Democrats caused America's cost of living crisis.
I mean, yeah, they ran a crazy deficit of close to $2 trillion. I think it was like, what, $1.4 trillion in 2022. After they spend like $6 trillion on all these spending packages, and then they come out to a $1.4 trillion deficit, and then they just keep the deficits rolling, pretending like it wasn't going to be a problem down the line. But then they want to complain about the outcome when Trump's in office. Okay, guys, yeah, you're arguing in good faith, all right.
The affordability crisis, they caused it. And now the President Trump is making serious progress fixing their mess. Democrats are angry. They're lashing out. In other words, Democrats don't really care about inflation. They only want you to hate President Trump. For them to be successful politically, the economy, they want the economy.
Yeah, because what's the inflation rate, right? Core Inflation Act. Core inflation went down to 3%. It was at 3.1, I believe, in what? September? And now it just went down to 3%. Now we will get further updates in about 7 days on what it was looking like in November. But as far as we know right now, current inflation is at 3% and core inflation is at 3%. So we want it a little bit. We want it at that 2%, 2.5, but
economy to fail. And by the way, here is the always hateful left-wing podcaster, Jennifer Welch. She kind of embodies what a lot of Democrats think.
It's wild how rural America, like they believe that land, votes, and they don't understand that they're being taxed at a higher rate than somebody like Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, who I want to remind everyone.
You're saying that we're being taxed at a higher rate than Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, when Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk probably pay more in taxes than half of, the taxpayers in the state. Are you really sure you want to make that argument? I need to hear that again. Let me make sure I heard it right.
They believe that land, votes, and they don't understand that they're being taxed at a higher rate than somebody like Jeff Bezos.
No. Actually, no, they're getting taxed at a higher rate. The rich actually pays like more than half. Like, what was it? I say about, they pay almost half of the taxes. The taxes actually come from rich people. So when you guys want to sit there and say, they don't get taxed the same as you because they get tax breaks, so you guys want them to get taxed more. Like, that's the problem with the Dems. They're salty about tax breaks, like in tax loopholes. I agree with them on the tax loopholes, but the tax breaks for owning land and giving out jobs and all that good stuff. I mean, why are y'all hating on that? Because that's a lot of the reason these guys catch a break on taxes. It's not all just money laundering.
Elon Musk, who I want to remind everybody that's against immigration, is an immigrant. I just think it's really important that we remind everybody all the time that Elon Musk is an immigrant that doesn't pay taxes, who is a parasite off.
He does pay taxes. He pay a corporate tax. Tesla pay corporate taxes. What are you talking about? Like, lady, do you hear yourself? When they sell a Tesla, there's taxes involved. I mean, come on now.
The American taxpayer.
Legal immigration, illegal immigration. If the left could impeach Elon Musk from something.
Yeah, the left needs to understand that our criticism of immigrants aren't towards the legal ones. It's towards the illegal ones. And when they sit there and foolishly try to say, well, your parents were immigrants. Yeah, legal, dumbass, not illegal.
Would try. In fact, as of tonight, There are 2 new impeachment attempts from congressional Democrats. That's how much they care about affordability. Now, yesterday, this Democrat took a picture of himself grinning while signing articles of impeachment against the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. Today, another particularly unhinged member of Congress announced her plans to impeach RFK Jr. Why don't we impeach everybody? Take a look.
RFK Jr. has got to go. Today, I introduced articles of impeachment to remove him from office. RFK Jr. has turned his back on science, on public health, and on the American people.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno.
All right, then. Well, let's get over to Waters, and then we're going to make our way over to CNN right after. Because I know y'all going to get tired of Fox News. Trust me, somebody already super chatted, who lost money because they were lying? I mean, bro, we can name 3 other guys on y'all side that got the same punishment. Said something false and got sued for it. And, you know, they did better. Shoot, just like Fox did. Well, I'm not too sure about ABC, but it is what it is.
Ho, ho, ho. There's a new Santa coming to town.
Oh.
Oh, who's that? Who's that good looking guy?
Obama Claus just slid down the chimney with a big red sack full of DEI.
Bessie said, oh yeah, you just wait and see. There'll be a black female pilot and it will be me.
Where's Mrs. Claus? Probably bad-mouthing Santa on her podcast. But Barack's elves are certainly busy. They're stuffing articles of impeachment into every stocking. Shree's the head of Santa's workshop, and he's getting ready to deliver.
Come on now, dog. That's kind of effed up. I mean, to read the children, to try to inspire them as a female, you could be a female pilot too. I mean, yeah, of course they can. The problem is that y'all can't be, y'all got to drop the bullshit DEI and affirmative, or they dropped affirmative action, but y'all got to drop the affirmative action part 2, which is DEI, so people can start trusting black employees again. But when y'all sit there and y'all have, and these companies actually have these meetings and actually have open articles where they're admitting to these news reporters that, yeah, we're hiring people based on race to fit a certain quota. That's a problem. That's a problem. If that was never true, trust me, people like Charlie Kirk would have never came out and says, oh man, when I see a black pilot, I hope they're qualified. And he said that on the argument of DEI. I'd hope you guys would know that. But first off, I do need to let my sis in here. So shout out to, well, actually, I hope, Steph, you're ready. Let me know. And shout out to my man, Daniel Castro. He says, said, research the 50 Cent Diddy beef. It's so funny. Nah, that boy 50 Cent is petty. This man's pettiness level is like, it's like inspirational. It's like, why? Why are you doing? Apparently, he might have been the reason why he got shot. So I guess that's a good reason. But geez, you don't see me going after the guys that shot me like that viciously. But it is what it is. It's hilarious to look at.
The big one. That's right. The Secretary of War.
Hello, this is Congressman Shri Thanidar. Today, I introduced articles to impeach Secretary Pete Hegseth for murder and conspiracy to murder and reckless and unlawful mishandling of classified information.
Well, Shri murdered dogs. And it's not just Pistol Pete. Bobby's on the naughty list.
RFK Jr. has got to go. Today, I introduced articles of impeachment to remove him from office.
Mrs. Claus is MIA, so Maddow's playing substitute. And she gave 47 a big fat C. Coal.
Our country is doing some terrible stuff right now. Our country has done some terrible things in the past, but history will get you. If you are part of doing something that you know is wrong and that you know is unconstitutional and that you know is immoral, like many of the things that this administration is doing right now, subsequent generations ashamed of you, you will spend the rest of your life denying that you did what you did, and we will out you.
The DNC boss is putting out a winter weather advisory. There's a 100...
yeah, I'm not liking the language that the left is having towards, well, our servicemen who are just following orders. And, well, let's be real. On that second boat strike, you know, they consulted a military lawyer. The admiral has already came out and confirmed that. So, yeah, for you guys to be sitting here and threatening our servicemen like that, like you're going to come after them once you guys get in power, is not a good look. Trust me, I don't think y'all want to do all that.
% chance of precipitation.
I've always said being a chair at any level, whether you're a county chair, you're a state chair, or you're now a national chair, it's a political equivalency of being a fire hydrant, right? You get pissed down by everyone. You win by being a big tent, not a small tent, right? And sometimes that means things are messy in our party.
Everybody knows if there is a mess to clean up, you hire a commie. Black Beto loves her some Mondani.
Mondani has not backed down whatsoever from his rhetoric against the president in the Oval Office.
Yes, he did. Come on now. He went to the Oval Office, sat down. They was looking all buddy-buddy. I mean, bro, he was even about to walk back the fascist comment, but Trump said, nah, it's okay, bro. Just go ahead and say it. It's all good. Like, come on now. But, hey, Sev, how you doing, sis?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing good. Sure, I'm feeling a lot better. I'll tell you that one. Spent 2 days being sick, so we're back in action.
Well, that's good. I mean, to know more what's going on with me, obviously, I'm sure you've seen some of my videos. I just don't want to share that really on here.
No, I definitely understand. I'm glad. Hey, I'm glad you're working through it. So, shout out to you, Steph. Man, hey.
Hey.
Never doubt the strength.
I'm pretty sure you've seen in the one video my gallbladder was like a balloon to the point that it basically almost popped, but they were just gonna leave me walk out the hospital like that. But anyways, enough of that. Basically I wanted to come up here and say, so Dems and libtards, do you remember about the food stamps? So do you want to say anything about the food stamps now?
I'm weak. They're talking about the food stamps are gonna run out. We're all gonna starve. Trump is starving us, even though the Dems are the ones voting no to give you guys food stamps. Oh, it's Trump doing it though, but it's the Dems voting no. Yeah, trust me. That whole government shutdown was probably the most embarrassing thing I've seen the Dems do. Literally tell the American people no by voting no on the CR bill, but then sitting down trying to blame the Republicans who are voting yes to giving the people SNAP benefits, government pay, military pay. It was insane.
Exactly.
But all right, Steph, for sure. We're gonna go ahead and keep it going. But I'm glad you came up though.
Well, before you put me back down, and before I might just go back into the comment section, back in the channel, I just want to wave hi.
Oh, say that again.
I'm waving hello to you.
Oh, it's Steph. All right. Well, that's nice of you. I appreciate it. Well, all right, Steph. I'm gonna go ahead and here for a little bit if you want, as I get right back into it.
He stood there and he said what he said about him being a fascist, yet he was able to win those voters. So Democrats that believe the only way that you can win is by being soft and sounding like a Republican, that is not true.
Yeehaw! But are Cowboys in the Lone Star State gonna love the sound of Crockett?
Hold on, what does she mean by that?
She ain't never scared and she ain't never been. Who is willing to go toe to toe against the president? I can't wrap my head around someone who votes Republican.
Bro, and do you see the divisive language that's happening? You can't wrap your head around somebody who votes Republican. Are you sure, bro? Are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure if I talk to you, we can agree on a lot of things. So you guys are absolutely delusional if you think you can't talk to us and we can't agree on certain things. Like, y'all are delusional.
For feeding kids, they protect folks touching them, and they only try to scare out of running.
Oh, yo, and y'all to my man Joe Schmo. Really? Joe Schmo? Well, I think so. He sent in 100. He sent about, let's see here, 8 jewels for, he sent in 100. Shout out to my man Joe Schmo for sending in the flower for 30 jewels and a floating heart for 10 jewels. And shout out to Jane. Oh, appreciate you, Jane, for sending in a high five for 100. Sorry, I just now seeing these. They don't show up in the StreamYard chat, only in the YouTube one.
Because they think she'll win. Got 2 words for every racist bigot. Jasmine Crockett.
Jazzy's got her work.
Oh, yes. We're all racist bigots. Everybody on the right's a racist bigot. Like, bro, stop being so dramatic. Can that side stop being so dramatic? We're not all racist bigots. I hope you would know that. There's actually some of us that, one, well, we're not racist whatsoever, and you can't even prove that we're racist. 2, we kind of agree with you on some of the language that some people on our side are saying. Like, we agree with y'all on some of it. Some of it is outrageous. So Can y'all stop trying to frame us as all racist when you have no proof and you don't even talk to us to confirm it? You don't. You just listen to the president and you're just going like, well, that's how they all think. And to be quite honest with you, no, we do agree with the president on policies, but when it came to his rhetoric about Somalia, not everybody hopped on the bandwagon and just throw the entire people under the bus. Just like how you guys hopping on the bandwagon and throwing an entire voting block under the bus.
Cut out for her if she wants to wrangle enough Republicans to put her over the top. But if any of those hats start tilting a little too MAGA, boy, they better get.
How will you convert those who are supportive of him to voters for you?
Yeah, I don't know that we'll necessarily convert all of Trump supporters. That's not our goal.
Do you need to?
Our goal is to definitely talk to people. No, we don't. We don't need to.
Do you see what I'm talking about? I mean, you're throwing an entire voting block under the bus because you don't think we can agree. You don't think you can agree with us. But the problem is, Jasmine, that she's not looking to. She only wants to speak to her base. She only wants to speak to the TDS patients in her base. That's it. That's all. She's not trying to meet in the middle with nobody. She's not trying to negotiate anything, nothing. She's not even trying to help the Republicans in her district. She's supposed to be of the people, but she's personally for the party. Tough.
Oh, Black Beto just pulled the potatoes. Maybe potatoes doesn't need Republicans in California, but Crockett sure does need them in Texas. Hold your horses, babe. You're going to need a longer lasso. Week 1, and she's already riding on the race card.
I'm asking you to tune out those intrusive voices that say she can't win because she's Black, because she's a woman, or because she's a Democrat.
Whoa. It's not because you're a woman or because you're Black. It's just because, well, I mean, sweetheart, what's your policies? How are you going to help Texas and better Texas as a senator? Because going against Trump at every turn is not going to help Texas, to be quite honest with you. So, like I said, how are you going to help Texas as a senator? Because fighting Trump all day isn't really helping Texas. Like, you got to actually have some decent policies besides F Trump.
If you believe women should be in all spaces, then I ask you to stand with me.
Crockett's a gift to Republicans. That's why they tricked her into running. Get this.
Literally.
Republicans pumped her up in online polls and then targeted Democrat voters and patched them through to her office.
Bro, that would be a master. Bro, I don't know if that actually happened, but that would be a master plan. Like, look, we're going to pump up their most wildest candidates, right? We're going to get their base of vote. Because look, come on, bro. She's a Black woman. She's a Dem. Bro, the Democrat would literally have to go against their own ideology to not vote for her. I want to let you, because look, the only person that's going to beat her is like some gay white man married to a Black man. And the guy she's running against is a straight white man. He cannot win because the Dems do not allow that to happen. Okay. You cannot be a straight white man and win against a Black woman. Against a Black woman. Like, come on now. We're talking about Dems, not Republicans, but the Democratic Party. Even you guys know how it is.
Make it look like the whole state wanted her to run. And Crockett fell for the fake love. And she thought she had a shot in Texas. She wasn't even born and raised in Texas. The woman's flirted with reparations and no tax on Blacks. That dog won't hunt, Jazz. The race card backfired on Kamala. She got run over by a garbage truck and the world forgot about her. But Kamala is refusing to disappear. She's already chiseling her own statue. Quote,
Kamala.
There will be a marble bust of me in Congress. I am a historic figure like any vice president of the United States ever was. She's bragging about her bust and thinks she's a shoo-in for the nom if she wants to run it back. Quote, Ms. Harris does not fear losing to other Democrats if she runs again. One person.
No, she will lose because you have to go to that primary, the same primary that's, well, the Democrats helped her duck. And she's going to get grilled all through that primary for her abysmal performance under the Biden administration. I'm going to be honest with you. It's going to be other Democrats exposing her, and I'm here for it. Please, Kamala Harris, run so the Dems can make my point for me.
And close to her said, she's unconcerned about potential rivals seizing the spotlight because she's already so well known, another added. Kamala thinks she's the most popular kid in school, but she better tread carefully. She's ticked off more than a few Democrats. Shapiro's a bitter Betty.
Here's a quote, and you are describing former Vice President Kamala Harris here. It says, I mean, she's trying to sell books and cover her ass. You want to parse this out for us?
There's no parsing. Look,
I mean, and it's funny, it's the bald-headed black lady from MS Now, but yes, according to the bald-headed black lady, you can't really criticize any black woman on the Democratic Party, or you would be labeled a sexist. Josh Shapiro, what are you doing as a straight white male in all of your white privilege to judge a black woman? How dare you, as they do in the Democrat Party? I'm sorry, but as a straight white guy, I don't even know how you guys do it as a Democrat. Like, bro, you're cooked. Your party is literally ran by women. You're cooked.
I stand by what I said. I think the way in which the author described my emotion, frankly, was not accurate, but the words are mine, and I stand by them.
Newsom's got a chip on his shoulder, too. He's in a texting tiff with Harris. He sent her to voicemail, and she left him on red.
Oh, wow.
A little text. I said, why didn't you mention in the book 3 hours later, I publicly endorsed you for president?
And
that
then
was
she
why you were
replied,
calling.
hiking, we'll follow up.
She she says, I'm book tour. Get back to you later.
Yeah.
All right.
That's anyway, that's the relationship.
Books always roll out before the campaign officially kicks off, and Greasy's got a page turner. He says, don't judge a book by its cover.
A lot of people look at me, the stark white shirt, the blue suit, and the gelled hair, and they think, oh, I know this guy. I know this guy better than I'd ever want to know him. I get it. This is a story of a kid who always felt like he wasn't quite enough.
Gavin, you cheated. Bro, you effed your best friend's wife, Gavin. I'm sorry. I can't trust you with the country. I don't even know how Californians trust you with their country. You did the most, like, crucial betrayal to anybody. Yo, best friend's wife, dog. I'm sorry, but don't you think that the Dems are going to spend time grilling you on that? And that's what I love about primaries, because it lets you see a lot. It lets you see how well these parties got to eat their own at a certain point, got to call their own out on their own mistakes. And Gavin, if you don't think they're going to bring that up just like I did, you're tripping.
This is a truly vulnerable book. I hope that whatever your opinions of me are, the openness, the honesty.
But I ain't gonna lie, it was funny how he mentioned, I know you see the gel hair, and I know you think you know me because of the gel hair, but look, that man is funny.
Felt in writing this and living it.
At least it's
resonate.
The competition for 28 is going to be tight. But Mayor Pete has some work to do. The KKK was more popular with blacks than Mayor Pete. Tampon's not doing much better. He's sinking faster than a Somali pirate.
Governor, have you been able to apologize yet to the people of Minnesota for allowing this Somali fraud to continue under your watch? Of the people of Minnesota. Is it time to apologize? How about the whistleblowers that you have allegedly retaliated against?
Democrats are going down with the ship. The Somali situation is getting really sleazy.
Not a good look.
Let's look at, Ilhan Omar, who was voted into power.
And just like I exposed on the Ilmar Omar, and I'll expose it again, Ilhan Omar did not marry her brother to get into the United States. Actually, that's false. Ilmar Omar came over here in the early 90s as a kid. I mean, let's not forget that part. Now, her first marriage, which this is what everybody says, this is where she got married to her brother. No, this was some Somali guy from the UK. The second marriage was also not her brother. This was just some random Somali guy. I wasn't really able to trace his origins, but no, it wasn't his brother. He came from a complete different country, and he came into the United States at a different time than Ilhan Omar, and there's no relation. But there is this. In 2019, right, while she was still with her second husband, she cheated on that man, allegedly cheated on that man with her now third husband, which is this guy named Tim Minette. And Tim Minette is rich. I mean, the boy got money. I mean, capital eventualist. She was also doing kickbacks to this man's advertising company. And this is the man who she ended up marrying. While she was married, getting money with my guy Tim over here. Yeah, she was also allegedly sleeping with this guy Tim, end up divorcing, and then soon later she gets married to Tim. Pretty weird, huh?
Voted into Congress by.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jet. He's like, Miss Crockpot House. Damn. He said Miss Crackpot or Crockpot House seat. House seat was cooked, so she's running for the Senate. Her BS might fly her to a very blue district, but it won't in the entire state. Cooked. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it worked in the very blue district, but if you think that's the thing is going to win you a Senate seat, if you think, bro, and we're talking about this, you're a representative for the entire state. You were in the Senate. Like, let's not forget that. You'd be in the Senate. You represent your entire state as a senator. So you can't just sit there and think that you don't need Trump voters. I'm sorry, it don't work like that.
You know, a large group of people from Somalia.
Wish it did sometimes. I mean, hey, for her, hey, I wish it did, but sadly, as reality stands, it don't. You do actually need the voters of who voted for Trump. You do need those guys. You do need to convince some Jasmine Crockett. And the way you've been talking about them, I doubt you're gonna get it, because you'd actually have to walk back a lot of stuff like you Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Which is really far from Somalia. I don't know. We just don't want to turn into a communist hellhole, basically.
Trump's just trying to stop the fraud and save us money. We should be able to agree on that, right? Wrong. Democrats want to arrest Trump, not the Somalis who stole $1 billion.
I think America right now, we are in a defining moment in our state and in our country to stand up to what is happening. And what we're seeing is an actual authoritarian government take place.
You can tell a lot about a culture by looking at their heroes.
People are aware of the fact that you are the leader of the resistance. If the leader of the free world is a fool, the leader of the free world then should expect and examine every bit of ridicule he receives.
Kimmel accused MAGA of murdering Charlie. People say Omar married her brother. Shree's hitting impeachment.
Now, like I said, Omar didn't marry her brother, but Jimmy Kimmel did say, oh, for a fact, oh, he's MAGA. He definitely is MAGA, when, let's be real, the guy was definitely on the left. Bro, he had a trans lover. I'm sorry, but you can't say he was on the right.
Like a crack pipe. Black Beto got snookered.
Like, if you said gay lover and you said he could still be on the right, I'd be like, okay, maybe. But trans lover? Nah, buddy, nah.
Into running into a Texas chainsaw massacre, and Obama Claus doesn't even have the respect of the missus. Now, that doesn't mean we don't love our fellow brothers and sisters. TDS is real, and we're racing to find a cure.
Hey, everyone.
Literally,
I'm Emily.
We're trying everything, guys. We're trying everything, but we still have not found a cure for TDS, man. You're just too far gone at a certain point. As they like to say to us, they've drunk the Kool-Aid, guzzled it, took the whole punch bowl, and took it for themselves.
We begin tonight with new video of the Trump administration's latest move against Venezuela. Attorney General Pam Bondi put it out this evening, shows American forces boarding an oil tanker, coming down lines from hovering choppers, making their way to the bridge and seizing control of the vessel. Quoting from the Attorney General's social media post, today the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Homeland Security Investigations, and the U.S. Coast Guard, with support from the Department of War, executed a seizure warrant for a crude oil tanker used to transport sanctioned oil from Venezuela and Iran. A senior U.S. official tells CNN it had Venezuelan crude on board, was sailing in international waters, and no one was injured in the...
And I'm gonna be real with you, that Trump doctrine is looking realer and realer every day. When you talk about hemispherical power and making sure that we dominate our hemisphere and kick China out of it, I mean, I'm seeing the reality every day, man. And if you don't know what I mean, please enjoy this nice little short clip.
So America just quietly dropped a new global doctrine. It basically says we're not the world's police anymore. Jeez, finally. We're the boss of our own hemisphere and everyone else can deal with theirs. On December 5th, the White House released Trump's new national security strategy. Inside the document is something they're already calling the Trump corollary to the old Monroe Doctrine. Translation, the United States is already declaring dominance over the Western Hemisphere. North America, Central America, South America, and the Caribbean. He's basically saying that this is our neighborhood, our rules. At the same time, it signals something huge. America is stepping back from trying to manage every crisis on the planet. Here's the core of it. America first, but not just the slogan, as the actual blueprint. The strategy says that the US is done acting like a global babysitter and instead wants to be a regional superpower at home with select pressure overseas. It talks about sovereignty, borders, migration, cartels, critical minerals, energy, not spreading democracy or building global institutions. And in Europe, the document literally talks talks about civilization erasure, mass migration, and cultural collapse. It basically tells Europe you're on your own. In the Americas, this doctrine means cracking down on cartels and narco-terror groups, pushing back hard on China's influence in Latin America, and trying to stabilize countries down south so mass migration doesn't end up on US border. In Europe, leaders are freaking out. French and EU leaders are calling it brutal and a declaration of political war, because it blows up the old idea that America will always bail out Europe first. And on Russia and China, this doctrine quietly accepts a world of spheres of influence, meaning that it acknowledges that there are only 3 global powers: the US, Russia, and China. The goal is to avoid a giant global war by not trying to run everything anymore. So here's the question: is this smart realism where we're admitting that we can't police the entire planet, or is it dangerous because it gives Russia, China, and Iran more room to operate in their own backyards? Does America get stronger when it focuses on its own hemisphere, or weaker if it stops acting like the glue that holds the old world order together?
And if you're wondering, Seth, what do you think about this new plan? I love it. I absolutely love it. Why? Because many great civilizations have fallen because they try to be a global superpower. So let's not repeat the past, and let's just, back off of this global power idea. And let's try to become a hemispherical power, which is way easier because we're just handling the Americas. And that's that. We'll just leave it at that. And we kick all influence out of our hemisphere, and we go ahead and let what? The way it's sounding, we're going to go ahead and let China get Taiwan. Russia may get Europe down the line. We won't get involved because we're going to pull out of NATO. It seems like we're going to pull out of NATO eventually. So we're going to see how that goes, because I like it. And guess what, Europe? I understand that you guys are going like, well, you're kind of betraying us in a way because you're basically leaving us to Europe. Well, if you guys weren't trying to literally getting to war with Europe, we wouldn't have to separate ourselves from you because you're trying to cause World War III. And let's be honest, Putin already came out and said, if you guys want to keep pushing this, he won't be as nice to you as he's been nice to Ukraine. And this is the first time Putin's told to the world that he's actually low-key slow-rolling Ukraine. He's not using full force. So that's tell you something.
Boarding operation. Now, the video came out just a short time after this from the president setting the stage.
As you probably know, we've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela, a large tanker, very large. Largest one ever seized, actually. And other things are happening, so you'll be seeing that later, and you'll be talking about that later with some other people.
He said the tanker was seized, quote, for very good reason. And when asked what would happen to the oil, he replied, we keep it, I guess. Today, the Venezuelan government called the seizure a, quote, act of international piracy, calling it a, quote.
Oh, that's crazy. He's like, so now we took the oil tanker. So what are we going to do with it, Trump? Man, what you mean? That's us now. Wait, what? But I thought you said it wasn't just about the oil. Yeah, I know. But, oil's included. Bruh, it is hilarious. He's like, yeah, so now that we took the oil tanker, because mainly it probably was controlled by China, the most likely. Yeah, most likely controlled by China. Now that we've taken that, we're just like, so yeah, guys, that oil is ours now. And what are you going to do about it? That's a good point. I guess Trump is serious about this hemispherical dominance that we're going to start imposing. Because why else take an oil rig off the coast of Venezuela and just say, oh, well, guess what? This is ours now. Like, what? And that's the end of the conversation.
For energy resources. Venezuela's leader, Nicolas Maduro, also weighed in shortly before the president announced the operation.
Ain't gonna lie, John, you funny. He said, it's not stealing, Set. We're acquiring goods. That is the best way to frame it. I like that.
Our message to the people of the United States remains the same. Peace. Peace above all else. No to crazy war. No to bloodshed for oil. No to war for oil, the recipe for eternal wars.
Here's the thing, though. I would rather Trump actually work with the Maduro regime, and because they're ready to give them everything they want. They're going to give us the oil. They're going to give us the resources and all that. Like Maduro's just saying, don't kill me and let me be in power. But sadly, we don't trust the Maduro regime due to what they did with the Biden administration, because how Maduro was able to get back his friend and a family member who was caught drug trafficking, by the way. All right. So the Biden administration sent them back to Venezuela. Maduro got his homie and his best friend that was smuggling drugs, or family member and best friend that was smuggling drugs. And he was supposed to hold a fair election. That's all we asked of the man. Well, at least the Biden administration asked of him. All we asked, you hold a fair election, and that's it. He held an election, and he stole the motherfucker. He stole it. He just pretty much stole it before the whole world's eyes, and then pretend like we were like, I ain't gonna lie, stupid. And now we want him out because the Biden administration kind of fumbled the bag on him. It didn't really seem like they took it that serious. But the Trump administration is like, yeah, you kind of went back on your word the first time. You said you're going to hold a fair election. It's been reported that you lost it, but you stole it. So we really can't work with you. And this is why they want Maduro out, because they can't trust him to keep his word, apparently.
Well, the administration, as you know, now has a full carrier battle group in the region, along with other warships and air assets. And though the president had no words for President Maduro today, he had this warning for the president of neighboring Colombia concerning that country's role in the drug trade.
So he better wise up.
He took it.
Or he'll be next. He'll be next, too.
Damn.
And I hope he's listening. He's going to be next.
As for Venezuela, today's tanker seizure follows weeks of deadly U.S. attacks on Venezuelan small vessels allegedly being used for drug smuggling. The most notorious, of course, being the September 2nd so-called double tap strike, in which 2 survivors of the initial bombardment were targeted in a follow-on strike. Tonight, the House of Representatives approved a massive new defense spending bill containing language that cuts off a portion of Defense Secretary Hegseth's travel budget if he does not turn over unedited video of that strike, something the president a week ago.
What type of threat is that? Oh, we're going to cut your travel budget if you don't turn over that video. Wait, what? What type of threat is that? I'm like, bro, we're going to throw your ass in jail if you don't. I don't know. I'll be giving out more threats. I'll be searching for the truth a little bit more harder, searching for a bigger threat than just, we're going to cut your traveling funds. Like this, bro, like what? You're treating him like a spoiled teenager or something.
They said he had no problem doing. Monday, he denied having said that at all. And today, here's what he said when asked about it by CNN's Kristen Holmes.
Has Secretary Hegseth told you why he hasn't released the video of the?
But it's probably weak. Like I said, they most likely have a weak case against Hegseth because, like I said, the admiral said that he was advised by a military lawyer before the strike, and he did also say that the 2 guys that they ended up obliterating in the second strike did not phone for any type of help. So what did we know from the admiral? That a military lawyer was consulted, and that there were 2 people that were blown up.
Second strike.
Obliterated.
No, he hasn't told me. I thought that issue was dead. You're surprised you're bringing it up. You must be CNN.
Lawmakers are still
Are you
talking about it
CNN?
on the Hill.
Are you CNN?
I am with CNN.
Oh, gee, I'm shocked to find out.
Well, that isn't the only thing the president had to say about CNN today. He was asked what changes he wants to see at CNN in terms of any deal its current parent company, Warner Brothers Discovery, makes with Netflix, Paramount, or any other potential buyer.
Well, I'm not involved in that. I will be probably involved, maybe involved in the decision. It depends. Yeah.
Guys, let's not forget too. Double tap that screen, like the video. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support. Or you can just send a gift.
He's bidding on
With
it.
my man Joe.
I think the people that have run CNN for the last long period of time are a disgrace. I think it's imperative that CNN be sold because you certainly wouldn't want to put people, just leave those people with some money, good money, and CNN so that, they can spend even more money spreading poison because it's lies. It's a disgrace.
For more on the U.S. presence in the Caribbean, I'm joined by House Armed Services Committee Ranking Member Adam Smith. So, Congressman, do you think the American seizure of the tanker was the right move? And if the goal is to further pressure the Maduro regime ahead of possible land strikes, do you think it will work?
No, I don't think it's the right move. And he hasn't adequately explained it. I mean, why did we seize this oil tanker? And threatening war against Venezuela, I think, is a major mistake. I mean, remember, President Trump ran in part saying we've been engaged in all of these forever wars, these conflicts that we've gotten sucked into that have wound up we benefited from. And I think there were a lot of people who were sympathetic to that after 20 plus years of various wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and elsewhere. And now he's doing the exact opposite as president. He's expanding the idea of where we should go to war against all drug traffickers, apparently, and now against any country in the Western Hemisphere that he doesn't think is towing the American line. We should not be trying to dominate the Western Hemisphere. This is going to drag us into a conflict that is incredibly costly for the country, and it should be contrary to the values and principles of America. And let's keep in mind, there's no congressional authorization for any of this. He's doing it contrary to the Constitution.
Back when he was first running back in 2015, 2016, he talked a lot about taking Iraq's oil, essentially as payment for the war there. Obviously, his plan never saw, fruit on that. Do you think this is about taking oil from Venezuela?
I think this is about something broadly worse than that. And if you read the national security strategy that was released last Thursday, look, we worked very hard over the course of the last 80 years to try to build a world that wasn't just about the most powerful nations, subjugating the less powerful.
Bro, he said Trump's just trying to lower gas prices faster. I mean, what's wrong with acquiring some oil? Because that's literally what the man just did. He just sat there, hopped on the oil rig and said, yeah, this is ours now. Wait, hold on. Does it belong to Venezuela? Yeah, it did. But, when America takes something, seeing that we're the dominant force in the hemisphere, it's ours now. And I'm pretty sure the whole world is looking at, okay, they're serious. I mean, yes, we are. It sounds like it. And I'd rather us try to dominate our hemisphere and all the resources here instead of trying to have global power, because we can just leave that to Russia and China and let them fight for power on their side. We're the dominant power on our side, and we should be happy it's that way. Why not?
Powerful nations. That was the basic principle. After World War I and World War II, we thought having that type of world led to almost the destruction of the planet. Let's move in a different direction. Let's try to set up a rules-based international order based on the rule of law. Let's not try to dominate people. Now, there's all kinds of details around that, to be sure. And President Trump wants to erase all of that. I mean, remember, he came to office saying that he wanted to take Greenland and Panama and annex Canada. I mean,
that is true. He did come in saying basically on some hemispherical power stuff. He already came in talking like that in a way, like, 51st state would be nice as Canada. I don't know if we could have Greenland as U.S. territory. F it. Imagine if we just had all of Latin America and South America as the USA, and everywhere on this hemisphere is waving the American flag. God bless America. Wouldn't that just be nice? I don't know. I know it sounds effed up, but I don't know. It could be something nice. But now, am I for it? Not really, because it all depends on how we get it done. Because if we have to get it done through military force, then no. But if we can get it done through economic persuasion, then for sure, let's go.
Not the principles our country is supposed to be, advocating. And so I think it's really troubling that he has expanded this and wants the U.S. to be what we used to refer to as a rogue nation, as a nation that's just going to use its power to dominate its neighbors. We shouldn't be about that.
I also want to ask you about the annual National Defense Authorization Act, which was passed in the House today, as you know, contained language to compel the Pentagon to turn over the unedited video of the September 2nd double strike, or the second strike. If it's not turned over, Congress would curtail a quarter of the defense secretary's travel budget. Do you think that is enough of a penalty to actually get the secretary to turn over the footage?
Thank you, Cooper, for actually saying that. 'Cause I mean, that is a pretty weak to say. Like, give us the video or we'll cut your travel budget. I mean, bro, what? What type of threat is that?
Probably not. It's what we could get Republicans in Congress to agree to. They are in the majority in the House and the Senate. And by their standards, I want to make it clear, the president's wrong. This is not over. I mean, they promised to release this video. And I'll tell you, the reason they're not releasing this video is if the American public saw it, they would realize that President Trump, Secretary Hegseth, and all manner of different Republicans have been lying about what's on it. It would undercut their basic argument. So I think we need a lot more robust investigation. I have, yes.
Okay.
So, and it goes beyond the video. Again, understand the power that the president is trying to assert here. The power to treat any drug trafficker anywhere as a legitimate target for U.S. military lethal force is an unbelievable expansion of presidential power. And this point has been made many times, but remember all the drug dealers that he's pardoned? Certainly the Honduras one, Ross Ulbricht, the Silk Road guy who was laundering through crypto billions of dollars in drug money. What this is about is President Trump, again, wanting to assert dominance and go outside the rule of law so that the U.S. and he as president can do whatever he wants to do. I think we should investigate this aggressively and get after the underpinnings and then also the specifics of this strike, which based on what I've seen, deserve a robust investigation.
Congressman Adam Smith, thank you. Joining us now is CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. Brett, what stands out to you about this, how this tanker was seized?
What's interesting about this, Anderson, and look,
cool.
I agree with Adam Smith. The administration owes transparency on what is going on in Venezuela. We have a quarter of our naval deployed assets off the coast. We have carrier strike groups, amphibious assault ships. But this action, from what I can tell, is actually kind of by the book. This ship, Anderson, was actually sanctioned by the Treasury Department in 2022. So in the Biden administration, there was a warrant issued by a federal court about 2 weeks ago for civil forfeiture action. And when that happens, and this happened in the Biden administration, I was a part of some of these, the Justice Department, or out of it, back from intelligence, you might be able to find the ship. The Justice Department will say, can we seize this ship? Is there a way to do it? There might be foreign policy implications, but we've done this in the past. And this ship was actually implicated for smuggling Iranian oil to benefit the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps under U.S. criminal authorities. So if that's what happened here, this is actually not totally out of the ordinary, and I would not categorize this the same as.
All right, so he's being fair about it. He's like, well, we did sanction this oil rig way back under Biden for supplying oil to Iran. So yeah, this is not out of the norm. This is not out of the ordinary. Actually, they probably should have did this under Biden.
Kinetic strikes
when they sanctioned it
against the narco boats, which is very novel and raises serious questions.
So you don't think this is part of a larger U.S. pressure campaign on Maduro, or is that could it be both?
Well, it could be both. I think definitely. Look, from what I can see, this is a regime change policy from what the president is saying, and this massive military buildup. I mean, it's incredible. We have not had this type of military presence in the Caribbean and in that part of the Atlantic since the Cuban Missile Crisis. So this is we're kind of in unprecedented territory. So it can be both. But the authorities used today were congressionally mandated authorities. This ship was sanctioned under Iran.
Okay, congressionally mandated authority. Since it was sanctioned, which probably means it came out of Congress sanctioned it, which means that this actually makes sense that we would take, that we would take this oil rig and claim it as ours now. I mean, it's funny though. We're pretty much taking the entire oil rig is ours. Does that mean the oils that's coming out of here is ours too? So we start seeing gas at $2.50. At least we know why, huh?
The related authorities. There was a warrant by U.S. federal court. So this seems to have been done as you would want something like this to be done legally with authorization from independent branches of government. In this case, the judicial branch. Again, we've done this. We did one in 2023, a ship called the Suez Rajan. We seized. The oil was then forfeited by a U.S. federal court. It becomes property of the U.S. government.
Wow.
That seems to be what's happening here. Now, I would want to see over the coming.
And I like how my man's giving like some historical like backup arguments. Because he's saying like we did this before. There's times we sanction boats, we sanction oil rigs, and we went in there and now it's ours now. Whatever's on there is ours. We don't care if it came from another country. It's ours now. Which is, well, kind of gangster. I ain't even gonna lie. It's kind of gangster. It's like, well, it's us. It's like when I mean, off the coast of Venezuela, we took this oil rig. It was producing oil for the Iranian regime, and it's us now. No more oil to Iran. It's now oil to the U.S. citizens, which I'm about to do about it. And as the world sits down and just looks at us like we crazy.
We seized. The oil was then forfeited by a U.S. federal court. It becomes property of the U.S. government. That seems to be what's happening here. Now, I would want to see over the coming days and weeks, are we seizing every ship that comes out of Venezuela under other authorities or questionable authorities or no authorities?
But anyway, though, I doubt just one tanker is going to give us the, gas relief that we're really going for. Now, we take a lot more than that, then I ain't going to lie. We just take full control of their oil fields and all that good stuff, then we're in business. But until that happens, one tanker is nice, but it ain't going to be too much of a fix. But all right, now let's go ahead and get over to the next video because let's see. Senator Bernie Sanders reacts to J.D. Vance's praises about him. All right, let's get right into it.
My lead source tonight is the independent Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont. And thank you, Senator, for being here. The president gives himself an A++++. That's 5 pluses on the economy. What grade do you give him?
Well, Caitlin, if this is an A+++ economy, God help us if we ever get to a B or a C. And he talks about he's lowering prices. Well, right now, all over this country, people are getting insurance notices that their premiums for the ACA are going to double, in some cases triple or quadruple. You know, Trump can lie all that he wants, but when people walk into a grocery store, they see the outrageous prices they're now paying, when housing costs all over this country are going up, when kids can't afford to go to college, when 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. No, we do have an.
Yeah, and when did all that happen, Bernie? Tell me, when did all that happen? Under Biden. Trump is just 11 months in it, but Biden, we were living 4 years with Biden while dealing with that reality. And where were you? Were you speaking out against it? No, you weren't. You were shutting up with the rest of the Dems while affordability got even worse. So please, when the Dems want to talk about, oh, well, Trump's failing on affordability, you guys completely failed on affordability. And you handed Trump, bro, what, 20% price increase across the board. And that's what y'all handed Trump. Like, come on now. You pretty much lost $3,000 in buying power for the American citizen. And Trump has only been able to regain like what, 12, 1,500? We're still in the hole because of you guys.
Affordability crisis. I think the problem with Trump is he hangs out with his billionaire friends all of the time. And I got to admit,
yes, while you was giving healthcare, while you guys are arguing for healthcare subsidies to give to billionaires, insurance company billionaires. Actually, you remember the United Healthcare CEO, the one that Luigi Mangione shot? Yeah, you know, under Obamacare, that same company seen 1,000% increase in their stock. Same company, by the way. So you're over here talking about Trump is shilling for billionaires. Well, you ain't wrong, but you guys do the same damn thing, especially with these healthcare subsidies.
For his billionaire friends, he is in fact an A-plus president. They have never done as well as they are right now.
But let's be quite real. Throughout time, every president has had to have the billionaire class, or the, well, I'm be real with you, the ultra elite or ultra rich class has always had some type of influence on the president. I mean, that's been going back since, well, honestly, since the first president.
They are getting richer and richer while tens of millions of Americans struggle to put food on the table.
You've traveled across the country a bunch, not just in your when you ran for president, but obviously you did your big oligarchy tour, anti-oligarchy tour earlier this year. When voters hear the president say that affordability is a hoax and a con job that is meant to damage him by Democrats, how do you think the voters hear that?
I think it backfires. I mean, you know, Trump lies all of the time, and sometimes you can get away with lies when people are not familiar with an issue. But to talk about
no, you, that's projection. No, you guys are the one that's not being honest with the issue. If you were being honest with the issue, you would frame it like this: look, prices under us skyrocketed 20%. We do not feel that Trump tackled that price increase well, due to the fact that Biden seen a 20% increase across the board, according to the CPI under his administration. We have not seen Trump tackle that well enough. That's an honest criticism. That's actually a pretty honest criticism. 4-year affordability crisis that you guys had the American people under is insane. Like, it's wild, but people are buying it.
How prices are going down when your healthcare costs are soaring, when you can't afford groceries, you can't afford housing, you can't afford childcare. People say, you know what, this guy is either lying or he's way out of touch with reality. So I think when he says those stupid things like he gives himself an A-plus, the economy has never, ever been better, I think that kind of backfires.
You know, the president often talks about what inflation was when President Biden was in office, what costs looked like then. I mean, rightfully so. Those were huge concerns by voters then. And so I think, you know, when you see this, and considering Democrats spent a lot of last year boosting up President Biden's economy and saying that he should be reelected, what do you say to voters who don't trust Democrats when it comes to the argument that they would handle the economy better?
Well, as an independent,
yeah, because under the Democrats, prices went up across the board 20%. You can't even blame it on Trump, because Trump actually handed you guys a fairly decent economy. And if you guys want to blame, Biden, COVID, no, Biden was doing crazy spending even after COVID. So sadly, you can't even use the excuse for COVID for Biden. And if you are, then you have to use the same excuse for Trump, and y'all not willing to do that. So let's just be consistent with our argument here. The fact that Biden was doing reckless spending, ran a deficit for 4 years straight, increased the money supply by 20%, thus causing a 20% increase in pricing across the board, that's your guys' fault. You guys are focusing more on feel-good policies than actual fiscal policies that would help shrink the debt, that would actually help us get out of debt and give us a surplus. That wasn't the focus of the Biden administration, let's be honest. They didn't run on it. They never talked about it. So therefore, that was a terrible problem.
I share some of those concerns. I think the Democrats clearly have not been bold enough in a number of areas. Look, Caitlin, while Trump's big, beautiful bill is going to throw 15 million people off of Medicaid, and while this big, beautiful bill is going to double premiums to people on the ACA on average, the truth of the matter is, before the big, beautiful bill, our healthcare system was a disaster. It is dysfunctional. And the American people and Democrats have got to deal with the fact.
Yeah, I know. But it's Obamacare, by the patron saint of politics, Obama, that y'all love so much. Let's remember the healthcare plan that we're under is Obamacare. So when you guys complain about, healthcare in America, you do realize this is your plan, right, Dems? This is Obamacare. The affordable healthcare, right? Well, it got more unaffordable over the years, and it only made the insurance companies richer. So what you got to say about that?
Why are we, the richest country on earth, the only major nation not to guarantee health care to all people? Why don't we have enough doctors and nurses and dentists? Why is our life expectancy lower than other countries, especially for working class people? Why do 40% of people who get diagnosed with cancer either go bankrupt or deplete their financial savings?
Because I would tell Bernie this. Well, I would say the 20% increase under you guys have made things extremely unaffordable, Bernie. So I get how you're over here trying to pull on heartstrings, but I'm gonna be honest with you. You're kind of the reason why a lot of these people are going through it. And then instead of just admitting to that, you're trying to pass the blame off onto Trump. That's the effed up part about this, Bernie. You're making complaints that were honestly happening under Biden. So when she asked you the question, well, why we trust Dems with the economy when y'all had record high price increasing, record high inflation, and that was you guys, and then you didn't even want to admit to it. So why would we ever trust you guys when you guys just run the economy into the ground and look us dead in our face and tell us we're in the best economy ever? Why would we trust you guys again? At least with Trump, we can actually see that the economy is doing well. At least the rich people's making money. There's still an affordability problem, but the economy is in the green. GDP is up, stocks are up, major indexes are doing well. Okay, great. That doesn't really speak too much to the affordability. I understand that. But we can't sit here and pretend like things aren't better under Trump. And if things should, and I'm not saying that things will just magically all be fixed within 1 year under Trump? No. Be honest with you, we're going to at least need till 2027 to actually see all of his policies come together and see if that fixes affordability, raise wages, see if we bring back more manufacturing. It's going to take some time. But the fact that they're trying to rush the results of the Trump administration by 10 months, he's supposed to have all of this done? Are y'all really being reasonable? Of course you're not. You're trying to speed things up. You're trying to get MAGA to feel like, all the factories should be built by now. Oh, the affordability crisis should be solved by now, even though y'all spent 4 years fucking it up. I'm sorry, but we got a little bit more common sense than that. And Rose, appreciate the support, sis. She says, keep up the good work. This is for your call-in time today. Bye, guys. And all right, shout out. And actually, the call-in line is already open, believe it or not. So yes, you go to the main page, you could be all right, look, you can agree with me. You could be a naysayer. I'll be happy to hear out what you got to say. Let you have the floor. Just go to the main page. Make sure you go ahead and subscribe while you're at it. Go to the post tab and hit that link.
This is an insane, disgraceful healthcare system. Now, we're getting more and more support, I have to say, good news, for Medicare for all to do what other countries are doing. Not enough. Democrats have got to jump onto that. It is disgraceful that our federal minimum wage is $7.25 an hour. That is embarrassing. Democrats were not successful in fighting to raise that minimum.
Now, here's the thing, though. Raising minimum wage could also, I really don't get it, because it's like Trump put tariffs on the rich, basically, and these guys crying about how it's a tax on the consumer. Don't you think raising the minimum wage should also be passed down to the consumer? Have you ever thought about that? You ever thought about maybe raising corporate taxes could be passed down to consumer? You ever thought about that? So you pretty much say, and this is the problem with the Dems, because when they want to tax the rich, it's all good. But when somebody else does it, they cry about it. And it's kind of weird, because you don't understand how raising raising taxes on the income of the rich could be passed down to us. Corporate taxes raising could be passed down to us. Even what he's saying could be passed down to us. So it's only cool to tax the rich if you're a Dem. You guys won't complain about it being passed down to you guys, or get mad when these guys start replacing people with AI, like they're already doing sadly. So yeah, Bernie, pretty much trying to force the raising of minimum wage is not going to hurt. It's not going to help anybody. It's only going to increase the labor costs on these businesses, especially the small businesses who can't really take that brunt right now. And what they're going to do, pass the cost down to consumer. And what you guys are going to tell us, oh, that's not us, that was Trump. Okay.
Wage to make it easier for workers to form unions, to make college affordable for all of our kids, regardless of their income backgrounds. And by the way, people are concerned about AI and what that is going to be doing to the economy. Democrats are going to have to come on board to protect working class people in that reality.
Well, you talked about more support for Medicare for all. Right now, Democrats, where you're standing on Capitol Hill, are struggling to even get support to extend the Obamacare subsidies, something that they have been fighting for. And as you know, the Republican leader in the Senate is going to have y'all vote on Senator Bill Cassidy, also a Republican's healthcare proposal, this Thursday. That bill does not extend the expiring enhanced Obamacare subsidies. It does expand health savings accounts, and it includes funding for Americans to spend on health expenses. Democrats say they're going to put up their plan to just extend the subsidies. Neither one is expected to pass, though, I think is the important thing of what we're hearing tonight. So what happens to the 22 million Americans whose premiums are about to go up?
Well, Mr. Trump may have to explain to them why their prices are going down when they're going to see a doubling in their premiums. The reality is it is a disaster, and it's just another indication of the failure of our healthcare system. Look, my own view is I am not a great supporter of the Affordable Care Act, but I think we've got to extend the tax credits because you cannot allow millions of people to see.
Here's the problem, Bernie, and this is gonna be the worst part about it. And this is what I'm gonna hate if the Dems do this, because I know they're gonna do this. Actually, when the healthcare subsidies get extended, right, and healthcare premiums still go up by 18 to 30%, you guys are still gonna blame Trump. You know that, right? You know that's what they're gonna do, because that's what they're not telling you. That even with the healthcare subsidies being extended, insurance premiums are still going to go up by 18 to 30%. And guess what? When they go up by 18 to 30%, and most of us aren't really too informed about that, they're going to be wondering, well, whoa, what's going on? I thought that it was supposed to be solved, that insurance premiums were only going to go up if it wasn't signed. No, this is proof that the Obama healthcare subsidies is a failure, and the whole affordability plan with Obamacare was a failure, because it's still going to increase with the subsidies, and we're still giving billionaires billions of taxpayer dollars. So I'm telling you, how does this honestly work out for us? And are y'all going to be honest with the American people when it goes up still 18 to 30%? Or are you just going to lie and say that's the Republicans' fault? What are you going to say? Oh, well, they didn't improve it on time, so you know that happens, and the price is going to increase anyway. What are you going to bullshit us on?
Huge increases in their premiums. But if we are able to do that, and I suspect that you're right that we're not going to be able to do that, we need to ask ourselves a very simple question. Why are we spending twice as much per capita on healthcare as the people of any other major country, all of whom manage to provide healthcare to all of their people as a right?
Well, let's say this. Well, I'll be real with you. We're probably one of the most unhealthiest countries. We do need to get our fat problem together, our obesity rate together, because that also drive up healthcare costs. And I would encourage a lot of people who want to complain about healthcare costs, you better be living a healthy lifestyle. You better not be complaining about universal healthcare. You are living an unhealthy lifestyle because you are one of the burdens on our healthcare system. I hope you know that. All right, then.
And the answer is our current healthcare system is dominated by the insurance companies.
And I ain't talking about the special cases. I'm talking about if you, my man, are fat as hell, got bad health, and you can fix that, you are one of the burdens on our healthcare system. One of the reasons why we'll never get universal healthcare, because the fat asses and unhealthy people like you.
Drug companies, they want more and more money and profits. It is succeeding for them. We need to expand Medicare, guarantee health care to every man, woman, and child. We can do that in a cost-effective way.
So that's a place where you would agree with the president then, actually, because he says trillions of dollars are going to these insurance companies. Way too much money is going to these insurance companies has been a big argument that he's been making.
Yeah, but he's a fraud. Yeah, that's what he says. Then what's the answer? Good. My view is that we should get rid of the private insurance companies, expand Medicare, cover dental, hearing, and vision, and over a 4-year period, make sure that everybody in America has health care is a human right. That is by no means what Trump is talking about. He's talking about giving people $1,000 or $2,000 when, if you end up in a hospital, you're going to spend several $100,000. He's talking about getting people into the so-called bronze plan with huge deductibles. The truth is, rather embarrassingly, Republicans have nothing significant to say about healthcare and the crisis that we're facing.
So you think that this is going to happen this week, nothing is going to get passed, and these extensions are going to expire?
I fear, and it's a tragedy. I mean, I talk to people.
Do you think people are prepared for that?
Well, I got to tell you, if you are 62 years of age, you and your wife in southern Vermont, and you're making $80,000 a year, you're not going to see a doubling in your premiums. You're going to see a tripling or quadrupling. That's true all over the country. People are going to be spending 40, 50% of their incomes on healthcare. That is insane. Are they prepared for it? No, of course they're not prepared for it. It's a disaster.
When it comes to the administration, there was something that the vice president said about you. I want to read you the quote. I'm not sure if you've seen this, Senator Sanders, but he told NBC News, Vice President J.D. Vance did, that he's always been fascinated by you. He said, "I'll one day tell you what Bernie said to me, like the second day that I was in the U.S. Senate. It's one of the funniest things that I've ever heard, and it's actually a pretty good summary of my politics, but it would probably hurt me on both the left and the right. If I told you what Bernie told me, it would probably hurt Bernie too." Do you remember what you said to then Senator Vance?
Not quite as dramatic as I think he's making it out to be. He dropped into the office early on. We had a chat, a nice chat, but I do not believe that I said anything which was quite as earth-shattering as he suggests.
So you don't remember do you know exactly what it was that he's talking about?
No, I do remember we had a nice chat for about an hour or so.
Would you say that you were fascinated by him, that he says he's fascinated by you?
Did I say I was fascinated? I'm not fascinated by him. We had a good discussion.
Can I also ask you, when it comes to the Senate, Jasmine Crockett, a congresswoman from Texas, says that she's going to be running for the Senate seat there. Do you plan to endorse her? Is that
anybody who hasn't asked me? There's another candidate out there running who's strong as well. So no, we will see what happens, but it's premature to be talking about any type of endorsement in Texas.
Okay, so it sounds like you might support another candidate in this race. I
didn't say that either. We will see what happens. I don't endorse anybody who doesn't ask for an endorsement. I've not been asked in Texas yet. We're supporting at this moment 3 very good candidates in Maine, Minnesota, and Michigan. We're supporting probably 15 very good House candidates. That's where we are right now.
Texas has been this kind of white whale for Democrats that you caucus with. Obviously, you rightly noted you're an independent. Do you think that Democrats could actually win a Senate seat there this time?
Don't get me going on Texas. Texas should be, in my view, one of the most progressive states in America. It's a working class state. It's a young state, strong Latino population, strong Black population. And how the Democratic leadership in Texas, and it's changed, by the way, it has changed, but the Democratic leadership previously in Texas was pathetic. I've been there several times, but I think things are changing. And I think they're getting their act together. And I think there's no reason why Texas should not be a progressive state.
Hilarious. I don't think there's no reason why Texas can't be a progressive state. I don't know, man. You might be wishing upon a star with that one, bro. That's like us wishing for California to turn red. It's like, come on now. Let's not be delusional. They're too far gone, bro. The immigration and all that wild stuff. And, of course, their voting base in California for Dems is pretty big.
We all knew that Biden's border invasion caused crime to spike, drugs to pour in, children to be lost and trafficked.
True.
But now we're getting a better picture of what it's actually costing us. According to the House Budget Committee, the estimated price tag of Biden's open border was more than $150 billion. But of course, we know that number is just a start. It's going to continue to rise because most of them are still here. And yeah, we know deportations cost money, but not as much as the cost of educating the children of illegals, assisting with their health care, and ultimately SNAP benefits as well. And yes, they do.
And I've already proved to you through, well, various programs that illegals can get health care. Well, taxpayer funded health care.
End up receiving those despite legal
I'll go through them
restrictions.
again if you want.
Now, tonight we're going to take a look at the economic
I'm a nice
carnage
guy.
caused by Democrats' radical policies. And people say, well, oh, why are you looking back? It's Trump's time now. Well, because if the Democrats are back in power, they're going to do this all over again. And we're going to home in on two areas tonight: hospitals and police.
Yep. And I'll help her out with this. So take a look to this. This was a post I made maybe like a few days ago, right? So now this is a blood center. Let me go ahead and my bad. bloodcancerunited.org. So, .org. This is the reference I'm hitting you with. Seeking medical care. This is what they're saying, guys, on bloodcancerunited.org. Seeking medical care. Healthcare professionals should not ask your immigration status. Healthcare professionals are not allowed to share your personal information, including your immigration status, with others. Now, for free/low-cost clinics often offer healthcare or offer their, oh, my bad. Ugh. Sorry, guys, but free low-cost clinics often offer care regardless of immigration status. Search for free low-cost clinics. You can also go to an emergency room if you need emergency care. You have the right to an interpreter at no cost when seeking medical care. So not only can they go to these, low-cost clinics that offer care regardless of your immigration status. Don't worry, we're going to get more into it because guess who it's funded by? The taxpayers, and specifically Medicaid. But, they'll sit here and tell you that immigrants aren't getting funded by taxpayer dollars for their healthcare services or their medical services, but they are.
Because Americans need, right, the best health care and the best law enforcement. And because of the undocumented Democrats that flooded into America, we're now at risk on both fronts. Now, let's start with hospitals. At least $21 billion in taxpayer funds are being spent by state and local governments on their health care for illegal aliens.
And let me show you how. Let me show you how they do this. Because, like I said, once again, I went into a nice little deep dive on it. Now, these are what we call the, remember, we're talking about the free clinics again, the federally qualified health centers. So the FQHCs are a community-based nonprofit clinics providing comprehensive and affordable primary care in underserved areas, funded by the Health Resources and Service Administration to service anyone regardless of insurance or ability to, using sliding fee scales based on income. Now, yes, these FQHCs or federally qualified health centers, community clinics, and free clinics provide medical services regardless of immigration status. Regardless of immigration status. That's the key word right there. And just to be petty about it, I mean, there's even websites, patient advocacy, healthcare options for undocumented immigrants. They literally wrote a goddamn article on this to help illegals figure out how to get healthcare in our system, even though they're not supposed to, or any medical service in our system, even though they're not supposed to. I mean, they even go over examples on which you can get it. Whoops, I guess the whole thing didn't load up. But like I said, know your rights. Undocumented immigrants have certain rights when it comes to accessing healthcare services and emergencies. Yeah, anyone, regardless of immigration status, is entitled to receive medical care. And I mean, that's usually through MTILA. But there's also other ways you can get it as well. Because, of course, you can get emergency Medicaid, which they say, oh, they don't get Medicaid spending, but they do. In some states, emergency Medicaid programs provide limited healthcare coverage for undocumented immigrants. Limited healthcare coverage for undocumented immigrants who meet specific criteria. Man, emergency Medicaid covers emergency medical conditions and services necessary. Isn't that crazy? Now, pregnant women and children, undocumented pregnant women also get care as well. You know that? Let's see here. Undocumented immigrants may receive medically necessary care, which refers to treatments or services required to maintain or improve a person's health. I mean, it basically means they can get your regular basic medical services, especially through CHIP. Now let's talk about children's health insurance program through CHIP, right? Undocumented immigrant children may qualify for coverage under the Children Healthcare Insurance Program in some states. So when they sit here and lie to you, and this is why a lot of these Dems have left, because they've been exposed to the truth. When they sit here and lie to you that undocumented immigrants aren't receiving, medical services or healthcare through our tax dollars, they're lying. But you love how they all left as soon as you start exposing the truth with the sources that they can't pretty much go against.
Every single year. And this year in California alone, it cost $8.4 billion.
We are positioned with this budget to be able to deliver on what we've been promoting: universal health care for all, regardless of pre-existing condition, regardless of the ability to pay, and regardless of your immigration status.
Looks like that price tag was a little too high for not having Gavin. He had to borrow billions to cover the cost. And now he's scaling coverage back, cutting dental and stopping enrollment for new illegals. Even he has to be met with reality every now and then. But look, the damage here has already been done. There's already 1.6 million illegals who are covered with this type of health coverage. And now an added cost, ambulance prices may be soaring 382%, they're estimating. According to data collected by the California Department of Health Care, since 2022, the cost of taxpayer-funded ambulances has risen from $339 per transport to $1,168 per transport in 2024. Yeah, but illegals need the best of the best, though, right?
Man.
Well, now on to law enforcement, the people who protect us.
And it's kind of crazy, like I said, how Dems will sit here and deny the facts. And when you show them the facts in their face, I mean, instead of refuting them, they run. Or they call you racist. Or they try to call you heartless.
Staffing shortages across the board for years. But in the Biden crush of migrants, the 15 million that were allowed to pour in, this has gotten much worse. In Minnesota, a state reeling from that billion-dollar Somali fraud scheme, police are hitting a breaking point. The president of the St. Paul Police Federation is warning that the state is on pace to lose another 2,000 to 2,500 officers over the next few years, and that the fraud losses have worsened the pressure. These billions of dollars could have been spent on public safety, but it's gone, and we'll never see that money again. Here to react as borders are Tom Holman. Tom, this is...
Man, like I said, and like I said, the Dems sat there and lied to our faces as if we couldn't go look up the facts. I mean, a lot of Dems don't know about about these free clinics, or, well, how we properly say them is federally qualified health centers. Like, Dems, do some effing research. Look up what a federally qualified health center is. Then look up how, yes, they provide medical service regardless of immigration status. And then look up how they're usually funded. It's through Medicaid. This is why the Dems wanted increased spending in Medicaid to fund this. Do you not understand by now? It's all right there in front of you. You know this. You know that, right? It's important to me that you know this. It's right there. They snitch on themselves, too. They literally, bro, a lady literally wrote an article written by Brooke A. Lewis, patient advocacy. She wrote a whole article, healthcare options for undocumented immigrants, literally telling us how to get it because she's in support of it. Written on September 10, 2021. Go look it up. It's all right there for you to read. And it's not Fox News saying this. This is coming from a left-wing advocacy group. Like, I don't even know how else I can really put this across to you. They're snitching on themselves.
Crazy, right? We already, predating the Biden invasion, in 2020, after the Floyd fiasco and his death and all the protests, police left en masse. Okay. The catering to the refugees, I'm sure that made it all worse.
Like, bro, it's like right here. Look at this. You now see this? Actually, let me make sure I got this front screen for you guys. Right here. Patient advocacy, healthcare for undocumented immigrants. Literally written right here. And then here's the thing. You don't even know what this is, do you? You don't even know what this is. A federally qualified healthcare center. I just read it out, and maybe some of you guys are just now coming in, but they are community-based nonprofit clinics providing comprehensive and affordable primary care in underserved areas. Now, if you go further, you look into what's going on with these guys, you start realizing that, yes, many federally qualified healthcare centers, community clinics, and free clinics provide medical services regardless of immigration status. So where was the lie? I mean, especially when they snitch on themselves like this. This is a left-wing patient advocacy group. Look them up. Look at this lady. Look at her. Does she look conservative to you? She even got the glasses. This lady right here wrote this whole article explaining how illegals can get health care, can get medical service on our dime. Undocumented immigrants have certain rights when it comes to accessing health care, an emergency room, anyone, regardless of immigration status. She literally lays out multiple ways that you can get healthcare service for emergency Medicaid, all the way down to pregnant women and children care. I mean, they even expose how they finesse the CHIP Act. My bad, not the CHIP Act, but CHIP, which is Children Healthcare Insurance. Undocumented immigrant children may qualify for coverage under children's health insurance program. Right here. It's all right here. And y'all still refuse to listen? Now they want to say what clinic? Bro, you can literally look it up right there. Look up free clinic and community clinics in your area. And that's who's doing it. And we all got them. I got them here in my own backyard. Like, it's that easy to look this up. That's why I'm looking at you guys like, yo, this is sad if you're going to sit here and deny it when it's dead in your face. You can literally look up this little left-wing advocacy group, patient advocacy group that I looked up. You can find this, many articles like this that sit there and tell you in your face, that they're supporting it, tell you in your face that they're telling illegals how to skirt our system, in your face, in writing. And y'all just sit there like, no, that's not true. Those are lies. The lady put her face on it.
But on this cost of illegal immigration, I think the $150 billion price tag that the House put on it is way low. Do you agree with me?
Well, absolutely, because the billions of dollars you talked about on, the health benefits is one thing, but we're not even talking about the cost of emergency room visits and hospital visits. That's not even in the count. And, hospitals, they don't absorb that cost. They're there to make money, so they pass that on to us who have insurance and the co-pays. So the hospital has to make up for, like, for instance, under Biden, 1 year, Yuma Regional Hospitals in the whole $26 million. So who pays that? You pay it through insurance premiums. You pay that through co-pays because they got to make that money up. They're going to pass it on to you and me, not just the taxpayers, but those also through medical costs for us. So, no one is absorbing the costs. We're making up for those costs. And I can tell you, between ICE and CBP, we spend billions of dollars a year on emergency care for illegal aliens in our custody. I mean, as an ICE check, I think we spent close to $1 billion on our medical services. So that's not even counted in these calculations of multiple billions of dollars just in healthcare for illegal aliens. I can't even tell you what the cost is. For instance, back in Human, when they were in $26 million in the hole, every maternity bed in that hospital one time had an illegal alien giving birth to a future U.S. citizen, while American families had to drive 100 miles to give birth to their baby. It's just ridiculous.
Well, the Supreme Court better do the right thing on birthright citizenship. Our framers never intended for this to be the mess that it is right now.
Mm-hmm.
The Illinois governor, Pritzker, Tom, just signed a bill to protect illegals against federal enforcement. Watch.
Mm-hmm.
The Chicago region has been subjected to a relentless campaign of cruelty and intimidation and abuse at the hands of ICE and Border Patrol agents. Together, we're sending a message to Donald Trump, to Kristi Noem, to Gregory Bavino, and anyone else seeking to terrorize our people. Your divisiveness and your brutality are not welcome here.
Tom, what's your message to him tonight?
Well, good luck with that. I mean, we're going to keep doing what we're doing in Chicago. Talk about terrorizing. Why don't he talk to the victims of illegal alien crime? Why don't he do what I've done and talk to the angel moms and dad who buried their children because they were killed by someone that's not supposed to be here? Why don't he talk to, call the ICE office and talk to people that are involved with voice, victims of immigration crime, and hear their stories. They're the ones that are terrorized. ICE is making Chicago safer. ICE is making the state of Illinois safer. Bottom line is, look at the criminals we're arresting. And that makes that state and that city safer. So you can pass all the policies and local ordinances you want. Federal law always trumps local and state law. We're going to continue doing what we're doing. And as we bring on the 10,000 more agents, we're going to continue to flood the zones in sanctuary cities.
Yep, federal law does trump state law, and the president, they can bring in the National Guard if federal law is refusing to be upheld in that state. It is what it is.
To include Chicago. You're not stopping us. We're going to keep doing what we're doing.
Tom, as always, great to see you.
I love that message. Like, you're not going to stop us. It's like, you can keep on doing all the ICE threats and all that. We're still going to come to your city. We're still going to get all the illegals out of here, regardless of how you feel about it. You got to love the persistence. All right, now let's go ahead and get over to this Fed rate decision.
We start this hour with major breaking economic news. The Federal Reserve making its decision on interest rates. Let's go right to the Fed, where CNN's Matt Egan is standing by. Matt, any surprises?
Well, Boris, look, this was the quarter-point interest rate cut that was widely expected. This is the third straight interest rate cut from the Fed, giving consumers and businesses some relief from high borrowing costs because this lowers the Fed rate to a fresh 3-year low. But the fact that the Fed is cutting at all right now during a time of stubborn inflation underscores the level of concern from officials inside this building about the weakening job market and the risk that that weakness snowballs into something more. Some of the key lines from the new Fed statement that was just put out. Fed officials are reiterating the job gains have slowed this year and that the unemployment rate has edged up. They removed language that previously said that the unemployment rate remains low. Now, looking ahead, the Fed signaled that future interest rate cuts are not a done deal. They inserted some new language saying that they're going to have to deliberate about the extent and timing of additional interest rate cuts. And so that does sort of hint at the fact that there's some uncertainty over when and whether.
I mean, it's funny how Dems will watch CNN all day and not really realize how they're literally saying that, the economy is at a record high right now. Well, at least the Dow Jones is at a record high right now. And that's like literally across the board. But it was crazy how, you remember when the stock market took a little dip when Trump invoked those Labor Day or Liberation Day tariffs, and how the Dems were betting everything on how the major indexes look like, look, they're down. This is how you know we're going into a recession. This is how you know. And then all of a sudden when things look green, they're like, oh, well, the stock market doesn't really tell the economy. It's like, bro, y'all disingenuous bastards. That was funny. I ain't gonna lie. That switch up was hilarious.
They're going to be able to continue to new projections put out from the Fed as well. Just
like, bro, can you imagine panicking about the stock market, saying that's the predictor of the economy? Then as soon as it goes well, you all switch up. I was like, okay, bro. Okay. Y'all are hilarious.
Some significant developments there. Fed officials are only penciling in one more interest rate cut next year. That's a bit of a surprise because some Fed watchers had been anticipating the Fed would signal 2 cuts, but that's not the case. And that may be because they've actually upgraded their views on what's going to happen in the economy in 2026. They significantly upgraded their forecast for 2026 GDP. They also think that unemployment is not going to continue to rise. They see 4.4% unemployment by the end of next year. That is good news. On the inflation front, they also marked down their forecast for inflation. They don't think it's going to get back to normal next year, but they also do see it continuing to improve. Now, the other big news here is that this is an increasingly divided Federal Reserve. Normally, these decisions are unanimous, or perhaps there's one official that dissents. This time, there's 3 officials who've dissented. That's the first time we've seen that since 2019. And tellingly, Boris, the officials are dissenting in both directions. White House economist Stephen Myron, who's a Fed governor, he wanted an even bigger interest rate cut, and 2 regional Fed presidents, they didn't want to cut at all. And now the attention shifts to what Fed Chair Jerome Powell says later this hour, about where he sees interest rates and the economy going in 2026. Back to you.
Matt Egan, thank you so much for that update from the Federal Reserve. Let's get some perspective now with Robin Farzad. He's a business journalist and the host of NPR's Full Disclosure. Robin, great to see you. What does this mean for the average American consumer?
You might see some incremental relief on your personal finances, credit cards, and the others, but it's really cold comfort, especially as Wall Street deliberates this, is saying, does the Fed still have its independence, in that Jerome Powell is already a lame duck? He's probably leaving the situation with his last rate cut at a quarter point. And what does the future foretell? The Fed can only look into its crystal ball so much, try to divine what unemployment is going to be next year. And right now, it's almost like Wall Street, the investing community, the bond community, is like this other branch of government, a check on Donald Trump riding roughshod over the Fed's independence and saying, I just want a person cutting more than this. It should not be dictated by the White House. And let's see how the markets react. If they sense that the White House is now controlling monetary policy by proxy, and that bodes well for the next Fed chair, then that is not good for markets. And who knows if anybody's going to get the leeway to cut as much as Donald Trump wants.
And Robin, a survey from the National Federation of Independent Business finds small businesses ramped up price hikes in November at a historic pace. Does that raise questions for you about the wisdom of a cut, or are other factors at play?
I think about that, Brianna, and I think about where asset markets and real estate are right now. You typically would not see an urgency for rate cuts. What does kind of beg that is the general mood out there, consumer sentiment, this kind of shadow joblessness that maybe the headline unemployment rate doesn't reflect. And I wonder if it's a cost of capital thing. If you're thinking about borrowing, are you as a small business or a corporation saying, gee, if only rates were lower, I would go out and hire a ton of people? I'm not sure it's about that. Maybe if rates are lower, they're going to go back and buy stock or consider other things or save cash or invest the money. The big multi-trillion-dollar question right now is, how do we create and sustain jobs in this environment where it's threatened by AI, where it's threatened by automation, where China is dumping its wares on the United States? And that's not necessarily a bottleneck about interest rates. There are kind of broader existential issues at play.
Robin, I don't obviously have the full slate of votes in front of me the way that Matt Egan does, but I wonder what you made of some of the dissenting opinions that we heard about. You have Stephen Myron wanting a bigger cut, and you had at least two members not wanting any cut.
That's troublesome. I mean, that's pretty binary, isn't it? I mean, maybe you're looking at a proxy of the White House or somebody out there. You typically, as Matt said in the past, you would see some.
Hold on now. I disagree with this man when he said that, oh, well, with this rate cut, all the extra money they're keeping, who's to say that they're going to start hiring? Well, if they want to grow their business, which all companies actually do automatically, and it's in their best interest to do so, they have to reinvest. So which means that they need to invest in a new building, new offices, new equipment, new people. It's just a given if they want to grow their business. Or if they want to advance their business, they might have to hire, I'm going to be real with you, more advanced people. So reinvesting in the business is just a given. They're not just going to hold it in their savings account.
Unanimity around it. Either we are slowing down or we are too hot. The Fed, in Powell's defense, is saying that, look, we've been at a restrictive interest rate policy. Merely by taking it down a smidge, we're approaching neutral. I know that gets in the jargon, but what kind of, resets it at the zero level question right now. But the fact that there were two governors out there, two presidents saying that we should not have hiked at all, I think reflects still a concern about inflation. We haven't killed inflation, and maybe there still has to be more pain and bloodletting, the likes of which Donald Trump and this dissident Fed member don't want to see.
Now, they're basically saying that when you have a balancing act between inflation and unemployment, unemployment now is the driving force. Full employment is what they are aiming for. And what this tells us is they don't have a huge amount of really good data because of the government shutdown and and all that took place there.
I mean, that is true. Like, so far, the only job market report that we got is from September. So yes, in September 2025, the U.S. economy added 119,000 non-farm payroll jobs, a rebound from August revised decline, with significant gains in healthcare, food service, while unemployment rose slightly to 4.4%. The monthly report showed a growth in healthcare, food service, and social assistance, but losses in transportation and federal government, with the labor force growing and the unemployment rate ticking up. This is the current status of the job market, because due to the shutdown, we are pretty late on the job numbers, but we'll see what comes out. Excuse me. But so far, the current numbers are 119,000 jobs added in September. Unemployment rate is at 4.4%. Total unemployment, 7.6 million. Average hourly earnings is at $36.76. Is at a 0.2 increase. So average hourly earnings have increased by 0.2%. Small growth, but it's something.
They are somewhat cloudy, not quite in the dark, because there are other surveys, but the view is clearly that unemployment is now the risk. The labor market is the risk. And so they'll probably wait and see till they get better data on how that's going to play out.
And of course,
all right, guys, now let's have some fun. I mean, let's have a little bit of fun and watch this nice little funny clip. Shout out to Jake GTV. You know, these are always funny. All right, let's get right to it.
Welcome back to Jake GTV News. Our FBI still thinks it's Tyler Robinson.
Gosh, I freaking love Israel. They're always the good guy.
Chloe and Michael, good morning. We're here outside Utah Valley University, where they literally paved over the scene the following Sunday. If this were a normal crime scene, these people would have been prosecuted for tampering with evidence. Good thing most people are triple boosted.
We want to make sure there's literally no evidence left over, guys.
Isn't this illegal? Yeah, apparently doing construction on the Sabbath day in Utah is actually totally normal.
Right, and let's not forget that Charlie had a Superman-like neck. Let's get a demonstration.
I don't think this is going to help to stop the conspiracy theories. His head fell off.
A 30-06 would have been a horror show.
Whoa there, Ching Chong. We're not supposed to question that.
No, that is very true. A 30-06 would have been a complete horror show. I mean, it'd have been full-on decapitation. And it'd have been terrible to see. So I'm almost happy that it actually wasn't a 30-06, because that would have been a terrible sight to see on camera. It was already bad enough with the original. It was already bad enough what we seen. An actual 30-06, oh my God, you do not want to know what we'd have witnessed.
Listen, pussy, the only people who still believe it are groypers and Zionists.
Do you believe the Jews killed Charlie Kirk? That's one of the conspiracies out there right now. What's your position on that?
I don't believe that. As it stands right now, I think it was Tyler Robinson.
Yeah.
So if this 30-06 had hit Charlie in the neck the way we're told, it still could have gone through a concrete wall behind him and hit someone on the other side of the concrete wall.
This is the guy that was martyred for fighting Israel? If you think that, I feel sorry for you, because you are retarded.
Thanks, Nick. Finally, after all your antiseptic rhetoric, you've decided to join us on our mission to shut it down. Now, Tim Pool, give Candace a piece of your mind.
Candace Owens is a fucking evil scumbag. She is a degenerate cunt.
Tim Pool jumping on the airwaves with big estrogen energy, telling us we're evil.
She doesn't fucking deal with the shit we have to deal with. She's a piece of shit.
Oh my gosh, he is so cranky today.
Yeah, that's what we call high estrogen, total puss.
Yeah, and it wasn't a bad idea to go. It was a bad idea to go after Candace like that. I mean, especially yelling and all that the way he was. I'm like, dog, you always know when you come with women with that type of energy, they're always going to say that, well, bro, let's be real. Why are you yelling? And would you yell at Candace like that in her face? Of course not. So I don't even know why he brought energy to the table and he was trying to blame if we lose the midterms, it's going to be Candace's fault. No, it's going to be the Republicans' fault. I'm not even going to. I'm like, nah, it's going to be of the ingenious spin of the left. Like, let's be real. They be spinning things in a very clever way, and their foolish base. All right, let me not call it foolish base, but their gullible base be falling for it sometimes. If they win the midterms, it's because they ran a good campaign against Trump. It is what it is. You just can't sit there and blame Candace Owens for all your troubles, especially the Republican Party. Y'all better not try to blame Candace Owens for all y'all troubles.
Let's hear what she actually said instead. Go for it, Candace.
There are people at Turning Point who Charlie texted the night before and said they're going to kill me.
Shut it down, Candace. He said go max to Tucker, and we pulled all our donor money. He was our best goeum, and it was his fault for messing that up.
Just because a 30-06 can take down large game animals doesn't mean we won't use that as our narrative. It's not an easy task blaming a patsy. Erica, play the sympathy card.
Again, he would walk through the door, drop his bags,
Daddy's home, take his phone Friday night, Shabbat Shalom, throw it in the junk drawer, and it was just all us.
Shabbat Shalom.
What do you think of Erica? Oh, great. You must watch Ian Carroll. Well, I watched Nick, and he told me Tyler was behind it and a 30 at 6 was stopped in the neck. So stop with the conspiracy theories.
Yes, I believe in our judicial system. I do. When you go after the people that I love, and you're making hundreds and thousands of dollars every single episode going after the people that I love because somehow they're in on this. No.
This is going to be read as Meghan Markle syndrome, okay? Meghan Markle syndrome, where you want privacy when you want it, but you want publicity whenever you want it, and that just doesn't work, okay? This is the same person who had somebody record her over Charlie Kirk's casket. That was not our business. You have to make a decision. I want this always to be private, or I want this always to be public.
You're canceled. TPUSA is a Judeo-Christian, Jew-loving company. Pastors, shut her up and remind her why we're the chosen people.
We cancel stuff all the damn time. Hitler admirers, Stalin admirers, Jew haters, American haters, Churchill haters. You're damn right we're going to cancel them and deplatform them.
Candace Owens doesn't know what she's talking about here.
So what we did is we entered into the scriptures and grew to love the nation of Israel and Jewish people.
We are going to train 100,000 Christian ambassadors to be ambassadors in their own country for the state of Israel, to defend Israel's brand and to combat anti-Semitism.
Finally, my boy Satan will teach you Goyim to worship us instead of Jesus.
Thanks, Daisy. I just joined your OnlyFreaks, by the way.
All hail Israel, right, Ching Chong?
Okay, Succubus, remind me, what religion dominates the corn industry and takes Christ out of the Christmas music? You're not even actual Semites.
All right, Ching Chong, you're this close to ending up like Charlie Kirk, the Jew lover. It's literally like a mind virus you sick Goyim have adopted. Hope you took our mRNA so you die early.
It says it's not like COVID-19. It's like Candace 19. It's another fake. They're saying it's a fake virus. Like, oh, you got infected. You just can't do it. 6 feet social distancing from Candace Owens. We're gonna get every influencer on social media. 6 feet social distancing. Save lives. What are you, a grandma killer?
Misinformation spreads quietly, sometimes from people you know or love. Do your part. Help keep our community safe and get vaccinated for Candace 19.
Brought to you by the dual citizens of Israel.
No wonder they get kicked out of every country.
Wow, great point, Ching Chong.
Didn't they label Miss Rachel an anti-Semite for saying she doesn't want children not to starve?
Yep. Meanwhile, they're bombing the actual Semites.
Poor sand people. Let's see what she did.
Let's go back to sleep, Rahaf. We're so tired.
This disgusting human decided to show an amputee from Gaza, which exposes that we have been carpet bombing the innocent, and that's so antiseptic. It's like, how are we supposed to finish the sand people with her being all empathic and stuff? Wait, Don, back to you, and don't mention TPUSA's finances.
Thanks, Shapiro-Stein. Right, so basically they set up a life insurance style fund for him under GGLF in 2023, where the only payout happens upon his death. Like a $30 million payout. That's a big payout for whoever helped set that up.
Candace, explain to the fellow Goyim how much they just made at their recent black tie event that cost $10,000 per plate.
What do you think of Erica's black tie event?
Buddy, I work 12 hours a day. I have no idea what's going on at all. They're all secret society weirdos. That's all I know.
Doesn't go, hey, maybe we should strike that. They made $40 million like 2 nights ago at Mar-a-Lago. Maybe that feels kind of a little bit like let them eat cake-ish.
Let them eat cake.
Oh, and we've made more than separately from Mar-a-Lago. Turning Point USA, since Charlie was killed, just so you guys know, this is a fact, has made more than $100 million. That is separate from the $40 million they made at Mar-a-Lago the other night.
Good point, Candace. They want to act like we're the grifters for an honest investigation.
Right? You may be a widow, but you're also the CEO of a $150 million company.
Straight up. Back to you, Erica.
They pick on you because of your accessories. I mean, I've seen some of it.
Oh, yeah. No, at this point, it's the conspiracy collection. Get it before Christmas. Like, seriously.
Elegance is eternal, but beauty fades.
I'm crying. They're like, whoa, she's still looking a little too blinged out right now. I'm like, damn, she can't put on some accessories?
Get your conspiracy collection before Christmas.
Crying.
Like, seriously.
Nicolado, I would wear it. That's got
Like, seriously.
Elegance is eternal.
That's a
but
nice ring.
beauty fades. Get your conspiracy collection before
The elegance.
Christmas. Like, seriously.
I'm done. And if people think that I was just going to wilt away, I'm not going to sit in a corner and cry and be in fetal position. This is a duty to my husband, and it's an absolute honor, and I will never back down. And so my message to them is to stop. To stop.
Hey, quick question. What do you think of Erica?
I had to take a leave of absence from work after my poodle died, and she becomes CEO. Like, where the heck are your kids? It just feels off.
Yo, man, quick question. What do you think of Erica?
Dude, if my wife acted like that after I passed, I'd be turning in my grave.
Shut it down! Just because we made a record amount after his death doesn't mean you can make content out of us. Run the commercials! You're about to get the Jackie treatment.
Get your seed oils and cattle feed, because that's what you are.
Goyslop Jr. Enjoy cancer.
Gosh, I love some cheesy Goyslop before bed.
Yeah, you know they're trying to make us weak, right?
That's okay. I took all the vaccines.
Yeah, I can tell. Dennis, take it away.
That's absolutely based. And if you still haven't followed Jake GTV, you're low IQ and genuinely retarded.
Shout out Jake GTV on Twitter, of course. So on X. All right, now let's go ahead and get over to our guy, Tucker Carlson, because once again, he's stirring up trouble. You got to love that man, Tucker.
America has one great ally in the world, its chief ally. By some calculations, maybe its only real ally, and that's the state of Israel. And that has been the case for a long time. In fact, so long that few people question whether that's a good idea or why exactly that is. Everyone knows our closest ally is Israel, and we have all kinds of military and economic ties to Israel. But the main way you know Israel is our closest ally is that really up until just the other day, there was not a scenario you could conjure in your head in which the United States would take the side of any other country over Israel. It just couldn't happen. So Israel's our chief ally. Hasn't always been this way. Of course, Israel didn't exist until right after the Second World War. So it's all pretty new, and it's accelerated with every decade. We've become closer and closer to Israel. Our commitment, not our legal commitment or publicly discussed commitment, but our in effect commitment, or on the ground commitment to Israel, has become stronger every year. But there's no reason that should stay the way it is forever. What if we decided to change it up? What if we decided to get a new closest ally in the world? How about Qatar? What if Qatar was our closest ally? Float that one at the next dinner party you go to. People will respond strongly, especially if they're Fox News viewers. What? Are you an Islamist? Qatar? The bloodthirsty Islamo-fascist state? What are you getting paid by the Qatar lobby? AQUAC?
Sure.
Of course, there is no actual AQUAC, but if there was a Qatar lobby, it should be called AQUAC.
I'm be honest with you. Yeah, if I said that to some of the guys in my Discord, they'd be like, yo, Seth, well, what are you saying right now? And I would stand on that argument. I'm like, I ain't gonna lie, I think Qatar's
And then you would be forced to explain why Qatar should be our closest ally. And of course, people would look at you like you were insane, in fact, dangerous and probably anti-American. But let's just take Qatar out of it for a second. How do you think about, if you're the United States, who ought to be your closest ally? Who gets that job? Who do you take to the prom?
Mm-hmm.
And it depends on how you think about it. If you think about it through the lens of American interest, which is to say what's good for us, then it's a very different picture. What's good for us? Well, you would want a country that had, I don't know, natural resources that you might want to have access to. Energy, probably first and foremost, but maybe not. Minerals too. But certainly energy, oil and gas, because we need them, despite what they may tell you, to continue our civilization and to be strong and prosperous. So a big energy supply would be important. A powerful military might also help. And to have a powerful military, of course, you need a big population to man the military, as Ukraine, unfortunately, is finding out now. It helps to have a lot of people. So there are a couple of different countries you might throw out there if you were looking purely through the lens of what's good for the United States, an America first perspective. The most obvious, of course, would be Russia. Russia! Why? Because it's the biggest country in the world. It's the biggest landmass in the world. And it has enormous mineral deposits, energy deposits. It's got a lot of oil and gas and gold and everything else you need to run a society. And it also has a formidable military, by far the biggest on that continent, on the European continent, and huge manufacturing capacity. So, like, if you needed an ally to help you in a conflict, or if you needed a country in which to stage a fight with some other country, a place to put air bases, for example, Russia would be like the best, of course. But we can't be allied with Russia because Russia's bad. They're immoral. They're bad. You might also say, well, Venezuela. Why Venezuela? Well, because they have the largest proven oil reserves in the world. They're in our hemisphere. I don't know. Lots of natural resources. It's right there. Why not make them a big ally? Talk about a place for military bases and trade, and that might help us. They've got a lot that we might benefit from if we wanted to help our country. You can't. They're bad. They're so bad, we're going to invade them. They're so immoral, we have to go to war with them. We cannot be allies with them. We have to fight them. That's how immoral they are. Okay. Well, at a certain point, you get to places like, I don't know, Equatorial Guinea, probably not a beacon of democracy, small country, tons of energy, though. And then the more obvious ones like Saudi Arabia or UAE or Bahrain, Oman, Kuwait, the rest of the Gulf states, like those might all be good. And we don't have their same form of government. Those are all monarchies, 6 monarchies clustered next to each other, but all of them have a ton of energy. And they're all pretty pro-American, and they're in an important part of the world. So it's not a matter of being a Qatari nationalist or trying to promote Qatar. As you think about who should be an ally of your nation, you think about your nation. What's good for us? How do we serve our people, our citizens, the people who voted for us, who pay for our interest? And Qatar just seems like an obvious one, but it doesn't have to be the only one. And the only reason we're choosing it tonight is because there's so much falseness about Qatar. If you watch Fox News, you know Qatar is evil and they're secretly running the United States. They probably don't tell you that their owner was just in Qatar trying to raise money, which is not an attack on their owner. It's merely an acknowledgement of what everyone who doesn't watch Fox News all day knows, which is Qatar is part of the world. And lots of people go there. We were there 2 days ago. So was Hillary Clinton. So was Bill Gates, looking kind of cadaverous. And it's not because we love Hillary Clinton or Bill Gates we were there. It's because like everyone's there. And if you want to interview people, you should probably go to Qatar because everyone's there. And why is everyone there? Because it's a pretty open society, because they have a lot of stuff going on and they've got a lot of resources and they welcome people to talk about things in their country. That's not bad. Those are not bad things. Why are we being told Qatar is so bad? Well, of course, for the same reason we hear a lot of countries are bad, because if we have other strong allies, that might affect the interest of our only ally, which would be Israel. And so just for fun, just like a little exercise, not in Islamism, this is not an endorsement of Islamic terror. It's kind of interesting to go through the criteria, the facts about these countries, compare Israel to, say, Qatar, and you decide for yourself what you think might be a more useful ally for the United States to have, maybe even a chief ally. And these are all facts as far as we know. Of course, feel free to look them up. Check our facts against Wikipedia or whatever, Grokpedia. Go there, by the way. You should go to Qatar. Wander around for a day or two. You can fly in the world's greatest airline, by the way, as you get there, which is Starlink the entire way. There's a lot of good stuff about Qatar. Good food, nice people. But just go there. Don't take our word for it. If you're being told that, Qatar is this hellscape with slave markets and, women in burqas or whatever, spend a weekend. See for yourself. You're not encouraged to do that.
Yeah, that is true, though. I mean, a lot of people spread a lot of misinformation about how it actually is in a lot of Muslim countries, and you'd be quite surprised how wrong a lot of these people are. But usually, the people who just think that Islam is the evil stain on the world. But if you actually go to a lot of these Islamic countries, it's not as bad as people. It's actually really not bad at all. A lot of these people actually be BSing about what's going on there. And that's not, now, trust me, some of them are that bad. Like Yemen. Yemen is pretty effing bad. But Yemen is not the standard of all Muslim countries, obviously. I mean, but I'm not going to say that each and every one of them is out there like the UAE.
You're never encouraged to see anything for yourself. Don't do your own research. Trust the science. Trust our view. Trust the 2-minute clip we put on Twitter. And if you don't agree with that, then you're obviously Islamist, Nazi. We're going to attack your character. But for once, see for yourself. So here are some of the differences between Qatar and Israel. Again, this is not an attack on Israel, for sure. And it's not promoting Qatar. It's just trying our best to promote our country, which could use allies right about now. So the first is resources. And Israel has basically no resources at all. I mean, its gasoline comes from Azerbaijan. I mean, it needs to import basically everything that it uses. Not everything. We've got a thriving tech sector, but for natural resources, they are very, very limited. And that would include water. Qatar has, well, some of the largest natural gas reserves in the world in their famous North Gas Field. And they are the, I think, #1 LNG exporter to Europe, and one of the biggest, certainly, to Asia. Liquefied natural gas. It's what a lot of the world runs on. It's also where a lot of consumer products come from because it's converted to plastics, polyethylene, and many other things. So like having a lot of natural gas is not just something that makes you rich. It's something that is really good for your country, your economy, and it can help your friends. So that's the first thing to know. Qatar has a ton of natural resources, has no natural resources. Okay. The second thing to know is that Qatar is a very enthusiastic investor in the United States. So that's being spun as a bad thing. They're trying to take over our society. Now, if you've been in the U.S. recently and wandered around and noticed it becoming markedly more Qatari, send us an email and tell us where you went, because we haven't noticed that, actually. Qatar is, in fact, quite a socially conservative society. In contrast,
I'll tell you this. It's like, who's actually investing more into the American economy, Israel or Qatar? It's Qatar. Who's giving Americans more investment, Israel or Qatar? Qatar. So who's more of a net benefit for America, Israel or Qatar? Do I really need to say it? Of course, Qatar.
Tries to say Tel Aviv, which has got to be the world capital for drag queen story hours. Qatar is the opposite of that. Yes, women are not covered in escort and all that stuff you hear about taking place in the Gulf. Doesn't actually take place in the Gulf anymore, but it definitely doesn't take place in Qatar, which by regional standards is very liberal, but by American Western standards is actually pretty traditional. So they don't have a lot of pride parades in Qatar. Let's see, none. Qatari diplomats, ask them, ask anybody when they're posted to the West, US, Canada, Great Britain, they send their kids to Christian schools because, not because they're Christian, they're Muslims, but because they're more socially conservative. They don't have government subsidized abortion on demand in Qatar, as Israel does. They basically have, in a lot of ways, the same social values, broadly speaking, of course. They're not Christian, they're Muslim. But broadly speaking, very similar social values to a lot of Trump voters. There's a big emphasis on marriage and spending time with your family. I'm not trying to talk it up too much. It's different. It's not my culture. But I guess the point is, if Qatar was really in charge of our culture, it wouldn't look like this at all.
I mean, good point. I mean, if Qatar was really in charge of our culture, then, I mean, how is Islam getting bashed on a daily basis, which is perfectly fine with me. I mean, like I said, we got the freedom of speech to do so. But if we're being controlled by some Muslim nation, some small Muslim nation in the Middle East, wouldn't it be a bit more noticeable like it is with AIPAC? I'm just saying.
Right. Well, this country's 250th birthday is right around the corner, and our friends at Black Rifle Coffee are celebrating the right way with bold roasts made by veterans who love this country and live or Black investing in a lot of businesses. Founded American Roasted. This is America's coffee. So, but they're investing in a lot of businesses. Qatar has pledged $500 billion in investment. I think they put about $150 billion in so far. We'll see if they make good on the other $350 billion, but 150 is a lot. You can say that's a bad thing, but tell us how and why. Unless they're subverting our values to make them more Qatari or whatever. Unless AQUAC has been subverting our values. Probably not bad to have other people invest in your country, especially on the brink of a recession, maybe. How much is Israel invest? Well, actually, Israel's on the other side of the ledger. Israel is a massive, massive net cost to the United States. If you're not just the famous $3 billion. It's only $3 billion. But the cost of defending, backstopping that country in every conflict in which it enters, which is like at this point, more than half a dozen. I mean, where are they not having a war? Who's paying for that? Well, we are. We are every single year going back, well, almost 80 years. Every single one, trillions of dollars spent prosecuting wars on Israel's behalf or wars that we waged at the behest of Israel, including the Iraq War, including whatever that was in Syria, including the regime change war they are pushing the United States government to have in Iran. Those are costs. Now, you could argue, well, we need to because those wars make us safer, in case you're feeling a lot safer than you did before 9/11. So I guess, but just in pure dollar terms, one country is a huge cost to the United States Treasury, and the other is a net addition. So that's one difference. You want allies to help you once in a while. So let's say you have a war, especially one they asked you to get into. You'd want them to send a lot of their troops, or at least a symbolic number of their troops. How about no troops? Ever, really? Maybe I got that wrong. Maybe a troop or two went, advisors or something, but basically no real help in any of these wars. Not attacking Israel here, by the way. As always, they're doing what they think is best for them, which is great. Godspeed.
Well,
but
I don't know, you kind of are. It is a bit wild when you sit there and say, because I didn't even know that. They got us into that Gulf War and they barely sent any troops. And it was all our troops that fought it, even though this war benefited them more than anybody. That is a bit wild.
If we're going to do what's best for us, someone's going to have to explain why that's best for us, because it's not obviously best for us. So then you really get to the question of values and morals. This is the conversation that's happening right now. And the idea is that you're not allowed to have the conversation that we're having right now because Qatar is just so morally repulsive. It's like Russia or Venezuela, that even to consider, to talk about, to throw out the possibility of having an alliance with such a country, it'd be like, maybe we should go to vacation in North Korea. I mean, you're a freak. You're some kind of outlaw. How could you want that? You're defending Stalin again? They're trying to make the possibility, the notion, so far out and discredited that no one has the brass to even bring it up. And the truth is, it's pretty hard to defend any system other than the American system at its best if you're an American, because it's our system. We like our system. I like our system. I don't want even a parliamentary system like they have in the UK or Canada. Why would you want that? I like the American system. So it's not a matter of preferring somebody else's system over ours. It's merely a matter of batting down some of the absurd lies. So Qatar, like every country in that region, the 6 Gulf monarchies, the fabled GCC, every one of those countries is an Islamic state. Islam is the official religion of the country.
Okay.
And so in all of those countries, it's probably a bad idea, illegal, if not unacceptable, or some variety of the two, to run around trying to convert people to, say, Christianity. If you show up in downtown Doha with a bullhorn and a sign that says repent and turn to Jesus, probably somebody at some point is going to at least politely, or maybe not, tell you to knock it off because this is an Islamic country. By the way, the same thing is true in Israel. I'm not attacking Israel. It's a Jewish state. They don't want.
I mean, that is true. Like, missionary work in Israel is looked down upon. I mean, it's even been reported that they spit on the missionaries. I mean, even Brandon Tatum admitted that he got spit on once. So, yeah, it's true.
You showing up in Israel and trying to convert a lot of Israelis to Christianity. They don't. That was illegal. I don't know if it still is or not, but it's certainly discouraged. And the same is true in the Gulf, in Qatar, for example. But if the deeper question is, where do Christians feel more comfortable, in Qatar or Israel? I mean, it's sort of hard to know what people actually think. So maybe the best way to measure that is by where they live. Twice as many Christians living in Qatar as there are in Israel. Twice as many, at least twice as many. Did you know that? Again, not promoting Qatar. I'm not moving there. But there are twice as many Christians living there. So if it's like an ISIS state.
But I ain't gonna lie, Tucker, you're playing with fire though, dog. You know you're playing with fire because everybody just says, oh, you're getting that Qatari money, the Qatari money. And then you just did an interview with one of the Qatari leaders. Like, Tucker, let's be real. I get what you're trying to do here because, trust me, I don't think Qatar is this big bad devil that they try to claim they are. Trust me, I don't believe that. But seeing that they say that you're one of the main guys who's taking Qatari money, which has not been proven, by the way, I would have kind of backed away from this a little bit. Or F it. You know, Tucker has been going max lately. So, hey, go ahead, bro, cook.
Where people are beheaded for proclaiming the name of Jesus. Why are there twice as many in Qatar as there are in Israel? And why are there so many Christian churches in Qatar? All, or at least most, on land granted to them by the government. Again, not promoting Qatar, just saying if you're telling me that this is a country whose values are so far from mine that even to go there is a crime of some kind, you're lying. Or we have very different values, extremely different values. So why are they telling me that? They're telling me that because the status quo works for Israel. It works. So if there's any other country that might displace it, with whom we might form a stronger or as strong alliance, if there's a rival for that loyalty, it's a massive threat to them. And by the way, I understand that. This is a tiny country involved in a lot of conflicts that has basically no real allies other than the United States. So I hate to use the word because it's overused, but this is existential for Israel. This is a huge deal for them. It's not just a matter of preference. This is like a lifeline. And so you get it. You absolutely get it. But at some point, our interests, the interests of the country of 350 million, do have to play a role in this calculation. And by that measure, this is not a good deal for the United States. Because on the final question, this is the one that matters most, war, there's a massive difference. Israel, as noted, is involved in half a dozen conflicts around the world in various stages.
I mean, yeah, they've been bombing in Syria. They've been bombing in Lebanon. They've been displacing Palestinians in South Africa. They've been doing a lot of BS during the past 6 months.
And the United States is effectively paying for all of them. Qatar, this terror state, is full-time actively involved in paying for resolving a lot of those conflicts, including conflicts not even in its own region, like in Eastern Europe, the Ukraine-Russia conflict. Where do you think those peace talks, especially the non-public negotiations, where do those take place? Doha, Qatar.
True.
Why? Because they're willing to host them. That's why.
Yeah.
And so if you have one country that's every week, it seems like, is bombing someone or declaring someone else a sworn enemy for eternity and using American tax dollars to fight those conflicts, and then another country, which, whatever its motives, almost doesn't matter, is trying to resolve conflict and just get back to commerce, coexistence, which is a better ally? Joking? So if you've gotten to this point in the video and not turned it off, muttering, Osama bin Laden sympathizer, are you Al-Qaeda? Are you a Muslim? Nope, none of those things. Then here is the punchline. The idea that Qatar should be our greatest ally, well, Donald Trump seems to agree. Mm-hmm. What? Why have I not heard that before? Because no one screaming about Qatar has any interest in telling you the truth, which is that Donald Trump, who was elected on a peace program, and it's been a little tougher than expected to make good on that, but still means it. Donald Trump has taken sides in the Qatar-Israel dispute. And it is actually more than a dispute. It became a military conflict in September, on September 9th. Israel bombed Qatar. Qatar, by the way, is the site, in case you're wondering if they were an ally or not, of the largest U.S. airbase in the entire region, right outside Doha. Mm-hmm. There are like 10,000-ish American troops who live in Qatar. They bear a lot of costs for that, by the way. It's a pretty nice thing to do. It makes you a target when you have an American military base, but they have the largest in the whole region. So they're a, by definition, close ally. And Israel bombs them, kills people in downtown Doha, like walking distance from the emir's house, and doesn't apologize for it. And why they do that? Because Donald Trump was working to bring peace between Iran, that at all. And so they tried to murder the negotiators in that round of peace talks,
which was very controversial when, Israel did go ahead and decide to bomb Doha in hopes of killing the peace negotiations, because that's who they were trying to kill, the peacekeepers. Now, everybody was trying to say, oh, well, they're harboring Hamas. Yeah, duh. We wanted them to do that so we could hold peace talks. That's what Qatar is. It's a neutral ground. So when Israel bombed it, that was out of pocket.
From Hamas in Doha.
Out of line, honestly.
And then they tried to tell the world that actually Trump signed off on this. The Trump knew. Totally false. Trump did not know. Not only did they do this, they tried to implicate Trump in it. And he responded a couple of weeks later with an executive order that I'm going to throw on my glasses and read this because I bet not 1 in 100 people knows this even happened.
Oh, yeah. He put like damn near Article 5 protection on Qatar. He's like, yo, Israel, if you do that again, if you attack Qatar again, we'll attack you. And then he made Bibi Netanyahu call Qatar on the phone and apologize, which is a major.
So this was at the end of September this year. Listen to this. He signed an executive order, and this is verbatim, called the Assuring the Security of the State of Qatar. So next time you hear someone on Fox News be like, the terror state of Qatar, if only Trump knew. Right. Assuring the security of the state of Qatar. And we're quoting, over the years, the United States and the state of Qatar have been bound together by close cooperation, shared interests, and the close relationship between our armed forces. The state of Qatar has hosted United States forces, enabled critical.
Oh, and somebody asked me, who did Israel send on the plane? So this is according to AP News, right? So in late October and again on November 13th, 2025, chartered flights arrived in Johannesburg carrying around 150 to 180 Palestinians from Gaza on each flight. Now, many passengers didn't have proper exit stamps or full travel documents, but they had a one-way ticket, little or no luggage, and no clear accommodations or onward travel plans. This was reported by the South African government and AP News. Man, where have you been?
Security operations and stood as a steadfast ally in pursuit of peace, stability, and prosperity, both in the Middle East and abroad, including as a mediator that has assisted the United States' attempts to resolve.
But yes, Israel is displacing Palestinians by putting them on a plane or giving them a one-way ticket to South Africa, according to AP News and the South African government.
Of significant regional and global conflicts. Listen to this. In recognition of this history and in light of the continuing threats to the state of Qatar posed by foreign aggression, it is the policy of the U.S. to guarantee the security and territorial integrity of the state of Qatar against external attack. The United States shall regard any armed attack on the territory, sovereignty, or critical infrastructure of the state of Qatar as a threat to the peace and security of the United States.
Okay.
Oh.
So damn. Basically, yeah. Well, you hit Qatar, you're basically hitting the United States, is what Trump pretty much stamped. You touch Qatar, you're touching us. And that's an executive order by Trump, by the way.
As a threat to the peace and security of the United States. Oh. Wait a second. What was the last act of foreign aggression against Qatar? Well, it happened that exact same month. It was a bombing by Israel. So Israel bombs Qatar, and Donald Trump issues an executive order saying, if you do that again, reading by the language here, we're going to war with you. Well, here's a pretty obvious question that too few ask. What's the smartest way to protect your home and your family? Is it A, waiting until a burglar smashes a window and tries to get in, or police?
Let's go ahead and skip this, though. We don't need to hear the commercial. Let's get back to Tucker pretty much saying, you know what? Qatar is actually a better ally to us than Israel, apparently. Let's get right into it.
And told Israel, and who knows if he'd actually do it, hard to believe, and above Israel, and told it, and who knows if he'd actually do it, hard to believe, but it's in the executive order. If you do this again, that's tantamount to an attack on us. That's a security guarantee. That's unbelievable. So keep that in mind, because there are an awful lot of Trump voters, really nice, sincere people who are still upset about 9/11. The residue is still in their mouth. That part of the world did it to us. Islam did it to us. And anyone who wants to have a normal relationship with an Islamic country is probably pro-Al-Qaeda. I get it. I get it. I know those feelings, had them. But here's Donald Trump, the guy that you voted for, taking Qatar's side against Israel. And why is that? Because Donald Trump is a secret Islamist? No. Because Qatar is a lot better for the United States than Israel has been. A lot better by any measure. And if you disagree, tell me a way in which Israel has been better for the United States than Qatar. You could say, well, what about Jerusalem? And that's an excellent point. There's no city in the world more important or more beautiful, more humming with spiritual energy than Jerusalem. But Jerusalem existed before the state of Israel existed, and it will, God willing, be there forever. So that's a distinct thing, right? That's a historical and spiritual site. It has nothing to do with the government of Israel. But tell me how the government of Israel has been better for us than the government of Qatar. And of course you can't. So you've got two options.
Yeah, you can. It's either you're going to say that he's paid before by Qatar, which everybody's been saying. Two, you're going to say, oh, he's just an Islam. Oh, he just loves the Islamists. He loves Muslim. He's a double agent or a secret agent for Qatar. Or three, you're actually going to hear him out and be like, you know what? Yes, making some good points. I mean, Qatar is benefiting our economy. They're actually investing in us. They're buying oil. They're putting into our AI infrastructure. What is Israel doing for us besides pulling us into conflicts with other Muslim countries? Like, let's be real.
You can scream at people and call them Islamists and say you're not really a Christian. You must be worshiping Allah or something. You're a suicide bomber if you go to Doha.
Hey.
And that, intimidates the crap out of a lot of people. And they're like, oh, it's not worth it. Never mind. I'll be quiet. But over time, that doesn't work.
Oh, man. Oh, yo, bro. Man, shout out to Cellulite Podcast. Appreciate you for pulling up, dog. The call line is open, though. Like, I don't know if anybody noticed that, but I did open up the line. If you go to the post tab and go to the StreamYard link, right there.
Or you can drop politics and statecraft and national interest. You can just change the terms completely of the conversation. You can stop talking about what's best for your country, because neocons are never going to win if those are the terms of the debate. What's best for our country? They're not even contestants in that. They have no interest in what's best for our country, of course. But you can change the conversation to theology. And you can just say it point blank. God demands that you support the government of Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, who would be vulgar and dumb and reckless enough to say something like that? Who would actually invoke God himself to justify a political alliance with a foreign country? Man, you'd have to be someone who's not worried at all about the afterlife to say something like that, because that is a reckless thing to say. If you've already guessed Ted Cruz, you're absolutely right. Watch.
I will tell you, there is a movement among Christians.
Oh, Lord.
Particularly young Christians.
No.
The public polling numbers of support for Israel among young Christians is plummeting.
I mean, and
they're being spread lies. They're being spread.
I mean, bro, you can't really relate the teachings of Jesus Christ to bombing innocent women and children and leveling an entire country. It's really hard for you guys to, build that relation for the young Christians. And I'm not Christian, but I have a lot of young Christians in my family, and it's really hard to sell them the idea that, you know what, it's okay to bomb innocent women and children for Israel. It's okay. Israel is blessed. I'm just like, they're not buying it. I'm sorry. They're just not buying it. Nobody's buying it. You got to do better than that. Actually, I don't even think there is a way to excuse it. So you might as well try to stop selling it that way.
Lies, isolationist lies that we should withdraw from the world because nobody wants to hurt us. But they're also being spread theological lies. They are being taught replacement theology, which is a lie that the promises God made to Israel and the people of Israel are somehow no longer good. They are no longer valid, that when God made a promise, he didn't mean the promise he made. And instead, it is an argument that the Christian church has replaced Israel and the Jews are no longer God's chosen people, and all of the promises throughout the Bible are now a dead letter. The church needs to engage and say the Bible is not silent on Israel. The Bible is crystal clear on Israel. And in the church, we will stand and fight.
Man.
Boy.
It's one thing to get all worked up at the Waco Rotary Club about issues related to Texas. But, here you have a guy who's deep into the things that actually matter, the questions of what happens after we die and what's true. And he has no idea what he's talking about. Like literally no clue. And I'm not guessing. I'm not attacking the man's faith. I'm just remembering very vividly because it was this summer when I asked that same guy, Ted Cruz, okay, where specifically does the Bible tell Christians that they have to support Israel? And he had no idea. He meant to misquote a phrase in Genesis, but he couldn't even name the book. And by the way, most people couldn't, and it doesn't even mean that, but whatever. If you're going to have a theology about it, shouldn't you know where it is in the Bible? Shouldn't you be fluent in it? No, because it's all fake. It doesn't mean anything. But he says it anyway. And this topic actually matters because it deals not simply with the fate of nations, but the fate of humans. It's real. So to talk like that, the Bible is crystal clear on Israel. Okay. What is Israel as defined by the Bible? I asked him that question too. What does the word mean? What does it refer to? Yes, there are a lot of references to Israel and to God's love for his people, the Israelites, the Jews, for sure. But in 2025, what exactly does that correspond to? Israel. Okay. And he kept looking at me. Israel, it's Israel. As Huckabee says, Israel. ISRUL. Okay, got it. Can you define that for me? Is it the modern secular nation state of Israel? The drag queen story hour in Tel Aviv state of Israel? And what borders? Does that include the West Bank, Judea and Samaria? Does that include Gaza? Does that go all the way to Iraq? I mean, like, what are we talking about here? Shut up! The Bible's crystal clear. Well, of course it's not. But one thing the New Testament is crystal clear about, because it's in every book on every page, is that the way to God is through Jesus. And there aren't any caveats that I've seen. I'm no theology student. I'm no Ted Cruz. But in every page, it's the same point. The way to God is through Jesus. And by the way, these are Jews speaking, as the early Christians were, and they were speaking to Jews, to their fellow Jews. And they were saying, the way to God, repent of what you're doing now and turn to Jesus. That's what they were saying. Maybe Ted Cruz has another analysis of it. But there's an entire New Testament about this one question. And by the way, if that's wrong, explain how. But of course, they never will. They never will explain how because they don't care. And by the way, there are evangelical Christians in the United States who have a fully developed theology on this question. I don't understand it. And to the extent I do, I don't agree with it. But I don't hate them. I know that I said I did once. I was just frustrated and I'm sorry. And most of them are really nice people. But I think any person reading a...
Nah, it is a bit weird because I remember it was Owen Schroeder. He had one of these evangelicals. Well, he had one of these guys on, and he was a pastor. And I remember the pastor literally said, the day the United States stops supporting Israel, he will move to Israel. And this was a United States citizen who's a pastor on basically to the world that, yo, the day the United States stops supporting Israel, he will move to Israel. And there's a lot of people who feel like that's in the United States. And it's a bit scary because it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Do you not see how this is like the opposite of America first? But then you try to hide yourself in the MAGA party, the Make America Great Again, the America First party, but you guys are literally Israel first. Like, well, let's not forget, Ted Cruz said that, yeah, I wanted to be a senator to further help Israel. Not to really help out his constituents, but to help Israel. You would think he would say for his constituent, but it was really for Israel. That's concerning.
Conventional interpretation of the New Testament would conclude the central, really the only unchanging command throughout the entire thing from Matthew to Revelation is believe in Jesus. Everybody. There are no there are no special deals described at all. Everybody believes in Jesus, and that's how you get to God. And people who aren't going to live forever. And I don't see another way. But people like Ted Cruz, of course, are not interested in debating theology, and he didn't even know what book it was in. They're interested in shutting down any conversation on what's in America's interest, making it a theological conversation. And why are they interested in doing that? Because the last justification for supporting Israel,
like comments like this, like you don't see that as concerning. Like America was created to create Israel. Like, no, it wasn't. You guys just wormed y'all way in on the policy. Let's be real.
Israel above all other countries has evaporated. And what is that?
Crazy.
It's
People
the
actually think that.
claim that Israel is a uniquely moral nation. And that's why Christianity and also Old Testament Judaism is so often invoked. People of the book, people of God, no one would contest that. But what does that have to do with what Benjamin Netanyahu is doing in 2025? Of course, it has nothing to do with it at all.
Well, it's the season to give gifts to those you love, and there's no greater gift than the first.
Now, but we can't really sit here and pretend like, I'm be real, some people who is Israel first is a problem. Like they are okay with American lives being taken for the benefit of Israel. Yeah, people like that is a problem. We don't need people like that in our party.
And see of his
or in the United States.
Israel is the reason.
I mean, bro, if you feel like that about Israel, then go live in Israel. Don't live here. Go live in Israel. If you feel like you're a senator for Israel, then try to go out there and be a senator for Israel. If they even have that type of system, like, please, why be here? Like, let that spot be open for somebody who actually want to help the American people. Only
they are our only real ally. And the problem is that what's happened in Gaza over the last 2 years has shown that not only is that not true, it's very close to the opposite of the truth. Now, a lot of us have spent a lot of time doing our best to ignore what's happening in Gaza on the grounds that it's kind of not our fight. Yes, there are weapons. Yes, we're paying for all of it. Yes, we're giving them cover at the United Nations. Yes, they're really kind of doing this in our name. Bibi is running around the world saying, I've got Trump in my pocket. I can do whatever I want. Trump will defend me. He's told a lot of people that. I control the United States Congress. I control the White House. I control the U.S. He's said that on tape. If you haven't seen it, look it up. But a lot of us have thought, look, got enough problems, don't want to get into it. But if you ever do look into what's happened in Gaza since October 7th, it's shocking. No, it's not the only atrocity on the planet. The Israeli government is not the only bad government. Tons of bad governments. I covered the Liberian Civil War in 2006. There are a lot of bad governments, okay? But among so-called civilized governments, no one has behaved like the Israeli government has behaved in Gaza in a very long time, 80 years at least. It's almost unbelievable. Tens of thousands of children killed by a country with the most precise military technology in the world, a country that somehow got explosive pagers into the pockets of Hezbollah leaders in Lebanon. These are people who are, again, world-renowned, famous for their skill and their precision. Look at the bombing attack during the 12-day war on Tehran. It was precise. They didn't take out downtown Tehran. They took out IRGC leaders. They took out specific people. They knew exactly where they were. So the idea that they've killed tens of thousands of women and children, non-combatants, accidentally is a lie. No, they murdered them. They murdered them. It's just a fact. You can call it whatever you want. Genocide. Everyone's all, why? It's genocide. Okay, it doesn't matter what you call it. That's murder. You're killing people on purpose. Oh, but that always happens in the world. It certainly does. Innocents die in war. That is absolutely right. But in no modern conflict in my lifetime have this many innocents died without any apology at all. So what sets, you hope, the United States government, or has during most of my life, apart from other governments like the government of Israel, is when we kill people who didn't do anything wrong, like children, we are penitent. We apologize. Sometimes we put the people who did it, as in My Lai, for example, in Vietnam, on trial because we don't kill people who didn't do anything, period. And yet, for over 2 years, Israel has murdered tens of thousands of children on purpose and then locked the doors of Gaza, shot dozens and dozens and dozens of journalists so no one can film what's happening, and just leveled the place. so they can move the people out and take it.
These are facts.
What's the justification for that? What's the excuse? Well, of course, there isn't one. Again, Israel's not the only country that's behaved that way in history. Far from it. But no modern country has behaved that way in my lifetime. And so the other day we thought for the first time we would go see what.
Yeah, the problem is like, well, bombing schools, bombing hospitals, telling refugees to go one place just to bomb it. Yeah, those are all war crimes. This is some reason though we don't ever hold Israel accountable for the war crime. We try to create excuses for war crimes. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. It's like, think about it, even the Dems. It's the same people that are trying to say the bombings in the Caribbean Sea is a war crime, but won't sit there and call the innocent children getting bombed in Gaza. Like a lot of Dems refuse to actually speak out against that. Now, there are some, and sadly, it's on the radical left, but at least they're speaking out about it. And just because a crazy left is speaking out about it doesn't mean that it's all bullshit.
What this looks like. And so there is, maybe this is one of the reasons they hate Qatar. The government of Qatar has taken in about 2,000 refugees from Gaza. They actually can't get any more because Israel won't let them out. But there was a period at the beginning of the bombing campaign in Gaza where some people did get out. And the government of Qatar said, okay, we'll take them, these Palestinians from Gaza, and we will treat their injuries, especially the children. We'll take the kids. So they live in a compound in Doha, and we went over there just to see it in between other things that we were doing. People we were talking to, people we were interviewing, and just thought we should go see that. So we didn't bring like a regular camera. Our cameraman, Kyle, who's really talented, had his iPhone because we didn't want to, stick a camera in people's faces and like exploit the suffering of others to make a point. We were not even planning on putting this on the air. But it was so distressing. It was so shocking to see children, many of them orphaned without any family at all. All their siblings have been killed. No parents have been killed, or their parents are stuck in Gaza and the Israelis won't let them out. Kids with no limbs, many with mangled faces. A child with a mangled face. But there were 4 of us, okay? Me, my business partner, who I've known my whole life, and 2 producers who we've worked with for many, many years. And these are guys who've really been around like everywhere and seen other wars and seen a lot of injuries and, kind of hard to rattle. And by the time I get out of there, it was just 4 middle-aged men staring at the floor, trying not to cry. Here's part of what it looked like.
They are come as a due to war in Gaza. Most of them needs children with special needs, or they are. How many
Man, here's a crazy thing. Here comes the Hezbollah guys, the Hezbollah chat guys, who wants to spread all of Israelis propaganda, all of Israel's propaganda. You're a liar. You have lost your mind. Quit spreading fake news. They lied about the hospitals. They were empty. No, they weren't. That's why it was so controversial in the first place, because there were children being put under rubble and doctors and nurses as well. So I don't know what you're talking about that. He's like, and this guy over here, I mean, bruh, the blood matters. They are the real Jews. If you say otherwise, you are disagreeing with the Bible itself. I mean, no, bro, we're just disagreeing with the killing of innocent women and children, bro. Chill out. All right. He said the war crime was on October 7th, which nobody disagrees with. That October 7th was a war crime. But that doesn't mean that Israel's not committing a war crime itself, my friend. Okay. Well, I hope you understand that. All right, though, let's get back into it.
My friends, I was 15 years old. My friends were the same age.
And the worst, due to Israeli media came out, I will let you know, Israeli media came out with this story and it was about May of 2025 when there was reported to be about 53,000 people dead. Only 17% of that was actual Hamas. So about 8,900 people that were killed out of the 53,000 was Hamas. The rest of them was innocent civilians. But I bet y'all don't know about that, huh? No, go look this up. You don't even got to take my word from it because Israel said it themselves. If you actually look at Israeli media, they actually snitch on themselves a lot. Shout out to them. Shout out to the real journalists in Israel.
Yeah. When you come back and inside and when inside
Oh, man. Like, bro, like, lady, you cannot believe that. You cannot be that far into propaganda to sit there and believe that their parents used them as shields. Y'all actually believe that? Wow. Okay, then. That's crazy. Like Hamas for sure, but their parents, bro, do you actually think that every Palestinian in Gaza supports Hamas? Because you know when Hamas was voted in, right? In 06, 07. So half of the people that's living in Gaza today weren't even born when Hamas got voted in. So when people say they're all complicit in vote in because of what Hamas did, that is absolutely is not a very intelligent thing to say. And when you look at the numbers, it don't even match.
There's an awful lot we left out of there. You don't, again, want to exploit the suffering of others. I felt a little bit weird even filming anything. But in the end, we decided it because, like, what the hell? I mean, what the hell? All these kids with their limbs blown off. This little girl looked just like my goddaughter, with no fingers, one hand and no fingers. Like, is she in Hamas? There are tens of thousands of those. And again, look, there's so-called collateral damage in war, I guess. Look at the pictures of Gaza. It's not collateral damage. They flattened the place so they could take it. And now they're trying to force the people into other countries, including ours, including the United States. Not only do we have to pay for the war, but also take in all the survivors. Why do we have anything to do with this? But what's most shocking to me is that no one seems bothered by it. None of the people who support Israel seem bothered by it at all. And that's the real threat. It's not just the crime, children whose faces are mangled by U.S. munitions. Because why?
I mean, yeah, because they've been taught to think that even the children is responsible for Hamas being in power. It's like the absolute lunacy of it is like astounding on how you got to reach that type of delusion. And you got to reach that type of blood libel to sit there and watch innocent children be bombed and sit there and say, oh, no, it's okay because we're fighting terrorists. Yeah, bombing innocent women and children, that's fighting terrorism. Man, I mean, okay, bro, if you got to delude yourself to that degree, then go ahead, man, keep it going.
The real crime is the way that the supporters of this atrocity are justifying it. Not simply to the world, but to themselves. They're justifying it by saying out loud, well, they're all Hamas because they're all in Gaza. And yeah, they're kids, but if we let them grow up, they'd become Hamas too.
I mean,
what they're describing.
Yeah. I mean, when you sat there and bombed that kid's family members, siblings, and neighbors and all that good stuff, and they know the country that did it, what do you think's going to happen? I mean, recklessly bombing Gaza, you've only created more Hamas. I thought that was a no-brainer, but if you did a strategic strike on Hamas and try to have as less civilian casualties as possible, then let's be real, the world nobody would be saying anything to Israel because they had the capability of doing so, but they didn't.
Is the concept of blood guilt and the collective punishment and reward that naturally flows from that belief. And the belief is God favors some, but not others. And that is the enemy of Western civilization. That is the opposite of what Christians believe. Christians believe that every person was created as an individual by God. That's why anti-Semitism is wrong. That's why Gaza is wrong. Every person is created as an individual and must be judged as an individual. We don't like what you do. We can't blow the fingers off your daughter. That's not allowed. But they think it is allowed. They're celebrating it. And in the United States, we're allowing that attitude, which is the attitude behind affirmative action, DEI, all of this, that people should be punished on the basis of how they were born or rewarded on the basis of how they were born. We are celebrating those attitudes. And never more clear than in the case of Gaza. Congress, a new member of Congress called Randy Fine from Florida, who is a passionate Zionist, fine. But Randy Fine sent out a tweet that I want to put on the screen that I've kind of never gotten over. Somebody tweeted Randy Fine a picture of a child, a baby in the rubble in Gaza, and said, "How can you live with yourself? How do you sleep?" Quote, "Quite well, actually. Thanks for the pic!" Exclamation point. This is a sitting Republican member of Congress. That's fine with me. Thanks for the pic! Exclamation. As you're looking at a dead child? When that came out, I called the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. I said, well, this is the Republican Party. How can you allow this? How can you allow a member of Congress, a Republican, you're his overseer, you're the speaker, you're in charge of all the House Republicans. This is the Republican Party where we laugh at a picture of a dead baby because Randy Fine thinks that child is infected with unholy blood or she's not human, she's Amalek or something. What are we doing? This is insane. Support Israel, great. If you're laughing at pictures of dead babies,
wild.
Commander to support Israel. If this would have,
here's the thing. I know the guys even arguing against me in the chat right now don't even support that. Like, I know you guys are trying to justify the bombing of innocent women and children, but come on now. You can't justify laughing at dead children now or a dead baby under rubble. Is that really necessary? Like, is that right? Of course not.
Means to support Israel. A lot of us are out. If the United States is going to have a close relationship with Israel, if they're going to be our close ally or important ally or even our friend, tell me why that's good. Stop yelling at me. And whatever you do, do not celebrate the murder of children because that reveals you as the enemy of everything that's important to me and my country. And the main thing that's important is that we do not kill people who are innocent. Not simply because it's sad, but because it's an offense against our entire civilization, which is based on one idea. We will be judged as individuals, not groups, not communities or tribes, as people. Because God created every one of us. That is Western civilization. And Randy Fine doesn't believe it. How can we allow this? So maybe we're being unfair to Randy Fine. So poor Piers Morgan, who's taken a lot of probably well-deserved crap recently, but at least makes an effort to talk to people if he can. We immediately call Randy Fine. He called me the worst anti-Semite in American history. Right? No, I'm not the one who hates people based on how they were born. You are. But Piers Morgan somehow wrangled Randy Fine into an interview and just asked him point blank, do you believe this? And he does. Watch.
Randy Fine, when you said, I don't give a shit about Gazans, were you proud of that statement?
Well, I think the context there is Gaza attacked Israel on October 7th. Of the thousands of people who...
Whoa. Gaza. Let's not all of Gaza attacked Israel. It was Hamas that attacked Israel. The radical Islamist group Hamas, who committed a war crime on October 7th. We all agree to that, right? Great. So don't sit there and try to include all of Gaza as if all of Gaza planned it or if all of Gaza wanted it to happen, because they didn't. Stop trying to demonize an entire group of people for the few did and think that it's okay, because it's not.
Across the border to kill every man, woman, and child that they could. Many of them, thousands of them, were not, quote unquote, card-carrying members of Hamas. And so when you start a war and you are losing the war, if you do not like what that is doing...
Oh, guys, you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support. Or you can just send a gift. Appreciate it, guys. And let's not forget to double tap that screen.
To you, then you surrender in that war. Gaza chose to be the enemy. Gaza chose to attack Western civilization. And no, I didn't care what happened.
I've not had...
Yeah, his language is outrageous, because you can tell he blames every Gazan for October 7th when you should just be blaming Hamas.
Actually, any guest, I have to be honest here, I've not had any guest who has used the phrase Gazans rather than Hamas, given it was specifically Hamas that perpetrated the appalling terror attacks on October the 7th. It is Hamas that has the governmental power still in Gaza. It's not the Gazan people. It's not the civilian population. So why are you deliberately confusing Gazans in totality with Hamas?
To try to differentiate the two attempts to imply that some small percentage of Gazans support or like Hamas. That is not what the data suggests. And we should not allow us to say these two are completely different.
What?
It's hard even to know where to begin, but we made the point. Yeah. You cannot practice group punishment, collective punishment. We do not believe in blood guilt.
No, we do not. I mean, if you disagree with the Holocaust, then you should disagree with what's going on in Gaza. Like, we don't believe in collective punishment for what a few did. Like I said, if you disagree with the Holocaust, then you should definitely disagree with what's going on in Gaza. I'm not saying it's on the magnitude of the Holocaust, but I am saying the collective punishment element is there.
Randy Fine is the enemy of Western civilization, that way of thinking. And by the way, where does that line of thinking lead? Well, it leads to the Nazis, among other places, among many other examples. Of course, I'm mad at this Jew, therefore I'm going to round up all Jews.
Bro, do we have...
That's where that leads. It leads to genocide, and it's led to exactly that in Gaza.
Bro, are you serious? In Hamas, is Hamas in control of Gaza, and the inhabitants have no actual control over Hamas action? Yes. Do we have control over our military's actions? No, they didn't. They've been bombing boats, and low-key, we just been having to sit by and watch them do it. They just took an oil rig, which is pretty cool, and we just have to sit by and watch them do it. No congressional oversight, nothing. It's the same thing here, buddy.
And we have to just say that out loud. It not only is it not anti-Semitic to say that out loud, it is the prophylactic against, the defense against anti-Semitism. When you say, no. Not all people are responsible for the actions of people who share their name or language or physical location or religion or genetics. Like, no. Every person is responsible for his own decisions and actions. We do not murder the children of people we don't like. And when we're caught murdering the children of people we don't like, we hang our head in shame and we weep and we apologize and we ask for forgiveness. We do not go on Piers Morgan and brag about it. We do not attack anybody who calls us out on it as a hater. When we've been caught justifying murdering children, we do not behave that way. And if we continue to behave that way, things will fall apart really, really fast. But unfortunately, we are behaving this way. And anyone who calls it out is treated as worse than the perpetrator of it. Oh, that's genocide. No, you're the criminal for saying that. Really? You want to live in a society that rewards the virtuous and punishes the criminals. You do not want to live in the opposite. And that's exactly where we're going really fast. So it's important to just say it out loud. Our next guest has had a lot of experience with this exact principle. Francesca Albanese is the U.S. Special Rapporteur to the Palestinian territories, which means she's an international overseer in those territories. That would include, of course, the West Bank and Gaza. And not long ago, she pointed out that what Israel is doing in Gaza is indefensible. You could call it genocide. You could call it mass murder. You call it the murder of innocents. It doesn't even matter what the name is. People who did nothing wrong are being killed by the Israeli government using American tax dollars. That's a fact. We met some of them. And what happened to her next? Well, that tells you everything about where we are in a relationship with our closest ally, Francesca Albanese, I hope, joins us now. Francesca, thank you so much for coming on. And I'm going to stand back and let you talk. If you would just describe what you said about what's happening in Gaza, and then tell us what happened to you in the United States after you said it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tucker, for having me. I've been a special rapporteur for the United Nations, not the US, since 2022. And in this role, I'm asked by the United Nations to document and report on the violations committed by Israel as the occupying power in the occupied Palestinian territory, of which Gaza is a part, but it is also the West Bank and East Jerusalem. And after 1 year and a half, after October 7, Israel started a brutal attack, which was the 5th in 17 years against the Gaza Strip. And 5 months later, I suggested that what we are seeing could constitute genocide in a report that had the title Anatomy of a Genocide. After another 6 months, I said, I do confirm that this is genocide and it's part of a colonial erasure of the Palestinian people. Israel is committing genocide because it aims to erase Palestinian presence from the occupied Palestinian territory. And it's a long trajectory that has led us to here. Then I looked at in the other two reports, I looked at the complicity of the private sector, including many businesses. Many are in Europe, others are in the so-called global south, many are in the United States. And the complicity that has sustained the economy of the occupation for decades, and there are people who have profited from this and Israel's impunity, including as this economy turned genocidal. During the 2 years of genocide, while many Israelis were losing their income, their businesses, their livelihood, the Israeli stock exchange has kept rocketing, increasing its value of 213%. And after this, I get sanctioned by the United States. I get sanctioned for my work, for my denouncing what the fact as I'm doing for the United Nations for free, because I am a UN expert, but I do that pro bono. And yes, instead of focusing on the crimes that I denounce, the United States treat me as a criminal.
Well, I mean, I'm a little confused. I mean, I believe you, and I've read this, but I'm just confused by it. So did you take up arms against anyone? Did you help any armed terror group? Like, what exactly was your crime? It sounds like you were describing crimes.
Tucker, this is my only weapon. It's a pen. It's a pen. This is what I do. And yeah, apparently it's very dangerous. But this is what I've done. I mean, again, look, I've had very interesting discussions with U.S. officials and Congress people until this year. But then what the United States couldn't process was me pointing the finger to the prophets. So it's okay to accuse crimes. No one cares, apparently, because this is what Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Palestinian human rights organizations, and Israeli human rights organizations.
105 total enforcement border, which is nearly 40% less than the monthly average during the Biden administration. Meanwhile, there has been an 8,000 increase in death threats against ICE law enforcement. Secretary Noem, back in July, the department put out a press release titled Worst of the Worst. Criminal proceedings begin in a case of transgender illegal alien accused of rape, child rape, not just rape, child rape of a 14-year-old boy in a sanctuary New York City bathroom. I wanted to highlight this case because it encapsulates so many different violent policies of Democrats. This is an increase in trans violence with their.
Oh no, guys! I just switched over. This is kind of breaking. So pretty much, Homeland Secretary, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem testified at House hearing. Right now, I guess Marjorie Taylor Greene is kind of like leaning in on her.
Embrace of gender ideology, an egregious catch and release policy implemented under the last 4 years, and sanctuary cities that harbor criminal, illegal alien monsters that have raped and murdered many Americans. Can you discuss further what you're facing in these sanctuary cities and the illegal alien monsters that have been released into American communities under the Biden administration?
Yeah, unfortunately, Congresswoman, we arrest individuals like that every day because they're so prevalent on our streets because of what happened under the Biden administration. Every day we're able to go out and encounter and bring to justice individuals who are raping our children, murdering our mothers, our grandmothers, our families are devastated by them. And I'm shocked at the Democrats' constant defense of these individual criminals over the American citizen that is out there just trying to live their lives, put food on the table, and live the American dream. And what we do at the Department of Homeland Security by making sure that we're out enforcing the law every day is making sure that those families get a chance to do that. So
All right, hold on. This ain't the full video yet. It's still going live. All right, I'll probably have to react to this one later because apparently she was getting grilled by the Dems on what she was doing with ICE. We'll hear those arguments later. But let's get back to this lady and what she's been exposing, because the crux of it is that she didn't get pretty much sanctioned for, well, hey, you know, you were exposing what's going on in Gaza. No, she got sanctioned for exposing who's making money for what's going on in Gaza, aka people are making money off the so-called genocide, or maybe, you know, let's water it down a little bit to ethnic cleansing.
Have accused Israel of. But the moment I pointed to the fact that there are businesses who are profiting from it, yes, I get sanctioned.
Interesting. Okay, well that makes more sense. So it wasn't like you were shut down or sanctioned because you criticized the state of Israel. You were shut down because you criticized all the people profiting from mass murder.
Well, 2 months before sanctioning me, I got a sign of frustration in the U.S. administration for my work, which was apparently harassing U.S. companies, which is not the case, because in fact, I mean, I've gone after Brazilian companies, South African companies, Colombian companies. I mean, it's the entire world. I keep on saying there are 62 states who are complicit, providing political, military, diplomatic support, economic and financial support to the state of Israel. In the moment it's committing seriously, as you said. I mean, I was watching what you said and what you shown before, and I mean, call it the way you want, but 70,000 people have been killed in Gaza, 150,000 have been injured, many with life-lasting injuries. I mean, I visited the same premises that you have in Qatar already in February 2024, and it's an abomination. So, but yes, there was already a distress because of that, and yeah, I think that there were things that upset the United States. But as you said, I mean, the United States intervenes so powerfully to silence and to reprimand so draconianly anyone who dares scrutinizing Israeli practices.
I think that's right. It's almost like people can't let it into their minds. I've had this experience with people I know. I just talked to some Israelis I know just the other day who told me that within Israel, there's almost no discussion of what's happening in Gaza, and that any criticism of it is immediately discounted as anti-Semitism. And of course, that's happened to me in the United States. Well, you're just an anti-Semite. And no matter how often you say, well, I hate anti-Semitism, they don't believe you. And this does seem like a kind of defense mechanism where, like, no criticism can be true. It's all just hate. We're not doing anything wrong and no one can talk about it. Have you run into that attitude?
Yeah, I've run into this attitude. I mean, what is shocking is that it doesn't only happen inside Israel. In fact, inside Israel, there is criticism. There are organizations like B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights who have denounced the genocide. What has been shocking to me as a European, as a Western person, is the level of denialism, the vilification of the Palestinians as they go through what they go through. So Palestinians are killed, they are blamed, as we have heard, and they are smeared. And there has been a denialism of what is happening that is again, has no precedent in recent history. Again, as a European, are you with me?
Yes, I'm right here.
Yeah. As a European, I've been raised, educated to what the Holocaust has been. And I know that the Holocaust, it's a misrepresentation arguing that the Holocaust happened in concentration camps only. No, the Jewish people, millions of Jewish people were discriminated against for longer than we can name. And in fact, they were killed in ghettos. They were kicked out of civil life. They died because they were dehumanized to an extreme. And yes, there are records of the Jewish people ridiculed as they were killed and taken to concentration camps. And it's this level of dehumanization that it's the gene of any genocide. The genocide happens when people refuse to see the other as human, as it's happening today to the Palestinians.
And I think what makes this so notable is that there are cabinet ministers in the current Israeli government who say that out loud all the time. So, I mean, there are cabinet ministers right now wearing golden noose pins on their lapels, calling for the execution of prisoners. So we're not kind of putting words in their mouths. And I've really been trying, as I've said, my best to ignore it. I haven't wanted to engage.
Now, if you look up Israeli finance minister, I think it's Smotrich. Yeah, I think it's Smotrich. Either Ben Lavir or Smotrich. But the finance minister, is out there openly calling for, well, the displacement of Gazans, the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, all of that wild stuff. Actually, he's also one of the guys who say, oh, there's no such thing as Palestine, or, there's really no such thing as Gazans either. I was like, wow. And this is basically like, it'd be like our Scott Bessent pretty much calling for the genocide of people. It'd have been wild to hear that man say something like that. That's just every day in Tel Aviv, apparently. Well, at least with this guy, part of the Likud party.
On this question. But at a certain point, this is America. This is my country's money. These are my tax dollars being used. How deep was the involvement of American companies in the mass killing in Gaza?
Yes, it is important. Now, I want to say it's not just American companies, but Western companies, Americans, and Europeans account for the majority. But let me say, for those who might have not read my report, from economy of occupation to an economy of genocide, it's not just businesses like arms manufacturers or heavy machinery producers. It's banks, pension funds, the big tech. I exposed Amazon, Google, Microsoft, who have provided their services and access to data, Palestinian data, that has allowed Israel to set up systems to mass target and mass kill Palestinians. I mean, there is an application called Where is Daddy that allows the army to randomly track people and reach them when they are with their families so as to inflict the most harm. How brutal is it? And I agree with you. This is something that people must understand, because this is the end of humanity, the end of the civilization that we have pretended to belong to until now. Israel has the most sophisticated military army in the region, and Israel is knowing exactly what it's doing and has been knowing this for 2 years. And this is why there are also so many soldiers now breaking down. The level of suicides is increasing among young Israelis who have served in the army, and of course so, because they are just older than teenagers, and they've been turned by indoctrination into the willful executioners of a genocide. This is why I'm saying we must intervene. People who love Israel must intervene to save what remains of Israel. The biggest harm is being done by those outside of Israel who keep on defending this regime that not only has imposed a military dictatorship for decades on the Palestinians in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, and until 2005 in Gaza, but also on the Israelis who are part of the system. You cannot brutalize the other without losing your humanity in the process.
It's exactly right. So just, I want you to clarify something. I think I heard you say that there is some kind of app maybe made by an American company called Where's Daddy that allows the Israeli government to... Did I dream that, or did you say that?
No, I said basically Israel has developed. It's not enough; it's a system. Israel has developed this system, automatized system to decide the targets through a computing system, and the data has been provided by tech companies. I mean, I've mentioned also Palantir, who makes no secret of its support to Israel. And I quote in my report one of the Palantir who's confronted in a public debate and by someone who say, you are killing my families, you are killing civilians in Gaza. And he says, most probably terrorists. So you see, there is a sort of acknowledgement of involvement in something that has killed and injured hundreds of thousands of people. And it's unfathomable for me.
I couldn't agree with you more. What's so perfectly American is that you were the one who was punished for it. We had a disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan a few years ago under the last president, and yet no sitting U.S. general was even reprimanded for it. The only person who went to jail was a colonel called Stu Scheller who complained about it. And this seems analogous to me. You are being punished for pointing out what other people, before I ask what happened to you exactly, it's my understanding that the day or the day before you were sanctioned, Benjamin Netanyahu was at the White House in Washington. Do you know if that's true?
Yes, that's true.
Do you think, do you have any reason to believe that Netanyahu asked U.S. officials to do this to you?
I don't know, but the fact that the U.S. did it, it's absurd because look, Tucker, I mean, I would like people to understand what the sanctions are because you talk to me and I don't think you see a criminal here, but this is what I am for the U.S. system. I'm banned from travel to the U.S., and which is something that impairs my functions because the United Nations.
Yeah, she is sanctioned by the U.S., like sanctioned, because he was exposing who's getting paid by what was going on in Gaza.
Headquarters is based in New York. I was supposed to present my last report in New York and I delivered it from South Africa because I cannot travel. But not just that, I am financially censored, which means that I cannot own assets, bank accounts I had in the US. Then I will explain why in the US. Everything has been shut down. I have an American daughter. I have an American daughter who's paying the price of having her mom telling the truth about crimes committed in another place and just as serving the United Nations. Yeah, I am the first UN person to receive this in 80 years. And it's absolutely abominable. You know, so it's very personal because it touches my my financial capacity to exist, because being sanctioned by the United States means that I cannot open a bank account anywhere. I cannot have a credit card. I cannot function. I cannot receive payment. I cannot make payments. My health insurance has been suspended. Even hotel rooms booked in my name by someone else get cancelled because I'm in Europe, because I'm sanctioned by the United States. And think of, there is a deeper meaning of it, which is an extra layer of absurdity, because I've also have deep ties to the United States. I live in Washington, D.C. I gave birth to my first child, who's an American citizen, and she risked to commit felony by offering me a present, by receiving like a breakfast from me, because the consequences of the sanctions are penalties up to $1 million and jailing up to 20 years. And the thing is that if you spoke to my daughter, you wouldn't even realize that she's the daughter of an Italian, because she's American educated. She goes to the American school. She's raised according to American values, more than Italian values, I can tell you. And this is a betrayal for us from the United States. Where is the freedom of thought? Where is freedom of expression?
I don't really know how to respond to what you're telling me. I just want to ask you one last time. Is there anything you're leaving out? Did you send money to Hamas? Did you shoot at the IDF? Are you secretly married to Nasrallah? Or like what? I don't understand how you could have been treated like this without actively aiding a terror group.
Look, the only one who's aiding and abetting someone else committing crime is the United States.
Yeah.
Let me be very clear.
I'm sorry to agree with you on that. So who did this to you exactly, and how do you get it fixed?
Well, I know that the United Nations is working hard behind the scenes to have the sanctions.
Like, I mean, come on now. Even to my pro-Israel guys, it's not okay to dehumanize people, right? Because you didn't like how Hitler dehumanized you guys, so why are y'all doing the same thing to the Palestinians? I mean, really look at how crazy this is for you guys of all people to be doing this. And then creating all the excuses to, well, do so. I mean, come on now. Be a bit more reasonable than that.
Removed. There have been tons and tons of pledges to the United States from my special rapporteurs, independent experts of the United Nations, many states. But here's the
Trump
system.
just announced a
The
$12 billion
system is very weak at the moment because the United States is using its power, its leverage to bend the arm of the system, and by doing that, it will make everyone, including American citizens, less and less protected.
It doesn't seem to be acting on behalf of its own people. I don't know what this has to do with what's happening in the United States. It seems like...
Yo, Gaming, how's it going?
What up, man? It's going pretty good.
Oh, man, I love to hear it. Should you sound a little bit better?
Yeah. Not getting my butt kicked by allergies, at least for right now. And I'm able to talk louder, so...
Oh, man, that's always good. But shoot, so, well, right now it's pretty much going through this video. Were you just now tuning in, or you've been around for a minute?
Oh, I'm just now tuning in.
All right, well, shoot, let's keep it going then.
We are completely casting aside the rule of law, fairness, decency on behalf of another country. Maybe I'm missing something.
Look, for a long time, I've been thinking that Israel had the capacity to exert so much influence on the United States, and I couldn't figure out how. I don't think it's that, in the sense that it's something deeper, and it's the fact that we are fooled by this idea of states representing us. No, eventually states are in the hands of powers, military power, economic, financial power, and the power of the algorithm. And this is why today imagining states as responding, serving the interest of people, it's a fallacy. This is why I don't feel like blaming all the Italian citizens for what their government or our government does. And in the same way, I don't blame all the American people, also because there are so many American people who cannot meet ends. And I've seen this with my own eyes. When I was in Washington D.C., I used to volunteer in shelters in underprivileged neighborhoods, and I see the contradictions of the country. So I would expect the states to take care of this rather than investing taxpayers' money on seeding wars and seeding hatred all around. But so I think that it's the United States who needs Israel for its right now its imperialistic purposes. And again, it's not the United States as a country; it's the United States as serving specific interests, which is very sad.
So sad.
So
Let
it
me hop
sounds
in on
like
this one.
the way we're thinking.
Yo,
Funny that we're watching this video because we were literally, me and my mom were kind of discussing this the other night, actually.
all right,
And
true.
I said,
Try to speak up a little bit.
I said, me and my mom were discussing this the other night, actually. And I had said that I don't think that it's fair that we have to be beholden to another country and all of their irrationally dumb ideas, more or less, but they can never be held accountable.
Yeah, that is the problem with always backing Israel, is that like I said, they start a lot of stuff that they honestly can't finish without us. And I always did say the only reason why Iran backed down is because we got involved, and that's the only reason, because Iran don't want it with us. That's usually why everybody backed down. It's because they don't want it with us.
Right now, and do I think that I'm gonna go ahead now and say it on record? Part of it is misquotes of the Bible. They're taken out of historical context. I'm pretty sure you've heard a politician or 4 or 10 say this, but they always say, "I'll bless those who bless you, curse those who curse you." Right? You've heard politicians say that, right?
Yep.
Well, the historical context from that is Israel had around 113 years. Like, me and my mom went through the Bible and everything on this. They had around 113 years. So from Second Chronicle or First and Second Chronicle all the way up until like Isaiah at that point, 113 years had passed, and they had pretty much done everything from child sacrifice to idol worship. Anytime God corrected them, they got mad and they got upset. They hated any and everything to do with God. So God was pretty much like, "Yeah, I'm gonna lead you into captivity. It's not that you can't change; it's simply that you don't want to change." And so part of that, "I will bless those who bless you, curse those who curse you," it was to them in captivity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that had nothing to do with necessarily the
Modern
nation
day.
right. And okay, let's take it this way. Even if it does, because I'm trying to play into the stuff, right?
Yeah.
Even if it does, that does not mean we co-sign or sign off on every stupid decision they make.
That is true. Even though they throw our name in there, though, that's the BB out there throwing our Trump's name under the bus. Like, oh yeah, he said I could do it. He said it's all good. Oh no, Trump said we planned it with him. It's like, what? And then Trump got crazy. Like, yo, what are you doing throwing my name out there?
Right. Like, I did not say this at all. And like I was saying, even if we were to play into it, like, yeah, we still have to help them. Okay, cool. This goes for any body in the chat that's like, we still have to support them. Okay, let's look from the other side of that. Being unhelpful and supportive is what the liberals do. It's called suicidal empathy. For no matter what, they can do no wrong.
Oof, that's what we got for prisoners. That's what we got for Israel. Well, on the
right. The liberals have it for illegal immigrants, and the right has it for Israel. You can tell them, you can have healthy empathy and be like, look, I get it. You're getting your face kicked in every other day. Don't be starting stuff, though. You can't start stuff. And I think if we had a president that was like, nah, we're not supporting you because you shouldn't have started this. Get yourself out of your own mess. That That would clear up a lot of stuff.
Yeah, they wouldn't they wouldn't be so keen to jump into conflicts if they didn't know we weren't going to back them up. If they were just like, "Oh, we're on our own with Iran," yeah, well, maybe we want to change our plan on Iran. No more regime change.
And then not just that, but you also got a bunch of Israeli spies here.
That's
Like,
true.
come on, bro. Hey, come on. I've said this before. It's like, bro, why do y'all have so many military assets over here, but we don't
Literally.
have hardly none over there?
Literally, when people say, "Oh, well, you don't think we spy on Israel?" No, we don't, because a lot of shit they do we don't see coming. We get blindsided by.
Or if we speak about just how far the scope is, and I already told you about the Pegasus, the software, what is essentially Trojan horse malware on super steroids. It's like, bro, come on, bro. Like, what are we doing? Why are we doing this? But see, if we speak out about this, like me and you are, if we speak out about this, where you got soldiers who spoke, military personnel in the U.S. military who have spoken out about this, or you know what I'm saying, just people in general, all of a sudden their videos get demonetized. All of a sudden they lose their rank, or they lose their job, or they lose their position on their in their company, or something of the sort. And it's like, oh, okay. So y'all are pulling a Boeing with the whistleblowers.
Pretty much, and that's the problem with the criticism of Israel, is that it wouldn't be this bad if you didn't squash anybody who tried to talk about it, or try to say that they're just for Hamas or they're being paid by Qatar. Because I mean, like, come on now, really? So if y'all keep throwing out accusations like that, nobody's really going to take y'all side, and that's what they honestly have to understand. Like, they got to fight with facts, and the problem is they're not fighting with facts; they're fighting us with feelings and accusations.
Well, some of their stuff for their wars are true. Hamas is fueled by not Qatar. That's stupid. That much I can't say. It's stupid. That's not Qatar.
Yeah, Iran for sure.
Yeah, they're Iranian backed militia. Like I said, my first month over there, month and a half, we ended up doing what is essentially a drug bust, where they had a Dow ship filled with guns and drugs.
Man, now here's the thing though. Qatar already exposed their uninvolvement with Hamas, because the aid that they was given to Hamas was given to them by Israel to be funneled to Hamas. So that's why Qatar, you can't really say they ever really funded Hamas, because they never used their own funds, but they were taking in Palestinians though.
Right, but now the next question is: Did they really fund Hamas, or did Israel just use them to money launder funds to Hamas?
I mean, it sounds like it, because think about it like this. If we talk about the Likud party and their expansionist plan, how many times has Netanyahu came up and showed us this wild ass vision of greater Israel, where it takes up most of the Middle East, and we're all just sitting there like, wait, what? Whoa, hold on. How did this terrorist attack on you guys and us trying to squash terrorism in Gaza turn into an expansion plan on the Middle East? Like, what's going on here? And it kind of seems like they're going in that direction, because as soon as they kind of leveled Gaza, now they're moving on to Lebanon. Now they're moving on to Syria. It does seem like they are trying to go for that expansionist project. Now, are we going to support it? Maybe. It looks like we are. I'm seeing reports that we approved the $650 million or billion dollar military package for Israel.
Why? Do you understand $650 billion is like almost the entirety of the U.S. Department of Defense spending?
Israel defense bill.
Because the U.S. defense budget is like $850 billion. That's 90% of the budget we'd be sending to Israel.
Good, bruh. Talking about, let's see here, it's about 650 million. So, yeah. But we're also about to send an extra 400 million to Ukraine.
Bro, come on, bro.
I know, right? I said the same thing, my bro. This bill, oh my god, I hope y'all about to do it again.
We did not vote for this.
They don't care at this point. They just
Did
don't care.
Did the president just this stupid stuff?
Yeah, like Trump just announced a $650 million for Israel, and Congress signed off.
What about the money for Ukraine?
Ukraine, I mean, let's see. That one is like a 2-year plan. It's supposed to be like 800 million all the way out until 2027.
Gee, I wonder what could possibly go wrong.
Yeah, I'm wondering too. But let me see here. Let me get more details on the Ukraine one, because I know it's 800, but they're supposed to get the 400 million soon, actually. Let's see here. Yep. American taxpayers hate him. Let's see. But Trump 2026 Pentagon budget green lights 400 million for Ukraine. So it's coming out of our Pentagon budget. So it's the Pentagon's budget they're kind of tripping about right now, which is given like.
But the Pentagon's budget is still funded by the taxpayer.
Yeah, obviously, but
so they can just go ahead and dress that up with all the fancy language they want. But I mean, let's be real. The taxpayers are once again sending over money to a country we don't even live in, have any interest in, nor is affecting us diplomatically or geopolitically. To fund a war that is, truth be told, really stupid and pointless, and that everybody, including 90% of the people in our generation, were like, yep, definitely seeing that this war was going to happen. Just shocked that it took this long.
So yeah, the first 400 million is designated for 2026. Yep, and the other one is designated for 2027. An 800 million plan for Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative.
Why didn't he just stick to the bill?
Man, just leave these guys alone and let them lose in peace. Like, why are we funding this? Like, bro, they're losing. They're getting taken over by Russia. Okay.
What did John Kennedy say? I don't think we should have to pay people to hate us. I think they should be able to hate us for free.
Literally. Like, why should we have to pay for this? Like, and let's be real. The Europeans over there could panicking about a takeover. And I'm just like, well, why don't y'all put boots on the ground over it if it's that bad? Because you know it's not, and you know Russia don't want to take y'all over, or y'all be acting a little bit more seriously.
Bro, if Russia wanted to take them over, they would be so screwed right now.
I mean, did you hear about our new plan for hemispherical power?
Yes and no. I've heard mixed things about it.
Bro, when I tell you it's going to be wild. So pretty much I'm saying we're going to pull out of the Eastern Hemisphere and focus on our hemisphere only, which is the Western Hemisphere. So all of the Americas, Greenland, Canada, South America, Latin America, yeah, we're going to assert our dominance on those areas and leave the Eastern Hemisphere alone and let China and Russia pretty much divvy that up. And we kind of know what that's going to look like. So we're pretty much initiating the 3 superpowers.
I mean, we probably won't leave out of every hemisphere or completely. We'll probably still be in Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, and the Philippines. Australia has been the only U.S. ally that has asked for little to nothing in return, has supported us in virtually everything, and we have supported them. So
I could see this being extreme, though. I could see Trump going to the extreme and pulling out of all these countries in the Eastern Hemisphere and just be like, no, we're focusing on dominance here alone, kick out all Chinese investment into South American resources, and just we have it all to ourselves at this point when we're the ones making money off it. And F it. We're just going to go around and take Greenland for ourselves. Well, Iceland or Greenland? Which one was it? Greenland. We're just going ahead and take Greenland for the resources. And that's actually way easier to be the global power.
Yeah, it is.
So I was like,
But-
here's the thing. It's not like I'm in full support of it, but if that's the plan, aren't we kind of just like in my extreme scenario, we would kind of be leaving like Taiwan out to dry. We be leaving Ukraine and the rest of Europe out there to defend themselves against Russia. And it's either you work Russia or Russia take y'all over. Because if we back out of NATO, that's what the scenario is.
Well, here's the thing.
All right.
Backing out of NATO, a lot of Americans and economists have even played with the numbers. We would, on average, save $900 billion a year. Just
sense.
on average.
I know we pay like 70% of it.
80. You can look up on ChatGPT and all these other AIs. They'll say like 70. The real number is 80.
Damn. Well, that's even a more reason. But all right, now let's see here. All right, well, we finally reached that time. Well, shoot up, man. What time I'll be able to go? I have to let y'all know later.
Yeah, you
But
definitely changed your hours. That's why I was like, oh, good Lord.
I know, right? I know I need to get that figured out. But due to me being sick, it's kind of been on a, let me wake up and see how I feel type of basis. But, I'm still doing them on the daily.
Yep.
But don't worry, we'll get back to regular schedule soon. But, bro, actually, I did want to talk. Did you hear about the whole, what was it? This one guy, Milo, just came out on Tim Pool and started just calling conservatives closet gays?
No, what? Wait, what?
Bro, like Benny, bro, check this out. This is gonna be actually a pretty funny thing to end on, but check it out real quick. We're gonna get back to it.
One of the most distinctive things about the right wing in this country is its homosexual overtones. Benny Johnson posts pictures of his children every 2 days. It's weird, and everybody knows what went on with Benny Johnson in those lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Everybody knows.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Men, younger men, not underage. At least I don't know that. His wife was crying drunk in the lobby 3 SASs in a row about how her husband was upstairs with boys.
Come on.
Go ask her.
Come on.
Go ask her.
Come on, Milo.
Go ask her.
Milo, aren't you ever scared of getting sued? You say something. I'm sitting here like I am humbled by the lore and your ability.
The audacity.
There's no teapots in this room right now to express how I feel.
George, I have said these things about people for 20 years and never once in my career been sued. I've issued 3 corrections in my entire journalistic career because I get my facts right and people know that they do not want to go through discovery.
Actually, I want to say this.
I've never been sued for anything I've ever said about anyone.
The one thing I need to say this.
Because I'm right.
The most terrifying thing about Milo is that he knows all your secrets.
Oh, no, he knows everybody's lore.
Trust me. I am terrified of Milo. I will never cross Milo. Milo is the one person that people say, like, why are you friends with him? Bitch knows too much.
You want to be his enemy?
He knows too much.
Nobody wants to be his enemy.
Do not cross this dude. It's not worth it.
I was going to say, Benny told you what? Did he get the dick out of his mouth long enough?
Oh, my God, Milo, you can't say these things.
Yes, I can because it's real and it's true.
Milo, stop.
You can't say it because you want to maintain your friendships. I can say it because I care
like
him
you've never
about
met
what's real.
Milo.
I'm trying to help him.
You're not helping.
I
think you'll be fine.
Guys.
You can't even help you. You just came out of jail. I don't need tips from you about life.
Let's turn the volume from 11 to at least 10.
Yes.
But I want to say this.
I will just say,
when we were talking about how there's people that come to me and they say, Tim, we'll be the guardrails for you and you'll be the biggest.
Faggotized.
What they're really saying, when you catch someone at a convention doing blow,
don't say the drugs,
anything.
don't say the gay sex, don't say the bad stuff, because we've made an investment in that. That's an asset of ours.
Agreed.
And we want to protect it. Yep. Benny Johnson.
Well, I'm not saying anything about Benny.
Put your queen.
I'm just
crown
saying.
back on, Queen. It's a king crown, actually.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Bruh. And that's the thing. That boy Milo, he ain't back down. He ain't back down not one bit. I mean, he went on a whole Twitter rant. Years than you think I do. I have evidence. I have witnesses. I know who to subpoena. I know what to question, to ask about. No, wait, what was? Oh, hold on now. He's getting into some crazier stuff. But Bro, Benny Johnson hit him with I'm duty bound to take action to protect my family against those who maliciously defame and attack us. More to come out soon. I was like,
at this point, I want to say I'm shocked, but given this, what did Cat Williams say? All lies will be exposed. Let's go to the man himself. What did God say? Everything done in the dark will come to light if it ain't repented for. So
I'm just like,
I
bro,
want to say,
what was scary about it is the way he stood on it.
yeah, that's how you know it's not a lie. Cause
Yeah, it was like, bro, he's like, nah, I will go to Discovery. I'm like, bro, what? And like, it didn't like my chest kind of almost sunk. I'm like, no, bro, don't tell me that, because like now I believe him. Because when you sit there and you stamp it like that and be like, I will go to Discovery. Okay,
yeah. Like we could go to anytime somebody is like, I'll take you to court. Oh yeah, we could do that. I want that.
Oh, hold on. Like, hold on. That's not what you're supposed to say. You're supposed to fold.
What do you mean? I'm threatening to hit you with like a $500 million lawsuit. Why are you so willing?
Bro, and this is what he wrote this man. He said, Discovery will destroy your career beyond any possible ability of redemption. Benny, which was never my intention and never in my heart, because I believe that family is making you a better man, as I think it did Charlie. But this will be the inevitable result of your action. I just want you to be honest, because I believe that's important, and I believe that it is the public's interest to report on people who present one way and act another. Bruh, there's an easy way out of this. Honesty. Just tell your viewers what you've done and how you got better. Oh, if you have, he said you could be an inspiration to millions. Tell you what, I pledge right now, I'll cover the first 10,000 of your therapy with Dr. Nicholas or Kate's Ravenous Massey Bank, and we'll have have them take care of it. So basically, this lady is somebody who's pretty much gay therapy. He pretty much said, I'm gonna send you to a gay therapist. I looked this lady up just on a real quick. What was it? Nacosius? Yeah. So pretty much he's saying, I'm gonna take you to a gay therapist, or we can both spend millions and I'll win. And that is the reality. Is that the reality you want? Yours in Christ, or kissing damn, I know I'm not even gonna repeat the word he said. It's bad.
Yeah. You want to talk about devious?
Boy, I'm just like, bruh, like Benny, no. Benny, no.
I ain't gonna lie, bro.
It's looking like
I used to follow Benny. I like watch his content, but like, and I'm not saying this because I've seen the video. I'm saying this like as an independent person, like on my own. I used to follow and watch his content, but he always seemed kind of off to me, so I just kind of stopped.
Bruh, say
gay. It's like, all right, you got a wife and kids. That's cool, but
I mean, you know what the weirdest part was, bro? When Milo went after his wife, I was like, that's effed up, because he said the quiet part out loud. Huh?
He didn't even go after his wife. He said she's a witness.
Bro, no, bro. He went harder on her in his Twitter. Bro. I mean, no, I don't even want to go there. I don't think I even want to go there myself. Do we want to go there?
No. Yeah. Screw it.
All right,
run over. You got it.
He called that man's wife hideous. And I was always sitting there watching Benny Johnson and his wife, and I'm just like, bro, I know you could do better. But it all makes sense now. It all makes sense now. Just gay. Because no, like I said, it sounds fucked up to say, but let's be real. He kind of had a point when he said it. Yo, hideous wife. That's why you prefer men. I was just like, all right, bro, you kind of speaking on too much right now. People ain't ready to hear that.
People sitting in the comments like,
I know people in the comments just shocked with their mouth open. It's like, bro, wait, Benny Johnson? But they're like, said, I follow Benny. I know, like Benny.
Right. Right. It's like, Benny, say something. Speak up.
Please. And Benny hasn't said anything. He just said, I am duty bound to protect my family. I pray for healing for some really sick and delusional wah. And I'm just like, Benny, if you do not respond to this, Benny's been responding to other things. He's been still posting videos, on the daily as he does. I think he's even live right now. Is he responding to the fact that the man just pretty much
let's go
bro?
Man, screw the time. We need to jump into this.
I'm weak.
We need to. This is a tea that needs to be served hot, not cold.
It's like now, because I already read out the text message. It's just that it's so wild when you look into it. It's just like, bro, he literally went there with that guy. Literally went there. And then the thing is, he even said things about Charlie Kirk as well, which was absolutely wild. But he said, he pretty much said Charlie Kirk. Well, he didn't say he was gay. He said Charlie Kirk was just like a savage, pretty much. He was just like, he was way more like of a opportunist. But then after he had kids, he said it made him a better man. And I was like, all right, well,
I mean, I could see that.
I can see that too. I always say Charlie Kirk's language was a little bit more savage back in his earlier days. And then he kind of like, simmered down as he got older.
Yeah, like in 2020 when he first came out, one of the reasons why I started following him was because I forgot what debate he said, but he said something crazy like, yeah, and that's why you'll never get married and have kids. I'm like, yo, can't say that.
I'm like, damn. Yeah, he was turning up. Like that man was turning up. But now it's watered down a bit. Let's see here. Yeah, like I said, and here's the thing, he ain't even touching on it. It has not been addressed. The man live right now. I mean, bro just said he could prove that you're gay. Bro, if somebody told that about me, I'm saying, bro, let's go to Discovery. And then if you're threatening Discovery and you want that, I'm pulling your card even harder then. I'm like, all right, bet. I will see you in court. Please, as soon as possible. ASAP. Let's do it. But to sit there, just, business as usual. We're just going to read into the real conspiracy around Charlie Kirk's assassination. I'm just like, bro, right now, this conspiracy about your sexuality, you have yet to address. And Candace is doing an already good job about, exposing what's going on in the whole Charlie Kirk situation. So I don't know if you want to hop on to that, but I ain't gonna lie. I don't like how people are judging the work without looking at it. That's my gripe. I feel like if you're going to judge somebody and, try to, slander her investigation, maybe you should listen to the whole investigation, all the evidence that she provides. I'm just saying.
I just want to see how it turns out in the end.
Man, dog, look, I've been on the lookout and I have not seen no response. And this was like breaking maybe 2 days ago. And it set the internet ablaze. And due to the fact that, nobody's really responding and Milo went on that rant, after that, bro just got quiet, hushed, nothing else. I'm just like, damn, Benny, damn.
No.
I mean, that's probably the best move. Don't say shit. I mean, now everybody just left to speculate instead of it going to Discovery and people finding out for sure.
What did he do to make bro that mad?
I don't know, bro. He's been on a crusade about exposing the hidden homosexuality on the right. Because he said people in, the RN, what was it? The Republican, the RNC, like, yeah, those guys be, messing with young Republicans, I guess the gay ones be trying to turn them out and all that good stuff. He be exposing the senators or congressmen that would be secretly gay and the ones that are just lying to be gay, lying about being gay just to get exposure. Like, he be going in. And he'd be trying to tell everybody you can actually quit being gay, you can turn to God, and you can stop being a booty warrior. I'm like, well.
He says stop being a booty warrior.
I mean, bro, he literally says to stop being gay. That's all he does. He just says stop being gay. You can fight it. This is a dark, evil spirit that's in your soul. He goes there. He goes really deep into it. I was like, huh.
At least it's for a just cause.
I mean, Whoa! I did not. I'm sorry. I was scrolling down Twitter. I seen some wild things about those little. Never mind. We're not even gonna get into it. But yeah, that's what's pretty much been going on. The gossip is actually like that crazy, that messy, and this man Benny has not said anything about it. And of course, he's been going out. Oh, Also, Lindsey Graham is possibly gay too, and I believe that because this guy's been how old? No wife and kids, but all the rhetoric against gays though.
Lindsey Graham. That name sounds familiar. I need a face.
Yeah, I mean, like, so it's kind of weird. It's just like whoa. So, and here's the thing though. I mean, just be open about it. I mean, that man George Santos, he's open about it, and he's a conservative. There's a lot of guys that are conservative. The problem is, I guess, it's not really, you can't have that audience if you're gay and conservative, like Benny Johnson has. Because remember, he's supposed to be seen as this masculine figure with a wife and kids and Christianity, and you know how everything just works out so great for him. I mean, they're selling a wonderful story, but if it's slandered by the fact that this man liked to mess with younger guys on the side because his wife's a 3, then I mean, goddamn, like, huh? Makes you think.
Bro. She just went through it.
Yeah, but wait, man, we'll see where it lands, because he said he's going to try to put charges against Milo. Well, not charges, but he'll try to, take him to court on that one. I doubt he'll do it. I doubt it. And if he doesn't do it, well, we know what's up. We just know that my man Benny Johnson just hiding in the closet, a transparent closet that we all see him
in. Transparent. I'm weak.
But
no.
Allegedly, reportedly, supposedly. I'm gonna try to give my man the benefit of the doubt on this one. But me, I'd have been so quick to respond, bro. I'd have read a whole episode. It'd have been like, look, I know that's my man Charlie, but this man just pretty much trying to call me gay, talking about I'm sleeping with dudes in a high-rise hotel while my wife crying in the lobby. Okay, I can't go. Like, what?
I'd have been like, there have been some allegations made that are actually false. Let me address them right now.
Bruh, it'd have been the first thing I did, but not, all right, well, let's sit here and ignore everything. Let's talk about Charlie Kirk's assassination. I'm just like, hold on. Do you not understand what's said about you on one of the biggest conservative podcasts in America? He said that on Tim Pool.
With his whole chest, my boy. That's what's getting everybody attention. He's saying it with his whole chest. You have to say something.
It's like, at a certain point, we're all looking at you crazy if you don't say something. And if you don't want to say something, I mean, like, all right, I see how that's actually a smart move. I'll be quite honest with you. But after that, it's just like, bro, like Benny, at this point, we just know you're gay, but we're just not going to call you out on it, I guess.
Yeah.
But all right. That was actually some good stuff to get into, though. That was hilarious. But anyway, though, hopefully my man Benny, isn't doing all that activities, but you got guys saying out there, saying it with their chests, standing on it. I don't know. I think you might want to address that. I want to address that real quick, Benny, please.
Rather quickly.
Because boy, that man Sid, bro, that man Sid was having a fucking field day. A field day with this. He was in jubilation over the whole thing, the whole segment yesterday of it. He was like, I told you, Sid. I told you, man. Hitting homosexuality. I told you. I was like, bro, shut up, Sid. Because right now I can't even say shit to you.
That boy was in glee.
Complete glee. I was like, all right, bro, whatever. You're right. You might be right on this one. I don't know about the Nick Fuentes one, because he also tried to say Nick Fuentes is gay as well. And I'm just like, I don't know. Just because he's a virgin, you can't just say he's gay. Now, come on, that's not fair. But
I don't see Nick Fuentes being that way. He's too buck wild.
But Benny, kind of.
Another one bites the dust.
Another one bites. Oh God, he was a good one, bro. He was a good one. If he'd have just told the truth, or maybe, I don't know, that would be a crazy spin. Because Milo was asking Benny, well, you come out, you say that you're gay, or maybe you're no longer gay no more. It's like, dog, he completely destroys his image after that. He goes from doing 100K a video to maybe like 10K a video. Like, what? I don't think, bro, I don't think he can recover from that.
Allegations?
He's in too deep.
He's in too deep. Dude say he gotta commit now.
It's right. It's like, bro,
goodness.
It's like, look, man, when you're entering through the back door secretly, I mean, it's bound eventually.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry we're about to make all the jokes about it, but it is what it is.
Just go ahead, say what you gotta say, come out or whatever if that's the case. Don't do it
I'd
no
rather
more.
Benny Johnson come out and just say it, because if you take it to court and this man Milo comes out with all these witnesses and all this good stuff, and it turns out to be true, boy, you're gonna be breaking those young conservatives' heart one day at a time.
Every time they hear about it, they're like, "Yeah, but what about Benny Johnson?"
Boy, they're gonna be like, "Oh well, gay is an immoral way of life." Yeah, well, what about Benny Johnson? Oh, killed the whole conversation.
You didn't say that when Benny was doing it though.
It's like, God, well, what can we say to that? It's like that's like your biggest guy, right? Like 6 million subscribers, right? Like,
he's a voice for all the conservatives, right?
Well,
you know they're gonna try to. You know they're
man,
gonna try to take it like
literally.
if
Benny
Johnson's gay,
like, look.
who
I say
else is
he speaks
gay?
for us verbally, but not through his actions. We disown him on that part if that's true. Then,
like, oh man, dude, the circles they just run around people after that.
oh man.
This
And
is
the thing,
why
you know, and let's be real though, we all know Benny Johnson is like close to the administration. He's highly invested in, so it just makes too much sense. Like,
yeah, that's why I said, given everything that's happened, I'm surprised but not surprised.
But as you can see, though, I mean, well, and speaking of Benny going over Charlie Kirk, well, you know, the right is completely much. We've lost our minds over this whole Charlie Kirk thing. Is those who believe the narrative versus those who don't. Personally, I don't. I don't believe.
As soon as I seen that horrible video, I was like, nah, that was a statement.
No, facts.
And
So,
you know, I like Steven Crowder. I usually like what he does, but when he was talking about how Candace was tripping on the assassination and how, you know, going over like how it's not that hard of a shot to make, I'm like, this ain't making no sense right now because I was in the military and shooting a smaller target is an incredibly hard shot to make.
Man, with 30-06 for sure.
Why didn't they take the headshot, which was a way larger target?
Now, here's the thing, though. But I remember this video right here. Now, this guy, he explained it pretty well, talking about the new theories that's popping up on the daily and all that good stuff. And that's true. There is a lot of new theories. The problem is, though, is that the FBI cannot refute any of them. And the original story is full. Like I said, the original narrative is falling apart. Like, bro, at this point, people are almost sure, where I could almost surely say, I'm 80% on this, that Tyler Robinson didn't take the shot.
Yeah, he didn't.
That man was somewhere else, apparently. So what is really going on? Like why are we being lied to?
So here's my thing. I feel like they pre-selected a person that could be the fall guy, and they paid some people off that was around said person to keep their mouth shut, and they let a guy in to do the thing. Because you gotta think, not nobody seen him on the rooftop. It's in plain view. You feel what I'm saying?
Nobody seen the guy on the roof. And here's when they showed the what was it? It was a camera from behind Charlie Kirk, right? Bro, I was almost mad when I seen the camera view. The shuffle on the roof, and I'm just like, bro, hold on. You tell me you caught that on camera? Was anybody looking at that camera? Because whoever was looking at that camera, bro, that guy needs to be investigated. If this was a random camera setup, because it looked like it was placed at the bottom of them, facing up towards the roof, you could actually see somebody move around. I'm just like, ain't no way. Like, there's no way you missed that. Because if I'd have seen that in the camera, I'd immediately rushed the man, like rushed them immediately, like, bro, whole event over, done. Somebody's on the roof.
Nah, that's tripping people out too, because there was that video with the camera angle behind Charlie Kirk, and you could clearly see somebody get onto the roof. that everybody was like, how did nobody know this? Like, we could make an excuse for Charlie because he was paying attention to the crowd. All right, cool. You mean to tell me none of the security detail or the snipers that they had over the rooftop seeing anything? Come on now.
Man, literally.
Don't pee on my foot. How the old saying go? Don't pee on my foot and tell me it's raining, bro.
Literally. But I don't know. I got a little bit of time left. Let's not go into this full video, but let's enjoy something funny. Why not? Hey, yo, check this out, dog.
These black people, the ones you know, these African Americans, their average IQ is about 85. They'll shoot you for no reason. They'll mug you. They'll take your phone. But you are not ready for real Africans, because real Africans on average have an IQ of 65. Different animal altogether. No pun intended. Totally. This is a different kind of person we're talking about. You think it's bad when they're running after you, they're going to kick the shit out of you, steal your iPhone, your AirPods. These people are going to chase you down because they think you have gold nuggets inside your head, and they're going to crack your skull open with crude stone tools to get it. That's a different ball game. They're going to be throwing spears at your neck, at your throat, bow and arrow. And they're cannibals. They will eat your organs. They will literally gut you like a fish and eat your internal organs. You thought it was bad holding a gun sideways to your head? Hey, give me your money, bitch. This is advanced darkness. This is Heart of Darkness. This is the jungle drum. This is the fertility goddess of chaos. They're literally going to eat your balls. They're going to cut your fucking nuts off and eat them.
Nick is a wild dude, bro.
Bruh, that was so hilarious. He's like, the African bro, that's a different ball game. And I'm just like, yeah, if you go into the wrong African tribes, it could turn out like that. It definitely could. Like, let's be quite honest. It's not like it's impossible.
Right. That's what makes it scary. It's like people that get offended by that ain't never been outside the country. So it's like, you don't know.
Bro, you remember this lady here? I just want to go through some of my bookmarks. Stuff that I highlight because either it's funny or it's informative.
Israel has influence on both sides of the political aisle in American politics. For that reason, I will never be taking $1 from AIPAC because my allegiance is to the people, to the Constitution, and most importantly, to God. My morals and integrity are not for sale, and I will always put America first.
There's a lot of Hamas people coming for me on my social media. I firmly stand with Israel. As part of a military family, we do not want World War III.
Yeah, this is why nobody takes this Valentina Gomez. Yes, this girl, Valentina Gomez. This is why nobody takes her serious. This is why when she was on Piers Morgan calling everybody dirty Muslims, I was just like, lady, how can we ever take you serious? Like, how do we do that after everything you said? Because I remember that video. I was like, oh, what, she's based? And then, a little bit later, she comes out after AIPAC swoops in and saves her campaign, starts chilling.
Well, you gotta get on your knees a little bit and do a little bit of blow just to.
I mean, yeah, she's an attractive young lady, so I guess I'll give it to her. I guess. I mean,
you call it shilling, I call it political prostitution.
I'll give it to you. All right, though, let's get into this next one then.
Bet you didn't hear this in the news last night. Are hitmen real? Yes. At the National Security Council, there is a committee that meets every Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock to draw up something called the kill list. They sit around a table and they make a list of all the people that they want to kill that week. And then they take it back to the CIA, which has a dedicated unit. I won't tell you the name, but it has a dedicated unit that takes receipt of the list. They say, okay, number 1. They drive to the airport, they get on the plane, they go out to that country, they kill the person, they come back, and then they go to number 2 on the list. That happens every single week. Now, we can have a conversation about whether that's right or whether it's wrong. It's certainly immoral. It's illegal, but it's been tasked by the president. At the same time, they will tell you there hasn't been another 9/11, has there? Maybe it's because we're out there killing people.
Shout out to the kill list, I guess.
No. This is the same as the freaking honor killing thing.
Damn.
No shout outs, no kill list.
No kill list, no shout outs to the kill list. All right. Well, at least hey, we could agree on that one. But damn, he says, hey, we gotta have not another 9/11. So I guess he's pretty much saying, well, shout out to the kill list. That's not too comforting because you never know who's on that kill list. But
Right.
hey,
And
did you hear Tim Pool go off on Candace?
No, I didn't.
Oh, man, bro. Check this out.
Candace Owens is a fucking evil scumbag. She is a degenerate cunt. She is burning everything down, and she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you fucking told me? She has no security. She doesn't fucking deal with the shit we have to deal with. She's a piece of shit. She's making everyone else suffer. And all of these fucking conservatives out there that send me these fucking messages have no fucking balls to call her out. More and more people have started doing it. They send me these fucking messages. Good for you, Tim. Good for you, Tim. I wasn't the first person to do it. I'm not going to take credit for that. But don't fucking DM me like I did something for you as you cower, as you fucking cower, scared that she'll put you on her thumbnail and claim you benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination, which he's doing to me right fucking now.
Yeah, that was the.
I'm fucking done with these people.
She has security, just not on the level of you.
Oh, yeah, the one fat guy you mentioned with no wall and no barrier in a suburban neighborhood with neighbors. She doesn't give two fucking shits. No one's out for her. She's lying about all of this. You told me you went to her house and she's got a 4-foot wall and one fat guy, and she doesn't give a shit about her security. Meanwhile, I get bullet at my fucking property and I have to go live in the middle of nowhere. And I got fucking strange.
Now, let's be real. Now, like I said, he's coming from a very emotional point right now because somebody actually did just shoot at this man's house while his family was there. Somebody's been harassing his tenants. Like, he's under a lot of fucking pressure. So when he snapped like this, I was like, but I get it. I get it.
Yeah, it's a valid crash out.
I mean, man, and I can only imagine how much you have to keep it together, like under all that pressure. And then you're sitting here watching. And here's the thing also, his numbers hasn't been doing so well. He's been watching the old girl Candace shoot up in numbers. And then she's over here claiming, like I said, oh, her life's in danger. It actually may be, but I don't know yet. Like, she loves to slow roll the evidence onto this type of stuff. But we do know for a fact that my man Tim Pool's life is in danger. So I definitely get where he snapped on that one, but it just wasn't a good look. But
Just coming up to my house in Maryland, breaking in. I got people showing up and beating up the residents who trying to live there. How the fuck am I even supposed to sell this property? And it's all lies. It's all hypocrisy, and it is for the purpose of making money. And she does not live the way other people live. And she claims she liked Charlie. She loved Charlie. And she is burning everything down that he built because she is evil. She is evil. And I'll say it again. This conservative movement is fractured. It's fried, whatever it is. Okay. Republicans are on track to lose the midterms. They were actually trending the other direction until Charlie Kirk was murdered.
Yeah.
And this is the point, isn't it? The most effective political assassination in history. And thanks to the likes of the vile cunt Candace Owens, she has turned Turning Point into the perpetrators of the crime that was against them. I don't get paid by any of these people. I'm not on good terms necessarily with Turning Point USA. They didn't invite me to their stupid event. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. They invited me back after I started criticizing Candace. I'm not going to your event. I'm over all of this shit. The last thing that I need to deal with is a bunch of cowards in conservative media refusing to stand up to her. Megyn Kelly, come on. I appreciate the kind words, but come on. Such fucking pathetic bullshit. And I get people saying, Tim, thank you so much for talking about it. I don't care. I'm not doing a favor for anybody. I'm not doing this to benefit anybody. Nobody's paying me. There's no fucking Russia. There's no fucking Israel. There's just me sticking my neck out and then risking dying for what? A bunch of cowards that don't want to stand up to protect themselves? People like fucking Candace Owens.
I couldn't believe that she put you in the thumbnail.
What a fucking cunt.
Of her piece today.
I'm done.
The idea that she'd imply
done.
that you had some benefit or that you benefit somehow.
She benefited. I think she's a Fed, and I think she killed Charlie. No one benefited more than her.
Sheesh. If you're talking, I can't hear you.
Oh yeah, bro. I was saying you're going through a lot, but yeah. Well, Candace actually did respond to it though, by the way. So
I will say one thing though about that situation. He is right. The media has been fractured because even you got major Republican news outlets such as Blaze Media, you have Turning Point USA, you got Steven Crowder, you got the Daily Wire, Candace Owens, Tim Pool, all these people are like doing all this infighting about what really happened to Charlie. And then you got people like Tim that are like, I want no parts of it. So yeah, what he's saying is to a degree the quiet part out loud.
yeah, I'll tell you that. Yeah, like it's like the big names in conservatism, the big names in conservative media is fighting. I mean, the biggest names. Because, like it or not, Candace, Tim Pool, of course, even the guys over there at the Charlie Kirk show, well, they're only big because of Charlie, but these are all big names. So when they start fighting, usually it's all the big names that are in unison. And usually it's the like guys like on my level that are like infighting. But when now it's that at the top guys infighting, is like it's kind of looking crazy. And now we're all kind of choosing a side. And I've already chose my side. I'm like, all right, you know what? I'm gonna stand behind Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens on this one, and we're gonna see where it lands. You guys can stand over there with the Israel First guys, and we'll see where you guys land. But
so what I say is, when it comes to stupid infighting like this, I take no sides. I could care less about either one of you. Not saying you necessarily, but the reason being is because true as time itself, there's your side of the story, my side of the story, and then somewhere in the middle is where God is at. That's where I want to be at. It's somewhere in the middle. Not trying to play both sides, but where the truth is.
And that's what I feel like the truth. Honestly, to my understanding, with everything I've been looking up and everything I've been seeing, it seems like the truth is on Tucker Carlson and Candace's side when it comes to this. Because that's the problem. The other side is defending the narrative. This side, or Tucker Carlson and Candace's side, is going against the narrative.
Now,
and shout out Sid coming in. Speaking of the devil, is it possible for both sides to lose this civil war? You know, yeah, it is actually, but not really. Now there got to be one side. It's winner takes all.
Sid, actually, you know, me and Sid don't agree on a whole bunch, but I will agree on him with this. It is possible. I'm gonna say that. So let me break it down to you. If you get both sides fighting amongst themselves, the Democrat Party is cannibalizing themselves, and they've got a lot of people leaving. And the Republican Party is cannibalizing themselves, and you have a lot of people leaving. Well, this leaves room. This basically leaves a power vacuum for somebody else to come in and fill where they're sitting at in the middle.
Yeah, but okay, so here's the thing. I see what you're talking about. I see that happening on both sides. Like with the Dems, it's the Democrat Socialists. Like those guys are actually taking over on their side, and on our side, I think it's still between the Israel First guys, and I would say America First. So you got the Mark Levins and all those guys who will support, and then there's guys in the middle like Steven Crowder who doesn't believe it, or Tim Pool, because I can't even call those guys Israel First, but they don't like Candace or Tucker Carlson though. So. You're right. It is a lot going on, but I do honestly think once all the facts come out, and we're gonna see where this lands, because it's either they disprove Candace and Candace looks dumb as hell for all times, or Candace comes with all the facts, they can't refute it, and they look dumb as hell for all times, and Tucker Carlson and Candace just wins the day on that one. And there's no coming back from it. And now there's no running away from it, because there's already been, well, they try to extend an offer out to Candace randomly. I believe it was on her husband's birthday. And then they try to say, oh, she was ducking it. She was ducking it. I'm like, first off, let's be real though. She got 4 kids and she has a husband. Listen, like, can y'all be a little bit, if y'all gonna set something up, do it like professionally. Because it was kind of crazy, because like, let's be real. Candace Owens is a bigger podcast than the Charlie Kirk show. Let's just be honest. So if you're gonna, Candace Owens will be a guest, a bigger guest. So I would hope you would act accordingly and try to like book her professionally instead of the unprofessional job that they did. That's why I'm also on Tucker Carlson and Ken Sone's side on this whole Charlie Kirk, because one, the narrative don't make sense. These guys are backing it up, knowing damn well it don't make sense, giving us the whole magic bone theory, which is complete bullshit. It does look like there is a civil war, but the winner in my eyes is obvious.
I don't think there's a winner. I think this is just another step to self-political chaos. Abraham Lincoln said it with wisdom. If you ever want to beat America, you can't do it outright. It's be impossible. You have to take it down from the inside. And I think that the powers that be that really want the one world government system are pulling out all the stops to ensure that there is destruction within the U.S. government at every level.
I mean, you know what? There could, and you know what? Actually, to play more into Sid's question, maybe I'm gonna take it a different angle here. But yeah, there could be a way where the Dems kind of destroy themselves and we destroy ourselves, and everybody just rushes to the middle. Now everybody's just an independent, and now we gotta establish a whole new party because it's not. This can't be a uniparty.
Well, here's the thing. Nowhere in the U.S. Constitution did it ever say our only two options are Republican or Democrat, and
Yeah,
that's where a lot.
maybe we do need destruction of both sides. You're right. It might decentralize it.
Yeah, there's goods and bads because with a central figure, yeah, you can get the best of both worlds, but also at the same time, you can also go astray with that. Have somebody take you wildly off course because they're like, well, look at how the last two parties worked out. And that didn't look too good. So maybe if we just go with these ideas, and then next thing you know, craziness happens.
All right, good point. Good point. All right, let's hear our Ken. Let's see what she
28,
has to say.
and it's because she's a piece of shit. Because instead of saying, guys, let's come together and figure out how to work together, she says the stupidest, retarded crap. And now everybody's running around divided and broken. For what reason? For literally what reason?
Because they killed Charlie Kirk in broad daylight, and we don't care about your stupid midterms. We just don't care. Like, they really, this is how they view Charlie Kirk. That's what I say. Was anything in his life real? Tim Pool is going off right now because he's like, it's not the time. You guys need to be mules. You need to keep voting in the very corrupt people that are lying to your faces right now about what happened to Charlie Kirk. It is not the time because it is your job to get people into office. This is what I mean when I suggest that nothing in Charlie Kirk's life was real. So he really thinks he's doing something there. And actually what he's doing is proving my point. These people just saw Charlie as a means to an end. Okay, as a political horse that they could ride. And so for whatever reason, they got tired riding him. And now they're angry because they also were going to whip the horse, the ghost of Charlie Kirk, and say, we still need you to shore up votes. And it is inconvenient that people who actually cared about Charlie and saw him as a, I don't know, human being, want to know why he was publicly executed in front of us and why we're being lied to about everything. That is why Tim Pool is upset, because midterms, it's going to be my fault, not the fault of the feds for feeding us BS. It's not going to be the fault of Turning Point USA for lying and thinking that they're brighter than us and seemingly not caring about the investigation. It's not going to be the fault of, I don't know, maybe actual politicians like Donald Trump, who's a president of the United States, and look us in the face and said, are we still talking about the Epstein files? No, that's not his fault. The fault is Candace Owens for wanting to figure out who murdered her friend. Don't you guys get it? Like, we're just an algorithm. Why do you care so much about humans? Like, why are you a human? Like, if somebody in your family dies, you need to focus on midterms. Okay? That is the point of a Tim Pool show. It doesn't matter what you are going through at home. I want you guys to hear this, okay? I don't care if you have family members that are dying, family members who have died, if you have children that you care about and you maybe don't want to live in a world that's run by pedophiles. You need to put that all aside and vote for whoever the hell Tim Pool tells you to vote for. I just want to platform that idea. I think obviously there's something wrong with me, and Tim Pool's got it figured out. His soul seems like it's really intact and it's not for sale at all. Anyways, we'll take a quick break.
All right. So, and that's how pretty much Candace responded. But all right.
Jeez, man, that's tough. But at the same time, she has valid points.
That's what I'm saying. It's like you can't just sit there and just say that, oh no, Candace is all this wild stuff. I'm just like, I don't know, man. She bring up valid points. Like if y'all ain't looking into it, you might want to just, put your hatred of Candace to the side and just start watching her for a little bit.
I mean, when I do find I think that Erica had her husband killed.
Oh, you said
That's
Erica? Say that
Yeah.
again.
My personal belief. This could be me just being wild or not, but my personal belief is Erica was in on it or had her husband killed.
Damn. All right then. Well, I can't say I ain't too far. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't want to go. I'm not there yet, but like I said, if she's protecting the main narrative, that's not a good look. Look, anybody who protects the main narrative is just like, come on, bro. Like, we all know the main narrative is bullshit. If you're standing with the main narrative, I mean, think about it though. I think even Nick Fuentes is standing with the main narrative, which is wild. You would think of out of all people, he would just be like, what the hell is this?
Well, the reason why I say that is you have to look at how quickly she was installed. And then not only that, there's a thing you can do with people. If you look them in their eyes, you can usually tell what somebody's about. And she was crying, but she doesn't seem like she was that beat up about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. All right. Here, let me make sure. I'm weak. Huh.
What?
Oh no, just a James O'Keefe video that just came out a while ago, talking about caught on hidden camera. Georgetown professor caught on hidden camera calling black conservatives coons and saying he works with stupid white people on undercover tape with James O'Keefe. Candace Owens, another coon. I work with stupid white people. I have to stop being a reporter to say what I really think. Oh, wow. Yeah, Jonathan Franklin, a current University Junction professor and former NPR correspondent. Oh, NPR correspondent. That's where it's at. Okay, that's why. NPR, they hate Trump. They hate that man. Actually, well, you know what? Why not? I'll show you the first little clip of it.
And the thing is, I went with a bunch of stupid white people. Lawrence is his name? Yeah, Lawrence. Yeah.
Lawrence, what do you think of him?
I mean, he's just a sellout. He's like a coon.
Clarence Thomas?
The biggest coon of them all.
What do you think of Candace Owens?
Another coon.
Have you ever heard of a guy named, his name is James O'Keefe? Well, the thing is that I actually am James O'Keefe.
Are you?
Yeah.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not. I'm not James
He's on
O'Keefe.
a date.
No, you're not.
I am.
You know.
Really?
Yeah.
Career's over, buddy.
You don't know that.
Career's over, buddy. Come on back. Don't run. You said it with your chest.
You all right? You called black people, quote, coons. Whoa. He's attacking the camera. That's a misdemeanor. You can't. Jonathan Franklin, the man you see across on an undercover date with me, is currently an adjunct professor at Georgetown University. Franklin is scheduled to teach a class on sourcing and interviews technology in the spring. More on that later. Franklin is also a former correspondent from National Public Radio that wrote about issues concerning race, culture, identity, and justice. Now, in our meeting, Jonathan claimed he was a national correspondent for CBS, a detail that I believed at the time. I later discovered that this was false and that he was lying to me. Lawrence is his name?
Yeah, Lawrence. Yeah.
Lawrence, what do you think of him?
I mean, he's just a sellout. He's like a coon. Herschel Walker,
Clarence Thomas?
The biggest coon of them all.
What do you think of Candace Owens? No situation.
Annoying.
She's crazy.
She's crazy.
So, is she another, like what you said?
Another coon.
Yeah.
Yep.
She is.
She is.
Turkey over.
Rosa.
She sells out to like white people.
Yeah. Selling your soul to the Uncle Sam, the white man, and it's just assuming that aligning your views with him or with that point of view is going to get you ahead, but it's actually going to set you back. Because I worked with a bunch of stupid white people.
Stupid white people?
Yeah. Like, a spade is a spade. So,
Like, I am ashamed, to be honest with you. I will. Like
no, you're fine.
I'm so ashamed of my race. You know, Candace is a.
You know, it's the same guys that have this crazy rhetoric about, black conservatives and white people who will turn. Bro's literally on a date with he's in his mind, he's on a date with a older white man. Remember this.
Oh my
God! All this shit about white people. It's like Ilhan Omar, bro. You know, Ilhan Omar pretty much cheated on her second husband with a white man. That's now her third husband. Yep. They talk all the shit, but they don't. But they be sleeping with him.
Coon too.
Yeah. Or sellout. Sellout's like we could just go with sellout.
What's the difference between the two?
I mean, it's just basically interchangeable, but sellout is more of like politically correct.
Jonathan Franklin's body of work while at NPR was focused on Black culture, race, and justice, and here he is throwing around racial slurs. During the date, I encouraged Jonathan to speak his mind and tell the public what he really thinks with the career that he's had. You should say this publicly. I mean, like, it would be interesting, refreshing.
A lot of people would not like to hear my thoughts.
No?
I mean people probably would. You know what? Yes, I was thinking that. But
You are a journalist, you know?
I'd have to stop being a journalist for me to say what I really want to say.
That's crazy, though.
To give y'all what I really want to say, you have to stop being a reporter.
You have to stop being a reporter.
I would have to exit news.
Now there is one group or one guy that I don't know if I like him, but that does do the thing you're talking about, though. I forgot his name.
I mean, I could easily go into like opinion journalism, but
what a profound statement. Say that again. It's so interesting. I have to stop being a reporter, tell you what I really think.
Yeah,
but you don't have to do that. You can still.
Oh, I don't give a fuck. Like, but in terms of I'm like on the clock.
And then I reveal myself as James O'Keefe. You might be wondering why Jonathan Franklin didn't recognize me in the first place, being a professor, a graduate level professor on media and journalism. And Jonathan Franklin actually refuses to believe that I'm James O'Keefe. He even said how disguised I was. It was literally just a pair of glasses. Have you ever heard of a guy named...
That boy had no idea who he was talking to.
Bro, he even looks like James O'Keefe. Bro, all he did was put on glasses and color his hair white. That's all bro did. Like, literally, you got fooled that easily?
I mean, he literally hit you with the Clark Kent.
Literally. Just a simple, bro. All he did, glasses, white hair. Let's go. And you fell for it. Like, I'm sorry, but I can't even feel bad for a guy like this. Like, I'm sorry, but first off, I mean, it is funny, though, that James O'Keefe is his type, though. It's like, ha.
You doing all this, calling people coons. You calling people coons and chilling out for the white man and all this other stuff, but then come to find out you like white men.
Yeah, on a date with one. Crazy.
No, his name is
crazy.
Yeah. I don't like him. What do you think of him?
He's all right.
He's all right.
Yeah, could be better. Could be worse.
Could be worse.
What could be better?
How could he be better?
Just they'll be an asshole.
Is he an asshole?
I've heard people he's an asshole.
Oh. Well, he does like the undercover stuff and like exposes people, and he exposes people, telling people like what they really think, What do you think about that?
I mean, there's a lane for that, but it's also knowing how to do it in a way that doesn't attack your integrity.
Yeah, because you have to use like hidden cameras and shit.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a way to do that sort of like watchdog, gotcha, ambush journalism, but doing it in a way that doesn't disrespect the person that you're trying to catch or yourself as a reporter.
Well, CBS used to do it like way back in the day, like with 60 Minutes and Mike Wallace. Well, the thing is that I actually am James O'Keefe.
Are you?
Yeah.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not. I'm not James O'Keefe.
No, you're not.
I am.
Really?
Yes. And you don't know that.
Bro, after you lose.
That is hilarious. Fat people always fall when they run.
Bruh.
Boy,
Are you okay? Are you okay? You want us to call an ambulance? No. Are you sure? Sure. Are you injured?
Yes.
What happened?
I fell. You have blood?
Are you okay?
Yes.
We don't want you to get injured.
Yes, I'm injured.
That's not our intent.
I'm injured.
Do you need us to call for help?
No.
Okay. Are you sure you're okay?
No, I'm not okay.
Sir.
Yeah, bro thought he was on a date. Turned out he out here getting exposed. And after everything he just said on there, he said, "Damn, I'd have to quit being a journalist if I was to really talk like this." Well, it's getting shown to the world, buddy.
well, your journalism career is cooked.
No, God, it's done.
People spoke coons. You work for CBS News. You're a national correspondent. Whoa!
Hey, man.
He's attacking the cameraman.
Chill.
That's a misdemeanor. You can't.
No, I was shooting. Stop.
Okay, I will stop. I just want to ask you, why did you call black people coons?
Stop.
That work from the media?
Stop.
You work for. What's that?
Stop. I was sued. Stop.
Sue me for what?
Stop.
I'm a reporter.
No, don't.
You work for CBS News. You're a national correspondent.
I don't work for CBS.
Oh,
you don't?
No.
You lied about that?
Yes.
Yes.
My boy, bro, he's saying anything right now.
Yeah, no, I don't work for CBS. Like, boy, you about to go in and get fired the next day, bro.
That boy predicted his future.
He's just like you work for. I lied. I'm like, bruh,
Yo.
come on now. In his head.
I'm in danger.
I'm weak. Shut up.
Denying
Oh
his
my
identity.
God.
Now, we're grateful that Jonathan Franklin wasn't seriously hurt during that tumble he took, falling to the ground after he ran away from me at the table. It's still important to remember that even if you don't agree with someone, they are first people, and our intention is not to hurt them, is to expose the truth that the public has a right to know, that the citizens have a right to know, that the students at Georgetown and the parents have a right to know. Jonathan willingly came with us when we offered to help him after his fall. We took him to a pharmacy and got him some Band-Aids.
But I want to help you. You're bleeding. That's regardless. Let's get you some napkins, okay? I'm fine.
You okay?
Wow.
Pharmacy open. Is there...
Isn't he nice?
Place your item in the bagging area.
All right.
It's true. It's not.
December.
Yeah. Be there.
I'll take you December.
Some water?
Yeah.
Why don't you have some water? Here.
I'm fine.
You worked for NPR and you no longer work for NPR?
Yeah.
When did you leave there?
I'll take you December.
December. Well, you told me a lot of it, so I can't decide what's true and what's not.
December. Yeah.
What's the reason why you told me you work for CBS News?
Just as a cover.
As a cover? We were able to verify that Jonathan Franklin actually does teach a course at Georgetown. He did and he will in the first semester of this coming year, just 1 month from now in January 2026.
Oh.
And he's been teaching, ironically, about how to, quote, find sources and interview them effectively.
There's a class that I have. It's for a sourcing and interview tech class in journalism. We have journalists finding sources, ask questions for a living, how you network, that kind of stuff.
So when you go to schedule classes, it's going to be schedule.georgetown.edu. And then here's the CRN just to confirm.
Taught by Professor Franklin, Professor Parker.
Well, that's a useless ass degree. I mean, like, bro, that's just, I'm sorry, but that's what you were doing when you were citing your sources back in, I don't know, high school? Honestly, middle school?
Yeah, we were at middle school,
sources
bro.
last time I checked, and you couldn't use no Wikipedia. It was either .org or .edu site sources only.
Here, let me go on a tangent about the Wikipedia thing. So Wikipedia actually is way more reliable than some of these websites because they do due diligence by going through and verifying that the data they put up on their website is verified and accurate, and they will update it if it's wrong. And they take misinformation seriously. We're talking about way more serious before it even became mainstream. Yet everybody else, yet there's been this PSYOP campaign to pretty much make them, not quote unquote trustworthy because they're a community website and anybody can edit a community website. Yet you'll gladly go to like something like CNN.com or some other .com website to get your fill on like garbage.
Literally, I'm like, so that's on how to cite your sources correctly. I can't believe these people. Like, I literally do that every day. But okay, I didn't need a degree for that.
Right. There was this one website we actually used in our middle school where, like, you take the URL of, like, the source you use, and it gives you pretty much a citation page. I can't remember the name of it. But you know what I'm talking about, right?
Here's the thing, though. Even if you want to use Wikipedia, just go to the sources tab, and it'll have all the sources right there.
Right.
That's usually a link right to the source. If you don't have a sources tab, then, yeah, you might want to question it.
So, getting that degree is stupid. Like, I ain't gonna lie.
No, God, it's a completely useless course and degree.
Yes, so I see Parker Lene and Franklin John Piss.
Now, what Jonathan Franklin says about not being able to say what's on his mind is interesting.
To give y'all what I really want to say, I just have to stop being a reporter.
Historically, a journalist not saying what he thinks might be seen as a type of ethical restraint. If he means to say, I can't let my biases contaminate my reporting, then perhaps that might be considered ethical. Now, if he's saying I can't speak truthfully, it might indicate a problematic culture as a professor or in a newsroom. But this notion of objectivity, when a professor of journalism is using slurs in public, well, that's a fiction. We here have a whole library of books on journalism ethics. This is one of my favorites called Ethical Journalism, a guide for students, practitioners, and consumers, written by Philip Meyer, and he writes that reporters adapt models into which they can fit their objective facts. In addition to being guides to interpretation, those models, Walter Lippmann, the dean of journalism 100 years ago, called them stereotypes. They also help to select with aspects of the objective world to look for. Now, in this other book, News Values, a guy named Jack Fuller, he was actually the president and publisher of the Chicago Tribune. Fuller.
All right, well, he gives us books on how to be a better journalist.
Biases, concept of objectivity textbooks that directly tips at O'Keefe.
All right, I guess that's it. I guess he started giving us a whole bunch of books on how to do effective journalism. But all right.
Which is real simple. Don't be a sleaze. Actually get the sources right. Don't bias report. I mean, these are things that we were taught. I was taught at least this much while doing speech and debate. Was anytime you get a source, always get a contrary source to make sure that you're not being biased and they're saying roughly the same thing.
Man. But all right, man. We're gonna go ahead and end it on this one. Appreciate y'all for tuning in. Gonna go ahead and once again always leave out on the funny clips. Appreciate the support, guys. And peace. And I'll see you later, my man Gaming.
See you.
All right. Meet Ilhan Omar. She fled Somalia's civil war to live the American dream. And boy, is she living it. $30 million in assets, a venture capital firm, and a winery. But according to Omar herself, America is being turned into one of the worst countries in the world. If this is the nightmare, sign us up. Ilhan Omar calls herself a democratic socialist, fighting for the working class with Medicare for all, student debt forgiveness, and big tax hikes on the rich. But hey, who says socialism can't come with a side of luxury wine and venture capital? In February, she tweeted, "I barely have thousands." Then her financial disclosure dropped, showing millions. Oops, must have forgotten to count the VC fund. Her campaign paid her husband's consulting firm $3 million, and now his investments are booming. What a coincidence. She rails against the 1% while quietly becoming the 1%. That's not hypocrisy, that's entrepreneurship, baby. And don't forget, whenever caught in controversy, it's always due to racism or Islamophobia. Maybe the secret ingredient to millionaire status is never, ever admitting a bad take.
So America just quietly dropped a new global doctrine. It basically says, we're not the world's police anymore. Jeez, finally. We're the boss of our own hemisphere and everyone else can deal with theirs. On December 5th, the White House released Trump's new national security strategy. Inside the document, already calling the Trump corollary to the old Monroe Doctrine. Translation, the United States is already declaring dominance over the Western Hemisphere. North America, Central America, South America, and the Caribbean. He's basically saying that this is our neighborhood, our rules. At the same time, it signals something huge. America is stepping back from trying to manage every crisis on the planet. Here's the core of it. America first, but not just the slogan, as the actual blueprint. The strategy says that the US is done acting like a global babysitter, and instead wants to be a regional superpower at home with select pressure overseas. It talks about sovereignty, borders, migration, cartels, critical minerals, energy, not spreading democracy or building global institutions. And in Europe, the document literally talks about civilization erasure, mass migration, and cultural collapse. It basically tells Europe, you're on your own. In the Americas, this doctrine means cracking down on cartels and narco-terror groups, pushing back hard on China's influence in Latin America, flies countries down south so mass migration doesn't end up on US border. In Europe, leaders are freaking out. French and EU leaders are calling it brutal and a declaration of political war, because it blows up the old idea that America will always bail out Europe first. And on Russia and China, this doctrine quietly accepts a world of spheres of influence, meaning that it acknowledges that there are only 3 global powers, the US, Russia, and China. The goal is to avoid a giant global war by not trying to run everything anymore. So here's the question, is this smart realism where we're admitting that we can't police the entire planet, or is it dangerous because it gives Russia, China, and Iran more room to operate in their own backyards? Does America get stronger when it focuses on its own hemisphere, or weaker if it stops acting